Hey, Chef Alton. Hey, Cavino. What is going on right now? Oh, weird. This is turned. Oh no, my precious lighting. All right, hang on. Let me start up Skeleseller as long as I'm doing this. Is that back to normal? I think that's pretty much back to normal. No, it's not quite. Oh God. Oh God. I don't have time to fix the lighting today. Hmm. I think it's good enough. Yeah, I think it's good enough. All right, how's everybody doing? Today is Twitch front page day. So we're going to update some things. We're going to do some light work. Probably not anything too crazy because I got to keep my energy up over the course of today. Adam is on the Twitch front page, or I guess should be. The plan is generally to do light work on Skeleseller, play the game here and there, and entertain any newcomers. I.e., Adam is valuing marketing over productivity. Yeah, and other people have asked before, is this a plan to market the stream or the game? It is just to market the game. I think it'll naturally market the stream a little bit, but I don't really care about that. Hey, Worka. Okay, so make sure to turn this on. That's on. Modify the front page command. What does it say right now? That'll be on the front page. Yeah. Front page. I don't know what we really should say for this. Today's the day that Adam should be on the front page. The time slot is from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. PDT, which is essentially is normal stream time. Yeah. They give you a time range that you'll be on it. So they say a couple of things. Yeah, they have the time range. They also technically say that there's no guarantee you'll even be on the front page. I guess they might put you in the carousel or not. It is not actually 8 a.m. yet, so I should not be in the carousel right now. I can't probably show this on screen anyway. Yeah, right now I see how many people. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there are more than I thought. 8. Yeah, I think there are 8 people on the carousel on the front page. And I'm counting on you, Cavino. You're going to be the riot leader today. Hey, Puppet. All right, so that's done. Let's also bump this down to Thursday, I guess. Modify front page command to talk about history, because at that point it will have been in the past. Oh, this camera got messed up too. It's good, yeah. Too early. It hasn't actually happened yet. All right, so I think we said we would work on some of these tasks. I also wrote some other things down. Wendy's been playing the game in the last couple hours, and I wrote down some quick things I could do. It's not super important, I guess. Hey, Jamraj. Yeah, maybe we'll just tackle these things. This is definitely the biggest task, and I guess I should start on this while I'm feeling fresh. Plus, we have the game running. There's no way to get this to break, I think. We're not going to touch this build, is what I mean. So, like, if I write a line of code that's bad, this is still going to work. All right, let's make sure then we're working from a good starting point here. Oh, we have a whole bunch of things open there. Let's also close tabs to the right. All right, so what do we got? Get stash list. We were working on floating text, the intro stuff. So we were not working on the enchanter at any point. We should be up to date on all of this. Yeah. Okay, I think we're going to work on this then. Hey, Matt. Famous day. Yeah, I went and talked to my wife. I'm like, hey, can you feed the cat? I'm like, next time you see me, I'm going to be famous. We're going to have people knocking down the door. So those who've been here for a long enough time know that this is actually the second time I'm going to be on the Twitch front page, and that the first time was a total disaster. because I tried launching the Botland beta and I ran into a problem and then I couldn't share my screen. So it was just me being frantic for however long it was, like 2 hours or something. Can we get your autograph now? Well, knowing that it's going to be very valuable, no, I'm going to charge for it. Do you plan on what to do before you stream, or do you perhaps plan it from the previous stream? So this I did on the previous stream. I came up with a list of tasks that I thought would be pretty good in terms of either length or visibility. A lot of what I think will draw people in is just seeing the game on screen. But we're going to have that up there probably no matter what. So, okay, so Quickie Joe provided some artwork for this, which I should have somewhere. There it is, enchanter.zip. All right, so we have a bunch of different graphics here. Let's take a look at them. Oh, man, I never liked how preview doesn't just zoom in on this thing automatically. And there's a way to, or wait, no, yeah, there is a way to do this, right? If I do it this way? No. All right, I don't know. And it doesn't keep the zoom if I go between these, does it? No, it does. Whoops. Okay. Got to do this for a while. Thank you, Alfred. Welcome back. Thanks for the 41 months. And hey, Apt. I think I have 7TV installed. I don't see any emotes in chat other than Alfred's on the resub message. Oh, so the open book thing did change. Okay, let's open this up in GIMP. Actually, maybe I should just open all of these up in GIMP. The only thing I don't want is the GIF open. But everything else, let's take a look at. Open with GIMP. Okay, it should work. It just takes some time. Yeah. All right, so what have we here? We have the pool. We have this, which is going to get the pool graphic on top of it. We could also apply something like that for the well, although probably it looks a little bit more magical here for the enchanter. We have the various little stones for auto casting. We have the mana crystal, which in this case is blue. I don't know if we want to keep it blue. Possibly. Hey, Kevin. I think you caught a little bit more of Wendy's stream than I did, but I definitely need to go back and watch the rest of it. All right, these books are different, but why? Welcome in, James. Why indeed? Let's go take a look. Oh, I think they're thinner. Yeah, I think these are pretty wide. Okay, that's fine. And we have different icons on the books. This, I think I could do easily enough because the icons are like, what, 6x6 or something? And they're just in one color. And I don't think they need to be anything too crazy. But still, I think it looks nice to have this. Yeah. Okay, this isn't too bad, actually. For some reason, I thought this was going to be some, like, crazy difficult task. I don't think it's going to be that bad. Bad in terms of coding work, I mean. And then we have these 3 tables here for where the spells will go. Okay, yeah. Let's go put this stuff into the game. So we're gonna just take every single one of these and we're gonna plop it into game assets world. Is it in here? No. Where's the enchanter? Oh, maybe it doesn't exist anywhere here because we did it completely out of sprite sheets that we already had. Yeah, because the enchanter is crystals, which we had, books, which we had, buttons, which I think we had, and then the enchanter graphic, which is probably in NPCs or something. All right, so then yeah, we'll make a new folder here. We'll just call this enchanter, and then paste all this stuff. Now I have not been paying attention to making file names consistent, but we might want to do that too, like we say enchanter dash building. I think only like 5 or 10 minutes. He was pretty far in when I joined. Yeah, I do want to see how he interacted with the beginning of the game. Yours instead. Kevin will be famous by proxy. So where's the GIF that I had? This one. Let's open this with Chrome. Chrome isn't even a choice. That's nice. Just drag this over here. Okay, so in this case, the blue book was on the green stand, the green book was on the red stand, and the purple book was on the blue stand. I think I want to make these colors match. Not that the colors that we have are important, but we could have contrast between which book there is and which like tablecloth there is. We don't even have tables right now. They're just books on the ground. How about this? Let's mock this up exactly like how it is right here. Yeah. And then possibly come back to this in a bit. So do I have my to-do list open? Yeah, I do. All right, then let's take this out of here and put this over here. And then, and yeah, showing this off in a short, I think is gonna be pretty important. So things to consider. Maybe we want to change the colors of tablecloths or books. But at first, I just want to mock this up based on what's in the GIF. All right, not too shabby. Let's get started. So we're going to load up the Enchanter Den. So this is going to change, and then how it connects into the game is going to change. And that's also going to be a little bit difficult to do. Right now, this stuff gets put over here. We could probably still fit it. Yeah, I want it to go here so that the bottom of this... Okay, let's make the scene then. And then let's try plopping it in. So to do, still need to get the Enchanter to merge with the world beneath it. And probably need to move the vault, even though players can't even build it anymore. All right. So let's go into here. Let's put in these new graphics. We might want to put these into a tile sheet as well at some point. May want to make an Atlas sprite out of all of the Enchanter stuff. Oh, and then the final thing that I have to write here is we need to figure out what color the mana crystal should be. And we may need to update the perk talking about, or no, we may need to update the enchanters. When's the front page starting? It should be starting in the next couple minutes. Although there's no guarantee that it's going to happen in that time. So I guess if you were to just go to the Twitch front page now, you might be able to see me there. Let me see. No, it looks like it's the same 8 people that it was before. So it's probably still switching over. No, maybe there are new people. I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to the names. Is that Game Maker? No, this is Godot. And welcome in, chat. And Wingo. May need to update the Enchanter's text since it mentions the color of the mana crystal. All right, let's get to it. Let's go to the Enchanter folder. Where are you? Here. And then let's go plop some of these things in. So let's start with the building. Actually, this doesn't really have a bigger footprint than the existing one, right? Yeah. If we just put this here, it's pretty much the same size. Then we just have the top of the building, which nothing goes behind this anyway. Huh, interesting. And I can split out these graphics if I ever need to. Well, I guess we have custom graphics for the grass around here. So we need to make sure that we're putting some bushes or something on top of this. I guess I can add those in myself. Viewer spike, okay, yeah, then it probably happened. Okay, so we're gonna need to hide all of this. We need the spell books themselves to still look like how they used to look, but just be in a different place. And then we want the perks board to go up. And these buttons get replaced by something else. Okay, so let's move a lot of this stuff. Oh, and there's not going to be a tile map here anymore, is there? Although we might still have that. All right. Yeah, there's a lot to figure out with this. And we might need to split this building in two so that Well, actually, if no one shows up here, yeah, maybe this will work. All right, let's see. Gave a shot at making a shader for the mana crystal, something like this one, but I was having trouble with the Atlas textures and UV, so I gave up. Radial rainbow. And a radial rainbow tint. The way I'm picturing this, I think it shouldn't be too bad, given that we worked with another Atlas texture for something. The outline shader, I guess. Hey, Zico. And yeah, 1,000 plus. It's probably switching over between the people who are supposed to be on the front page. But anyway, if you're watching from the front page right now, hello. We're making Skeleseller. All right, where do I want to find this outline shader? We did something with Atlas texture coordinates in here. I don't recall what though. I see this. Maybe it's just that we had to trim these down based on, I don't know, the UVs of the sprites that we had. I'll look at that later then. Because yeah, I don't think this is going to be something worth looking at too soon. And I don't think the jitter really happened too much with the mana crystal. I think it was mostly with the spell crystals for some reason. And maybe it had to do with which direction we were seeing the fade happen in. Okay, so we have all these things on bottom. The buttons are going to turn into... Oh, these buttons aren't even here. They're part of the spell books. Is that why? Yes. Okay, they're going to turn into crystals, and we need to pick a different crystal graphic, and they're not going to be in an Atlas texture. Oh, in the editor. Oh, yeah. That's not a huge problem, I think. Yeah. As long as they're fine in the game, I think it's okay. Man, I'm trying to do like 7 things at once. I'm not doing any of them. All right, let's start by moving the spells to the right locations. How about that? So we'll move this down here. Why is it not working? Okay, worker spell. We'll put that there for now. Item spell. Customer spell. And then the perks board will go up to here probably. Yeah. And 2. Yeah, it's like a little bit behind where the enchanter is. And it's offset by a bit. Oh, because this is supposed to be over here. That'll be good. And then we can put this just at the edge of here, maybe. Except for even that is just grass. Yeah, we'll have a lot of work to do for this. Then the mana crystal is going to be floating above the pool. It's going to be a mana pool. And then we need the animated mana pool itself. So let's get some new sprite frames here. Let's load in the pool waves. We need to know what size this is. Oh, there it is. 136 by 16. So that means that it's 34 pixels by 16 each. Should be easy enough to do. Assets, world, enchanter. This. Did I say 36? I meant 34. I don't know what I said. All right, so this is going to infinitely loop. I don't know if we need to do these frames in a particular order. But now we put this down here. Does it fit? Yeah, right there it fits. All right, we call this the animated pool. And then we click the play button and see how that looks. How's that? Well, let's look at the reference shot. I can't tell. I think it's roughly the same speed, and I think it's probably the same frames of animation. Yeah, I think it's good. Hello, hello, Windy. Thank you again for playing Skeleseller. I hope you had a good time. Just played the demo and completed everything. Now I want the full game. Hey, Strike or Strick. Yeah, shout out to Windy. Hey, Ranik. Had an amazing time. 100% demo complete. You got all the perks. You leveled up everybody. You clicked every apple in the game. Yeah, I know you asked about like what more content would there be, and I know I kind of answered quickly, but right now you probably played for what, like 2.5 hours. I want double that for the demo, maybe with a little extra, but then I want there to be challenge modes, and I didn't really all perks, every upgrade, all loot. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really talk about this too much, but what I was thinking for challenge modes, imagine something like, I don't know, the farm only mode, where it's like you can sell crops, you start with a farm, the farm can get larger, you can't sell items, or you don't even find items, you don't find anything other than potions. I don't know, something like this, where it's like, okay, play the game again, but now we're going to change some of the rules about it. And if each run is, I don't know, like 2 to 4 hours, I don't know if that's interesting or not. This was one of the ideas, though. There are a bunch of other ones we had, like a battle mode where maybe you hire adventurers with certain skills. So, like, you find a level 2 archer that you can hire, and they happen to have, like, rapid shot level 1. And you're comparing them against, do you want, like, a cleric or a warrior instead? Got all characters level 20. Took me 8 hours to farm the sludge. Oh, man. I think the best way to farm sludge is to fight in the location that has the mana potions and then auto cast the loot spell and have someone who can handle all the fish you get out of that, but otherwise do no battles. Hey, develop it. Main party's rogue, archer, mage, and warrior. Highest DPS that I found. Interesting. I wonder if that beats out Witch Doctor. How long did it take you to learn a split keyboard? Hey, Bruiser. It took me probably about a week for English and probably a couple months for coding still. There are a lot of hotkeys that I used. And then I eventually switched from QWERTY to Colmac anyway. Farm only sounds fun. I'm hoping we can come up with interesting enough modes that'll extend the gameplay a bit. Yeah. Hey, Papa Lunkus. And hey, Slater. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, so right now we're working on the new enchanter. So in the current game, there are just some books on the ground, and it's not very magical looking. But we're going to change it to this that you see here. And this looks a lot better. This is all courtesy of Quickie Joe, the main artist on the game. And I love this. I think this is great. We just need to kind of plug everything in. What was the DPS? Around 1.3k? Man, nuts. Yeah. Well, by the way, there are 3 new adventurers that we've already designed. Can't wait to give the demo a try myself. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. I look forward to hearing what you have to say, Rennick. Also, actually, this brought up another point I should probably write down here. Windy feedback. I should probably not show the provide feedback tip until the very end of the demo. If people find it, then great. But otherwise, it's another thing that can stay on the screen. I wrote Windy feedback, but as far as I know, Windy never even commented on this. It's just something I thought while I was watching Windy play the game. Highest recorded DPS is 850. I mean, that's still pretty crazy. And welcome in. Thanks for the raid. How's it going? Oh, and let me show you something. I got this. Ooh, I can't. Hang on, the cord is stopping me from showing this. Yeah, I got a cool synthesizer. I have not really owned a hardware synth before. Plug it in. I don't have an audio setup that'll let you hear what I even am playing. How is it? It's super cool. It's so cool. I got it for 2 reasons. One, yeah, it's a mini freak. I got it because I wanted to see, could I learn synthesis? And 2 is, would it make me interact with music more, whether I'm playing or whether I'm composing? And it's only been since Monday and I haven't had a lot of time, but it's very neat. And I've been learning some of the power of this, and I don't know how to use any of it. It's like if I were learning how to code and I'm like, oh, I know I could make a game, but I don't know how to make a game yet or something. Your opinion on using Colmac for coding with 36 keys? I like it. You'll see throughout the day, I'm not going to be coding very much today because I'm on the front page and I want to show off the game as much as possible. But I will be coding, and you'll see kind of how I navigate and operate with this. And I think it's pretty efficient. So I do like it. And my hands move very little as I'm coding. You can do the feedback as an optional quest once they've done everything else. Well, we have a tip in the game that pops up saying like, hey, would you mind providing feedback? And I think we just should wait until you've sort of beaten the game to show that. Doing a synth jam soon with a Vital modular synth plugin. Would you want in? You should send me the details, but I can't commit to anything right now. Also, I'm not sure I'll even have enough skill or time to be able to do that. Do I know Vital? I've only seen M use it, but beyond that, no, I haven't used it myself. One person starts. Okay, so it's like a relay with synths. None of us know it. um, I I should tentatively say I should pass. I don't want to ruin your synth thing, and I suspect that I would. But that sounds really cool, and I wish you the best of luck. It's a collab. You only have to do one track. No, I really should work on music for Skeleseller if I'm going to do that. Yeah. But yeah, definitely let me know when you have more details. I've kind of mentioned this before, but the general plan is that we have Next Fest on June 9th, and that's like the big thing I want to be ready for. I want to have one more music track for that. I want to have probably like 4 to 5 like big kind of features slash bugs worked on. They're not really features necessarily, but things like maybe moving the battle windows. And then after that, it's all going to be prepped for the launch of the game. But yeah, that sounds awesome. It reminds me of all the OC Remix albums that people made. I don't know if you listened to that at all, Em, but I really like OC Remix. I think they've done some cool stuff. And it seems like it's sort of tapered off in recent years. Like there used to be a lot of compositions people made. Excuse me. Well, yeah, they were just like, I don't know how to say this exactly, like crowd composed albums, but from people who've made a lot of different video game remixes. Are using something like Murioku for different layers. I took inspiration from Murioku at first, but I'm not using that specifically. I've got my key map here if you want to take a look at it. I'm using one-shot mods and combos as the primary way of doing mods on my keyboard. Are the two small screens part of the game? Yeah, these are the battle windows that you see here. So like if I were to flee this battle, let's flee this one, I guess. Yeah. So I could change who's in the battle. So maybe I want to put the mage and the warrior in, and I start a battle there. Yeah, for anyone just dropping in, we should be on the Twitch front page now. I'm guessing the view count is high. I don't have it showing. A lot of those people are not in chat. They're usually just like going to another stream on Twitch anyway. But for those people who are new, I'm making this game called Skeleseller. We've been working on it for just a little over a year. It is playable right now on Steam if you'd like to check it out. The main goal today is to make some improvements to the game, to play the game, and just kind of hang out and have fun and try to last for 8 hours. What was the understanding point of coding for you? So I've been coding for a very long time, Fawn, and as such, it's kind of hard to say what was difficult for me way back when. I think at first, though, since I was mostly self-taught, I think the difficult part was just learning how to do things correctly. Like for a long time, I would name every single variable one letter, regardless of what it represented. So I'd have something like this. Like, this is not how you should code, but this is also not a very difficult thing to learn to fix. So I think formally learning coding and learning object-oriented programming and then different paradigms on top of that and then design patterns, it all added up naturally over time, like how you learn math. If you were to jump straight from not knowing math to learning calculus, you'd have a very difficult time, but you know addition and multiplication first. What language is this written in? It's all written in C#. What's the dev stack? For this, it's just Godot, C#, and that's pretty much it. Godot is the game engine. It provides a lot for us, and I'm glad because the last major game I made, I was using kind of like hobbled together technologies, and they sort of formed a game engine, but it wasn't some off-the-shelf game engine. Yeah. Looks like I took a math approach to programming. I wouldn't say I did that exactly, because I did start when I was 13, and I was just doing it because I thought it was interesting, and I liked the idea of making games. Into 1 equals 1. Yeah, you don't need it in MIPS. Just LD stuff into your registers and you're good to go. Okay, so the spell books need to turn into having crystals, and I think the button textures are initialized through code, if I recall correctly, but I don't fully remember. Also, is there a way to make this take up less space on the screen? You can't? That's a shame. This is as small as this window goes. I wonder if we shrink these if you can get smaller. You can't shrink these. You can shrink that. No, you can't make the window smaller though. All right, well, that's always going to cover a little bit of Skeleseller, I guess. So just 10 years ago. Check out Adam's age as a command if you're curious. Got a fun way for you to find out how old I am. All right, in-world button. Where do we check the texture of this. Here it is. Yeah. So this has one for pressed or unpressed. I don't know if we even have these for the crystals now that I think about it. We just have blue crystal. So we need to make this glow. We could maybe use the glowy fish shader. Could move the inspector and node docs to be on the same column. That may help. Yeah, that's true. I wonder if I should just leave this off screen though entirely. Dock position. I don't want to mess everything up. Also, isn't there technically a third thing here? Yeah, history. Yeah, I'll just leave it for now. Okay, so we need a glowy crystal. Let's try just getting the crystal to glow then by making a new scene. And I'll add in that crystal. And we'll scale this up like crazy. So 8x. So it's visible no matter what. In fact, I guess we could just make it 16x. And then I'll give this a material. We have the glowy fish shader. I wonder if we just applied that to this, if that would look fine. No, not really. All right. Well, it's worth a shot. I think we need to make something custom for this then. Or make a different graphic. And I don't know which I prefer. But we need some way of indicating that this is on. Actually, what we could do is we could make this gray. So I could just change... I could change this. And set that to like... Well, that's going to make it transparent. What am I doing right now? Why is it having no effect? Why is that having no effect? Oh, there we go. Because it was getting overridden by the shader that we have. Yeah, so we could do... This is not the way we'd accomplish this, but we could make this look darker in the middle. And then when it's active, it turns into the color it's supposed to be. That wouldn't be too bad. We have the saturation shader in that one issue. Well, I was just thinking I'd make a new graphic altogether. And we just modify one of these. They should all be the same shape, right? Oh, wait. That's the active one. Oh, hang on. We do have 4 of these, right? Empty small crystals. Green crystal, purple crystal. Yeah. Never mind. We have one. We just use this. So they'll all look kind of bluish. I might want to make that gray. But yeah, other than that, I think we're pretty good. Okay. So then how do we want to change this? Because this is in-world button and it happens to have code that specifically toggles between 2 different textures. And these are passed in through init, which means that the spellbook data is storing all of these things. Yeah. Okay. The question is, should we still call this in-world button? I guess it technically is a button. And I guess we could set its texture through the editor. So we would just need an atlas texture of at least the crystals. So yeah, let's go form those, I think. Happy to find you. Just started my C# journey. I had no clue you can use it for games. Yeah, you can. And there are 2 editors out there, 2 engines out there that use it sort of out of the box. Unity and Godot. There are probably more than that. But these are the most popular ones, I'd say, that use C#. Okay, let's make a sprite sheet out of just the crystals. And maybe one out of the books as well, but we'll do that later. So how large are all of the crystals? Because we need that for sure. I'm going to get there. 11 by 12. And all of them should be that way, right? Where's that? 11 by 12, yeah. Okay, so we need something that's 44 by 12. 44 by 12. Transparency. All right, now we just paste things in. So let's start with the empty one. Now we need to get the same alignment for this. Can we hide this? We probably can. All right, so this was left aligned, and then we had a shadow on it, I guess. Yeah. Excuse me. Gotta run. Have a great stream. Thanks, Wendy, and thanks for playing it. I really appreciate it. Good raid day. Oh, we're on the Twitch front page today. So yeah, there'll probably be a lot of viewers and probably not a ton of people chatting. Hey, Couch. All right, so let's try to get the same order that we have in this graphic over here. We have blue, green, purple. So that's what we're going to do here too. Blue, green, purple. So let's start with the blue one. This is all very basic what I'm trying to do right here. There we go. Now the green one. There's the green one. And then the purple one. All right. Cool. So those are our crystal graphics. Let's save this. Chatting is for losers. All right, we're going to save this as auto cast crystals. All right, I put that in my temp folder. So let's just go resurrect that from my temp folder. Auto cast crystals. Cool, paste that in here. Or no, not there. Here. All right, now we can get rid of the individual crystals as a result of that. Write down notes like this. Well, so I do take notes myself and I make these public for everybody. So if you go to notes.adamlearns.com, which I just posted in chat, you can find them all here. I have a lot of Godot notes. It won't necessarily help to read through these because of how long these notes are. But yeah, this entire folder here has some of this stuff. So for example, I think I have a getting started with C# and Godot. However, here's what I would say. If you're interested in game dev and you want to get started, just go to something like the Godot Getting Started Guide and don't even worry about C# at first. Godot has a scripting language called GDScript, which if you've heard of Python, it's very similar to Python, although they're trying to get away from that association a bit. But if you just read through these things, and not even all of them, but start with maybe one or two of these even, you'll learn quite a lot about Godot. It's pretty followable. You could then go to a tutorial if you want to, but just kind of tinker around and see what you enjoy. There's a page that I like sharing with chat from time to time called the 20 Games Challenge. And this has a list of 20 games in sort of increasing difficulty to make, not to play. So for example, Pong is way easier to make than Minecraft, right? So like the first game you make is Pong, and then you move from there to Flappy Bird, Breakout, et cetera, et cetera. And that way you don't have to worry about game design. You don't have to worry about assets. You're just focused on how would I make this game? And I think that's really, really helpful. No need to riot. You've been demoted from riot leader to just rioter. Any advice on making a Pixar game in Godot? I don't really have inspiration on what to make. I want it to be worth the time. When you say Pixar, do you mean Pixar or do you mean like pixel art? Because Pixar is just a company. I don't know what a Pixar game would mean. Demoted? Yeah, unfortunately, we're not team players in this stream. Pixel 2D art. Yeah, I see. Any advice on making it? So this kind of goes, it's like if you ask me like, how would I start a business? I'd probably say something like, look around you at what you want to do or what you could do better, and probably start with one of those two things, or maybe the combination of both of those. So when it comes to making a game, like, what do you play? What do you like? What do you think you could do? And it doesn't necessarily have to be something you want to make that's better than an existing game. And I think as you make it, you'll naturally come up with what you think would be good improvements. A nice thing to consider is take an old game and remake that. A lot of old games do not benefit from an extra 20 years of game design, for example. So there should be some pretty easy improvements to make on something like that. Or clone a game. If all you're doing is trying to learn, then it certainly doesn't matter if you clone it. It only matters if you try to pass it off as your own. The only thing I'd say to avoid is making like a Nintendo fan game, because that'll get shut down almost certainly. And I just feel like, why put in all that effort to make a fan game that you know is going to get shut down? Like, why not just try to make it with custom graphics to begin with? May or may not have the answer to this. Do you think Godot would be a good engine for a competitive platform fighter, specifically with rollback netcode? So as far as rollback netcode goes, you can implement any part of the gaming stack yourself. So like, let's say you didn't want Godot's rendering. You could just use it for its, I don't know, its engine update logic and input, and then put your own rendering on top of it. So what would be the best platform for this? I'm not totally sure. And I'd probably consider, because of how difficult some rollback netcode is to get right, that possibly there are some libraries to help with it. Although I don't really think so. I think a lot of that's tied to your game logic and being able to advance frames to match what the shared latency is between the two players or multiple players. So would it be a good engine? Yeah, it's hard for me to say compared to other ones. There's another thought I had in my mind, which I don't mean in a bad way, but I think generally if someone's asking that kind of question, that it will probably be tough to make a competitive fighter with rollback netcode, because there are a lot of considerations for it, but I don't want to assume too much there. Let's call it Pal World. Well, they did get sued by Nintendo, right? But what I mean is the more obvious stuff, like what was it, Mario 99, I think. This is literally used Mario graphics. There was no mistaking it. You would not look at that game and be like, maybe that's Mario. You'd say that is Mario. Like games like this, if they had just made it with a different character to begin with and different graphics, it wouldn't have increased development time really. But it also wouldn't have had the fan appeal of being a Mario game. So I know that's why people do it. It's kind of a shame. And in that case, Nintendo actually made the idea themselves. I don't know if that person who made Mario 99 ever got any of the credit or money or whatever. Yeah, I'll Twitch that. Yeah. By the way, this is what today's going to go like. I'm going to start a task, get wildly sidetracked, and then never finish the task. No, we're going to finish it. All right. So in this case, we had a texture that was... Whoa, Ross Race. Thanks for the gifted subs. And welcome in, everybody. That was very kind of you, Ross. I appreciate it. Shy playlist tutorial on YouTube on how to make a fighter game with rollback. Oh, cool. Yeah. I'm surprised someone made something like that. Because like I said, I think it's generally tough. The other thing to consider when it comes to a competitive multiplayer game, I think be very careful about any sort of competitive multiplayer game that you're making yourself as an indie developer. It is very tough to get the players, and it's very tough to keep them happy. So both of these parts of it make it difficult. If you're making like a party multiplayer game, like a sort of like a Smash Bros kind of thing that happens to have a competitive aspect, I think that's much easier to do because people can just play with each other. And thanks for your own sub, Ross. Take care, thank you for the raid. And yeah, I look forward to seeing this project that you mentioned, the synth pass off. Today he says, hey, sometimes I'm productive. Want to make a Smash clone? Yeah. Here's what I'd say. If you're, and I don't know if you're new to game dev or not, but if you are new to game dev, probably try to just make that work with local multiplayer first and just see how it feels and what stumbling blocks you hit. Because you will probably learn more than enough just doing that you'll have plenty to chew on. And yeah, I think the biggest sort of newbie mistake I see out of game devs is tackling scope that's way too big. Like if you are going from zero, you don't say, I'm going to make WoW. It just doesn't happen. And even trying to make an MMO once you have experience pretty much just doesn't happen. It's not easy to sustain that. I'm not even talking about feature creep. Feature creep is you planned for X and then you end up doing X times 3. Like some games are just X times 3 to begin with, and the creep would be making it X times 9 or something. Local needs to come first, then netcode later. Well, I'm only saying this from a complexity standpoint. From an actual game dev standpoint, probably if you knew you had the skills to make this game, you probably would make it with the netcode first, so that you don't make any sort of bad assumptions about the game. But yeah, I think, like I said, there's plenty on that journey for you to explore and experience. Okay, so we're going to plop this in with our new texture that we have here, auto cast crystals. Let's drag this over here, and then let's make this the right size. Oh, that's not going to work. We need to do new Atlas texture. There we go. Then drag this in over here. Then what are these? 12 by 11, I think. No, 11 by 12. Yeah, there we go. So there's our crystal. It looks a little bit cut off right now, but that's only because of the outline shader we have in the editor. And then, yeah, I guess we leave that as is for now. So now that'll change all of the spell books in the enchanter scene. Yeah, so now I have crystals beneath them. And now we want to control which crystals get drawn based on which spellbook we have. So let's go into spellbook data. Where did I put this? That is a good question. Let's just search for init. Here it is. Spell data. Where do you come from? All spell data. Oh, the file doesn't have the word all in it. That's why. Okay, so unpressed button rect. All of them are going to be the same now, which is that they're going to be 0, 0, and then I forgot the numbers already. What are they? What are they? What are they? 11 by 12. Yeah. 11, 12. Okay, so there's that. One of these got messed up. comma should be followed by white space. Seriously? Huh. Surprised it didn't just change that for me. Okay, and then this pressed button rect. Oh, it changed this too. That's why. Okay, fine. I see. That's why I couldn't fix that. 0, 0. Despite having just literally typed it out, I already forgot. Yeah. 11, 12 there. Okay, and then the pressed button rectangles are going to be, I guess, just in order. So 11, 0. And then 11, 12. And let's just copy paste this for all of these. And then this one's going to be 22 and 33. Okay. We could try launching the game and seeing what this is going to do. Because it should have the correct crystals there now. Yeah, let's try this. I wonder why it's still recommended. Feels so redundant. So that you just saw was a linting error. This is not an actual compilation error. And I think most people would find it difficult to read this without spaces. So like imagine if you had this. Like it just sort of messes with you a little bit because at least in the US it's like if you wrote a number like 1,500,000, you'd write it like this. So maybe that's part of the reason why they recommend having spaces there. Either way, I think generally having space is what I would expect. Okay, so we got to go build the enchanter, which is going to look like a mess right now. And then, yeah, I got to line up the books. And then we need auto casting. So it got the totally wrong graphics here, presumably because it's pulling from the wrong texture entirely. So that would come from here. Oh, maybe I forgot to save. No, I didn't forget to save. It's this. This is wrong. For her fixing those than actual errors. Yeah, and in this case, it auto fixes them for me, which is nice. PSR 4 and PHP also recommends it. It annoys me. Why does it annoy you? I like it. I think it's nice. So this comes from here. Let's copy that path. And let's plug this in. This is assets, world enchanter, etc. In fact, I'm not even totally sure why we did this and didn't just pull from the Atlas texture we knew we already had in this scene. Because this is going to make it harder to customize in the future. But we'll worry about that in the future, I suppose. Just focus on single character design as I tweak the engine, stages, etc. Well, you said you're new to game dev. What I would say is try using any tool set. So for example, go download Godot and then just try making something. Not necessarily the game of your dreams, but I don't know, make like a little space shooter prototype or something like that. And just get used to how this stuff works. It's not that you can't learn and make the game you want to make at the same time, but what tends to happen is that you'll work on it for, let's say, 3 months or 6 months. And in that time, you'll learn so much that you'll go back to what you did 6 months ago and you'll be like, now I need to fix all this up. And then back to what you did 3 months ago and say, now I need to fix all of this up. And you'll basically retread that ground when you could learn this stuff separately and then apply it. All right, so these are off by a little bit. Why? What did I do? 44 by 12. So 12 by... Wait, I did mess this up. That means I typed this wrong. Oh. I thought something was off about that. No, wait, no, I didn't. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I'm not cropping these, maybe? It's just this one that looks bad. No, wait, they all look bad. They should all be the unpressed one. Oh, I never changed this. Okay, that fixes that problem. But why didn't we... why don't we have the correct ones for... I really should turn off autosave on this demo thing that's running over here. But let's see if we can save and reload faster than the autosave can kick in. Hey, Lloyd. Welcome back. How was your nap yesterday? Hey, Ski. All right, the answer is we did. Okay, cool. So we have all the unpressed ones correct over here. Now I want to press one of these and it should change colors. So this one should turn, I don't even know what. Well, we'll just see. They should just turn unique colors, right? Yeah, so that one turned blue And that looks good. Now we turn that off. This one turns green. That looks good. And this one turns purple. Yeah, cool. And you can only have one of these on at a time. So that's exactly what I wanted from that. However, I think that there's not enough of a difference between these two blue colors. So I think making these gray by default is probably the best choice. So let's go tweak the image and make it gray. I just want to select, I want to select the non-green pixels. What's going on right now? Select by composite. Ah, there we go. Yeah, now we need to increase the threshold. Okay, it's probably easier to just do this and select everything. Yeah, there. No, wait, there. Yeah, okay, now we go into colors and we desaturate this. It still has some blue in it. Maybe we delete the blue, but let's go export that just directly to where we want this thing, which is over here. I wish they just used a default file picker for this so that I could just do all the stuff I normally do over here. Let's copy this. Can we just paste this in? You can't. Right click and paste. That kind of works. Oh, yeah, that works. I wonder if it'll navigate to the folder afterward, though. Long and glorious. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I took a nap yesterday, too. I had a headache for most of the day. Yeah. Yo, welcome back. 62 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. All right, so now we don't have this because it auto-saved from the demo thing that I had running. So those are the grayish crystals. Do those look better? Actually, don't really like them. But maybe we don't worry about that for right now. Yeah, maybe we don't worry about that. I think I just want the blue gone from it. Actually, it doesn't look too bad zoomed out. Also, now that I think about it, one of the other things we should probably do is change the AutoCast perk tooltip. Change the AutoCast perks tooltip to mention these new crystals. Yeah, the headache is gone, thankfully. I was very worried. I don't get headaches very frequently. All right, let's move that up on the pedestal there. This. Just going to move that up. It should be at the same y coordinate as this other stuff. 41, what is this one at? 41 and 41. Yeah, okay. So they're all lined up correctly. And they should all look like they've got, what, 2 pixels on the left side? There's no way to center them because there's 1 pixel extra. Oh, wait, but we're going to use new book graphic. Okay, so let's not worry about the x coordinate then. Okay, so next up would be to use the new book graphics. Where do those come from? Spellbook. Spellbook has the book sprite 1 and 2. One of these is when it's opened, I guess. And this is an atlas texture, and this is an atlas texture. Yeah, so we need all the books to be in one texture then. How large are these? 19 by 13. And how large is this? 19 by 13. Okay, cool. So then we can just make all of them. Let's also put them in the same order, which is blue, green, purple. All right, so blue, green, purple. And what did I say, 19 by 13? I think my ability to remember numbers from 12 seconds ago is not great. Yeah, 19 by 13. So we want 19 times 6. So we want it to be 114 by 13. New 114 by 13. Just double check that really fast. Looks good. Make it with transparency. Cool. Now we paste in all the books and we do them in this order. Blue, green, purple. Blue comes first. Now, unfortunately, copy pasting this is a little bit difficult because we need the same offset in terms of number of pixels. So this is 7 pixels. That's not right. It's 4 pixels. So on pixel number 5 is where this thing is actually, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. All right, so we gotta do the same thing over here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Then we get the opened blue book. Actually, you know what would help? I guess we could just turn on the grid here, right? Configure grid to match our 19 by 13 that we have. 19 by 13. Foreground color, just pick pink. And then make it show up. I don't remember how to do that. Maybe it's in view. There it is, yeah. That seems wrong. Oh, these are linked to each other. Okay. I think that should do it. So now we can paste in this new one, and this should perfectly fit there. Yeah, nice. Nice. All right, next color is green. Let's copy the green book. Oh, this has a red shadow. Oh, it has a red shadow probably because it shows up on the red tablecloth, but it should probably be dark gray like the other one. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Now we get the other green book. This one. Good. And then the purple book. That's the last one. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the open purple book. There we have it. We are revamping the enchanters then. All right, so there are all of our book graphics. The only issue is that I think we want to turn this into something that is like dark gray that will turn into looking like this bluish or purplish color behind it. Where is this thing? Yeah. So how do we check this? We want to see what this color compares to over here. Where did that paste? There it is. Okay, so you come over here and we compare these two colors. So it's a little bit darker. Yeah. And we don't have this shadow anywhere else. Nope. All right, well, it shouldn't be that hard to do. We just select. Okay, I was gonna say, selecting something shouldn't be the difficult part. We select all of the edges of this. Oh, and delete that. It's gotta be gone. There. All right, anchor this. Can't do a transparent black. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Yeah. What are your thoughts on UE5? So I have not actually used Unreal myself, but it looks like a very mature engine in terms of what features it provides. Like they have I think a stat system that you can plug into because a lot of games have abilities and cooldowns, and that's not the kind of thing I've seen an engine provide in the past. But that's not really what makes UE5 impressive, I think. I think there are a lot of technical aspects to how they do rendering where just out of the box, you don't have to worry too much about performance. You can basically just throw stuff at it and it'll render it well. And I mean in a performant way, not necessarily in a beautiful way. Although I think it looks good, but a lot of people complain about the defaults. Hey, Alex. Yeah, I did select more. I just fixed it. So now what we should be able to do is paint just black, I guess. So we click that and that and that, and then cut and paste, and then change the opacity of this layer. So I don't know what's going to look good here. So let's start with 50% and just see what that looks like. So export this over to here as maybe just books.png. Spell books. All right, so there are our spell books, and that's 50% opacity, which I guess let's also write down, even though I can just find it there. 50% opacity. It might look convincing at 50%. It might not. I have no eye for this stuff. So now we want to use the correct atlas. So let's go find spell books. Paste this in over here. And then they were 19 by 13. So let's do that. 0, 0, 19, 13. Okay. So every book is going to look like that. And then the open book is going to be... Wait, what? These are connected? Interesting. All right, so this is going to be 19. Yeah, like that. Okay, so they're all going to be the blue book, except that even that's going to break. Hey, Bad Chris. I am doing pretty well. We're on the front page today. Hey, look, it's the Adam customer. It's me. I'm wearing the same shirt. Yeah, so where do we get the book rectangle? Crystal and book. Oh, there's no crystal anymore. This shouldn't be used. Huh. I never thought about that, right? Nothing uses this? Set crystal texture. This is probably only used in one spot. Yeah, I'll write this down. We can probably delete this. Delete crystal rect from spell data. Hey, iOS dev guy. All right, well, ignoring that, we have the book rectangle here. Let's get all the book rectangles correct. So this is 1913, 00, 1913, 00, 1913. How does it know which one to use for the opened book? I'll have to look into that because I don't know the answer to that. So now this is going to be 38. And then the final one here is going to be 38 times 2. Cool. Let's try running this, but this is almost certainly going to break. Yeah. Because I probably forgot something else here. All right, so we build the Enchanter's Den. And yes, that is definitely wrong. I probably have the texture hard-coded somewhere in Spellbook. Like, yeah, there it is. This thing, this is wrong. This needs to be Spellbooks. Yeah, let's copy this. All right, and then get that. Cool. Should that be 38 plus 19? Yes. Why did I multiply that by 2 though? No, wait, no. It should be plus 38, I think. Well, I guess we'll find out very soon. All right, so what have we got now? Okay, the books are all correct. They're positioned a little bit wrong. And then as far as the shadows go, does it look like too much of a shadow there? I'd say so. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter. If you're fully zoomed in, maybe it looks a little dark. So maybe we lighten it a little bit. All right, we'll change that. So we'll just set this to, maybe let's try 25%. That's not even 25, but that's close enough. All right, so now export, and now click this, and then click this. Save and reload. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Okay, so positions are wrong, and what happens when we open them? I think that's the wrong graphic, but I don't know. How do we tell? Because the bookmark should have a triangle. No, it's already a triangle. And the, how do we tell if these two things are the same? Corporate wants me to identify the differences between these two photos. No, this is not the same. Yeah, I know this one's purple. I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even using the right graphic. Ah, that's why. This should have just been made into a constant somewhere. Let's go do that. That's what I do for the in-world button. So let's copy this and put this here. And then move this over to this. And replace anywhere that we had spell books. Yeah. There we go. Bookmark is too far to the left. Yeah. I'm definitely using the wrong one. And welcome in Accelerated. So now it should be the correct one. And now the positions of the books themselves are going to be a little bit wrong. Yeah, but when we open them, they disappear. Oh, how fun. Yeah, the reason why is because they all use the same open book graphic before, but now they need to use the book graphic that they had with a 19 pixel horizontal offset. So that's not hard to do. Let's go do that. We just need to get this data, put this here. So data book rect plus, can we add a vector to this? Vector 2, 5, 5? No. But what we could do is just make a new rectangle and take the position and add that, and then take the size. Good. And then the thing we want to add is actually 19.0 here. This being hard-coded is definitely strange. Update code and it's wrong. Well, in this case, it's not too bad. It's not going to take a long time to fix. Private, static, read-only, vector 2. So this is the offset from the closed book. Open book offset. Yeah. And I guess capitalize that. Yeah, so put this here. All right, well, let's go try that. It should look good. All right, build the Enchanter's Den. So we open a book. Yep, that looks nice. Now we open that. Looks good. And that one looks good, except for that it's highlighted in orange, because we used to have an orange book there. So we want to highlight it in purple, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. All right, that must be in here. Text color. Is this even text color? It's a particle color, right? Oh, no, it is. It's for this when you wait, that why is hovering over this not working now? Oh, because the positions are in the wrong spots. Okay, yeah. Need to move the clickable areas so that tooltips show in the right spots. So where's the particle color come from then? Color when cast. Oh, they're just hard coded as names. Okay, well let's just set this to dark purple. That's not a color. What has purple? Purple, web purple, medium purple, and Rebecca purple. Yeah, the books are positioned slightly wrong. That's correct, Skyhawk. I've got to fix that. Let's just go with purple for right now, so I don't have to think about that too much. And then let's, as Skyhawk mentioned, fix the books. So these are with the open graphics. I want to see them with the closed graphics so I can tell where to position them. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay, we need to do that. They're technically using the exact same texture. So when you modify one, you're modifying both. That's fine. All right, so as far as positioning this correctly goes, how about this? Let's move this. Oh, did I move the mana crystal? Probably did. We got to work on the next. So we can see 2 pixels of the tablecloth beneath this, 2 pixels and 2 pixels. Yeah, so they should all be good now. And yeah, sure enough, they look good. And then when you open them, are they centered on the table? Yeah. Or maybe not. 4 pixels. I guess how is this centered within here? We have 4 pixels there. How many over here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So if that's centered, then the final... Oh, the final thing is 19 pixels though, right? Oh, the mana. Yeah, it looks good enough. Hey, Freak Technic. And hey, Paku. Welcome in, everybody. Anyone watching from the front page right now, I'm making Skeleseller, and it is playable right now. If you go to Steam, you can play the demo of it. And the main thing, the reason why I wanted to be on the front page is to kind of just like share this game that I'm making, because I don't really have a marketing campaign going, despite having streamed it for the last year. So wish lists definitely help. We are just above like 1,600 wish lists right now. And the demo has about like an hour and a half to 2.5 hours of gameplay. So what we're working on right now is improving the enchanter. In the game, it looks like this, where there were just some books on the ground, and then this rainbow crystal is your mana. So you click a spell, it takes some of your mana, and this fills back up. This works, it's functional, but it doesn't look great. So the new thing we're trying to change it to is this, which is both functional and looks fantastic. Yeah, I'm excited about getting this in the game. So what we've done so far is we worked on the bottom right of this picture. We've got the spell books and the crystals in the game. We do not have, well, we don't have the mana crystal, I guess, correct, in the game. And what else? I think that's it, right? Don't we have the pool already? The pool is not animated for some reason. What happened there? This is not set to autoplay. Is that Tim the Enchanter? I think we gave them alliterative names, so it's Eric the Enchanter. But you can think of them as Tim if you'd like to. Where will my autocast buttons go? Those are going to be the crystals at the bottom. So when you unlock autocast, you will click one of these crystals, and it will enable the spell when you have enough mana. And you can only have one of these on at a time. Yeah, there's some who call him Tim. Tim's his nickname. And welcome in, Syncopated. Yeah, way better theme than buttons, literal buttons. Like, for those who didn't know, this is what we had before this. We had just these like boxy looking buttons, and you'd click them, and they'd work the same way that the new things work. But yeah, now it looks a lot better. Do you have to program each individual pixel or image, color, location for each frame, or do the game engines do that? So are you talking about like in very sort of old rendering systems, you'd have something like a draw pixel and you'd say it's X coordinates, Y coordinate, and then maybe a color? Do we have to do something like that? And the answer is that something somewhere is doing that for you, but it's the game engine doing it. And typically the way this works is, depending on whether you're doing a 2D or 3D game, you'll have a texture that gets bound to your GPU, and then it'll render triangles and know how to fill in colors based on some system. So it'll either interpolate colors between the vertices that you have, or draw in a solid color or something like that, apply shading, lighting, etc. Yeah, Pretzel. And hey, Pavicor. Wishlisted, please do have a follow and have a good night. Are you heading out? Well, thank you for the wish list and following. Yeah. Not a programmer at all, just been curious. That explains it a bit. Yeah. So generally, the way that you would have had to code a while ago would be something like this, but actually even harder than this. Typically, like if you were doing NES coding, you have just assembly instructions. And whereas today you might write something like print hello world, back in the assembly instruction days, you would write something like, you'd have a .data section of your program, which would have a string hello world. If you're not used to coding, none of this is going to make sense. Anyway, it'd be more complicated. And also back then, you would use some code to draw individual pixels or draw very basic sprites. Nowadays, game engines are advanced enough where you could basically just import a graphic or import a model and have it just render that for you. And then you would customize its rendering through some other means. So things like, you might have heard of shaders before. Maybe you write your own custom thing on top of this. Yeah. Do you create all the artwork yourself? No, I do not do the artwork. I am very, very bad at art. Oh, thanks, Freak Technic. I do the music and a lot of the programming, but none of the artwork. Mic quieter than usual. It should be the same volume. I could just move this up a bit. Unless something changed. No, I think it should be the same. Hang on a second. Is something different? Engage privacy mode. Give me 1 sec. All right. Let's turn this back on. Sound. What have we got here? Input. Let me see. It looked like it was peaking at like -8. I'll turn this up a smidge. All right. That should be slightly higher. Is it doable if you program the game, design it, and take over the music too? Yeah, it all depends on what skills you have. I mean, think about this. Like, let's say you were writing a novel. you almost certainly know the language you're going to write it in, right? But then do you know all of the topics you might be writing about? So maybe you're making some like, I don't know, murder mystery. Um, Actually, that's a bad example. Let's go something less gruesome. Maybe you're making a science fiction book and you involve space travel. Like, do you know how long it should take you to get between planets, let's say? Or do you know what scientific explanation you're going to have for cryostasis or something? So it's the same thing with making a game. You obviously know that music exists, but how to make it might be beyond the pale for you. So at that point, you'd either hire someone or get assets that already exist out there, or make some amateur sounding stuff. What keyboard am I using? It's a Korn keyboard. Okay, so we've gotten the books, we've gotten the crystals. We need to get the floating mana crystals to look good now. And I just fixed I fixed this, but it won't actually show up correctly until I think I make a new game. Or maybe I have to, no, I have to just restart the whole thing. So let's restart it. And then the crystal, I don't know what color we want to make it yet, but I guess let's start with blue. I kind of liked it being a rainbow crystal. Yeah, so now the pond is animated. So we fixed everything pretty much except for the crystal and the collision areas. And then we need to also fix up this. Probably need to move the vault. Actually, we don't need to move the vault anymore. Change autocast tooltip to mention the new crystals instead of buttons. Make sure the buttons have the correct tooltip. Delete that. Need to move the clickable areas. Yeah. So let's get that floating crystal. The crystal now moves up and down, which it never had to before. We can do that with an animation player. And then it's also a different color, which should be easy enough to fix by just changing the mana crystal, I guess. Aetheryte crystals from Final Fantasy XIV. What are these? These are totally different. They're not the same at all. Mana crystal. What do we have for this? This has a hard-coded rectangle for this. And it is just the colorful one, right? Yeah, it must be. We could verify this. 272, 192. And where might you be located? Actually, it doesn't matter. Let's just do it on this. 272, 192. I'll copy this into a new scene altogether. And then we'll just make this unique. And sure, whatever. And then I'll modify this. I forgot the numbers. 272, 192. Yeah, it's a rainbow one. Okay, so we could keep it the same, but if we're going to have it float, we don't want the stone to be underneath it. And I think we have a graphic there somewhere. Can we open this in? No, we can't. How do you... Okay, I don't know how to do this. I want to find the name of this thing. What is the name? I don't see it anywhere. Yeah, weird. Oh, maybe resource? Yeah, whatever. I know where we could find it. So let's open up game, assets, world, market. It's one of these. There it is. All right, so open this up. Do we even have a crystal that's not colored in? Or sorry, a crystal that doesn't have the podium thing on it? We only have the gray one. So then we'll just delete the little stone thing from underneath it. What's happening? Hey, Reed. I'm on the front page today. And hey, Caleb. Caleb's been saying Mr. Leans for the longest time. Now, the way Quickie Joe mocked this up, I think the color of the mana crystal was supposed to match the water. So let's just use that. I think he even provided it. Yeah, well, empty. That's not empty. Is that even the color that's in the picture? We don't have another one of these, do we? I don't think so. Also, we don't need these individual graphics anymore. We can delete all of those. So these, this, this. Yeah, delete all of those. I don't think this matches what I see here, but I'm not very good at looking at things. Maybe it does. No, this is like more filled in, right? I think I'm going to continue to use the gray crystal then. Or maybe it goes from rainbow to light blue. No, I'm not sure. Hey, Sam, I am. But thinking about dabbling in game creation on the side, would you say with respect to planning, you should pretty much be able to play your game on paper beforehand, not literally? In an ideal world, maybe, but I think it's very, very hard to judge games on paper. And even take a game like Minecraft, which we now know to be successful, and most people would say that it's fun. If you just said, oh yeah, it's a game where you're, you know, placing and deleting blocks, maybe you'd see the fun in that and you'd say, oh, that's like Lego. But other people might say like, yeah, well then what do you do in the game? It's like, well, that's the beauty of it. You don't do anything. So I think in general, like, yeah, maybe try to think of what's fun on paper, but I'd say make affordances for changing stuff. So generally like have knobs for anything that needs to be balanced. So that's why I tend to write out skills with something like deal X damage. I make it very clear where the variables are, or like deal X damage with a Y% chance to miss. So if this ever has a balance problem, it's like, okay, just change X or Y. You don't need to like redo the whole ability. Whereas something like, you know, freeze target enemy, this is either on or it's off. So it's very hard to balance if it's broken when it's on and it's underpowered when it's off. And then the other thing I was going to say is get to prototyping quickly and then iterate on feedback and get honest feedback. I guess the advice never stops. So this is one of the things we try to do with Skeleseller quite a lot, which is we've launched now, what, 7 checkpoints over the last year? And some of these were very, very half-baked. Like the very first checkpoint, it wasn't very fun, but it still let people give feedback on what was important. And back then, the feedback was something like, well, mostly technical issues, like can't read the text or can't resize the window. And then like, yeah, what am I doing in the game? So yeah, basically don't go too far in any direction without validating that direction. With modern engines, it takes longer to make a paper prototype than an actual prototype anyway. I think it depends on the game. Yeah, I think it depends on the game. But yeah, in general, you can cut a lot of corners and just kind of slam some things together. Also, welcome in, Syracuse. Remember when it wasn't even called Skeleseller, when it was Idle Ascendants. Hey, Boomer. Yeah, this is the Skelerap guy. Okay, so what do we decide? That we want gray going to rainbow, or that we want like gray going to blue? I guess it doesn't really matter too much. But we should probably cram this into this graphic so that we don't need to do anything super extra here. We ran out of space for just crystals being placed contiguously, though. Not that it's a problem. And we don't even use these colorful crystals over here on the left. So we could just repurpose one of those. Alternatively, we could just get rid of the podium from underneath this. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I already deleted it from here, right? It's not like it's hard to do. And we got to make the crystal float. Shouldn't be silly. Make the crystal float up and down within animation player. Just uploaded a full crystal to Discord. I figured the full one should still be rainbow color. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Let me take a quick look. Oh, and rock projectile. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so empty is going to be blue. Full is going to be the rainbow one. Okay, I can deal with that. Yeah. Let me save this. And thank you, Quickie Joe. All right. So we search for crystal. We only have 2 of these. And this uses the Atlas texture as well. So yeah, I think let's just change this inside the Atlas texture. I'll just put 2 more down here, assuming it'll fit, which I think it will because these should be regular sizes. How tall is this? It's 32, so this should also be 32. Yes, good. All right, let's do that. Game looks so colorful. Yeah, that was intentional. I really want this to be a very laid back game. The more I play games now, the more I think that I rarely want complexity. I've played enough games with complexity, and I kind of just want to turn my brain off now when I get done with work. So if a game has really complex mechanics, or I have to like learn a lot or balance a lot of things in the game, I usually just move on to something else. So I wanted Skeleseller to be something where it's just like, turn off your brain. It's fun. It's not intended to make you hit some massive barrier in the game. Like Slime Rancher. Yeah, Slime Rancher was another like kind of turn off your brain kind of game, I think. I remember not liking it very much so for some other reason, but I don't recall what the reason was at this point. All right, so we need these to be aligned to the very top of the tile and to the very left of the tile. So that looks good. And then we need the rainbow crystal as well, which Quickie Joe just provided. So let's go get that. Downloads, full crystal, open. All right, that looks great. Let's anchor this down, and then let's delete the background of this. So I want to select just the pink area. Why can't I select that? There we go. Yeah, I want to select just the pink area, and then we do this. And okay, well, I messed all that up. All right, whatever. Let's do this. And then I wanna, how do we do this? Is there like a union tool or something? I guess we could subtract all of these. That's gonna be annoying. Oh, you know what we could do? We could do the inverse of this. No, that's not gonna work either. All right, the short answer is let's just delete these. I guess I could just delete the entirety of the pink background from there too. Yeah. But if we do this, then they won't find outside of this boundary. I am obviously an expert at manipulating images. Look at me go. Terrible at this stuff. Figma designers everywhere are shaking their head. Especially when I forgot this 1 pixel here. Well, we finally accomplished it. All right, so now export onto that thing. Okay, so now we got to use these new crystals that we have. Yeah, no Factorio, for sure. I played Factorio for 45 minutes at the end of one of my streams years ago, and I was just like, it just feels like work to me. It feels like I am programming. Arc SE. Oh, Survival Evolved. I played that. Oh man, Arc desperately needs a question at the beginning of the game. How many people are you playing this with? And how long do you want to play for each day or something like that? Because I was playing with a total of 2 people. It was just me and a friend, and we wanted to play for, maybe like 3 to 4 weeks. The default settings on Arc are such that they expect you to be playing with like 400 people over the course of the rest of your life. So it takes, 4 years to get a dinosaur in the game, and it's just so frustrating. We eventually found the sliders that let you change this stuff, but then we were just kind of arbitrarily changing things, and it would have been nice to know here are the suggested settings for 2 players just trying to have fun with the game. It was a very, very punishing game in terms of time, and it felt like we had to do 2 hours of work just to play the game. Okay, so the mana crystal can use different graphics for this, but these aren't overridden at all. They're provided via code. So here's the crystal rectangle for mana, and then the empty rectangle doesn't get customized at all. So we only use this for the active one. Set crystal texture. Yeah, this is for the active one. So we never change the inactive one. We could just change it for all of them. I mean, if we're not going to do anything else here, we might as well do that. Yeah, that should be easy. All right, let's change that then. All right, so we got to find the new coordinates of that. It is just 32 pixels farther down. Now, something that people should know about Godot, if you don't already know this, is you can just do math in these things. So you can say 192 plus 32 and press enter, and it will automatically work. And for some reason we picked pink here, which I don't know why, because the new graphics don't exist. Huh, look at that. Did I save to the wrong location? I definitely saved this, right? It says overwrite atlas. Where does it think this lives? Can we see the file path? I go to save as maybe? World marketplace. What? What is going on right now? This atlas, open. Yeah, it has the crystals right there. So why doesn't this have those crystals? We have 2 of these? I don't understand how this could be different. If I just drag this here, there are the new crystals. And isn't that what this texture is using? I mean, we could just update it and make certain that it's using the right one, but it should have done that by default. And this seems to indicate to me that I have 2 of these, and we definitely shouldn't. Yeah, well, now it works. Hey, Hef. Hey, Kojin. On release, I spent 4 hours taming a T-Rex and protecting it, only for it to walk off a cliff. Yeah, that was the other problem in the game. The pathfinding was crazy. Yeah, so those sorts of things, I get that if you're playing it maybe how the developers intended on these sort of mega servers, that it's probably worthwhile. It makes it feel thrilling when you finally get that thing to work. But yeah, if you are in a, I want to turn off my brain, I paid for this game, let me do what I want to do. Isn't gzip for deduplicating? Or do you think there was some like cached thing here? I didn't actually see what was going on. Okay, so we've modified that. That's the inactive texture now. So if we change the region on this, I believe. Where is it? It's not this. Something's... Oh, here it is. Yeah, if we change the region on this, we should see it turn blue. Yep. Okay. And then we go modify it through code to get it to turn a rainbow color. And I guess for that, we need to get rid of the podium graphic. Let's go edit this. So this is orange, which means it needs to go over 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so check this out. Plus 4 times 16. Done. Oh, except for not done. Then we also need to add to this. Plus 32. And we have the same problem we had before. And that is now solved. Okay. Let's get that same rectangle. 272, 224. 272, 224. All right, so we should have all of this looking correct now, except that it's not floating up and down. Yeah. So now we want to make it float up and down. So let's add an animation player. And this should be very easy to do. We click new. We say something like, I don't know, float crystal. Then add a property. We find the crystal. We click position. We make it loop going up and down. There and there. Okay, so we just drag this somewhere. Why is it not moving? Oh, that's why. All right, so let's see what that looks like. Good, and then how do you get this to loop? Wrap, loop, interp, and clamp, loop, interp. Is that what this button is? Animation looping. Oh, interesting. I see what it's doing. So what does the clamp one do? Interesting, yeah. Oh, Spiro. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. Wow. Spiro gifted a record number of subs the other day. I don't think I've ever had more gifted in my channel on any given day. It was like 160 something. To give another 10 is bonkers. I hope you're doing well. I saw you were streaming this morning. How'd it go? And hey, Ingvar. Yeah, today I've got a lot of viewers because I'm on the Twitch front page. For anyone new who hasn't been here before, we're making this game you see on the right side, Skeleseller. It is playable. You can download it on Steam if you want. We'll probably update the enchanter and a bunch of other things and then push a new version. Stream was great. Thank you. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Cool to see the progress and the viewers. Yeah, so a lot of people who are watching right now are probably not really watching. In fact, I might even be muted for them. I just happen to be showing on their screen, and they're probably trying to find another streamer right now. But if you've never seen game dev on Twitch before, these are the kinds of things you can watch, I guess, on a regular basis. Hey, look out. Welcome in. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I try to stream for about 7 hours a day. It's mostly development. So a lot of what we're doing now is very visual. A lot of what I tend to do is through code. But yeah, let's get this animation looking good. So the way we can do this is we can put this right in the middle. So if I put this at 0.5, then it should interpolate a little bit better. Yeah, and then we just slow this down a bit. So is this the time scale? No, that's the time. The time scale is here. So we can set this to 0.5 as well. And now it should be a little bit slower. Yeah, it's going too far up and down. We want to constrain this. So it starts at 33 and it goes down by 10 pixels. Let's have it go down by 5 pixels. Okay, does that look sort of like the picture that we have over here for reference? No, it's going very slowly there. And it's only going by like 3 pixels. Okay, we can do that. So this will be 36 and it's going even slower. So maybe like 1.125. Oh, whoops. I changed the wrong thing. My bad. I meant to change this. All right, how's that look? It's going slightly faster. 0.4. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, Snazzy. Holy viewers, yeah, on the front page right now. Put Adam on mute just to know who's boss. You're the boss, Caleb. Well, you can't hear me say this right now. All right, let's go try this out. So the crystal should be blue now when you run out of mana, and rainbow when you got mana in it. So if I cast a spell, we should see, yeah, nice. Oh, it stopped floating. Why did it stop floating? Was it ever floating? Is this thing set to play by default? No, now it is. All right, that fixed that. Front page hype. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very excited. I've been making the game for about a year, but it's only been on Steam since November, I think. And it's not like there was a demo back then. And at first, it was like the average number of wish lists per day was probably around 10. And now I'm getting 10 on a good day. So I suspect that after today, it should have like shot up a little bit. And hopefully people share with their friends and everything too. I am really trying to just make a fun game here. This is not supposed to be like a cash grab, microtransactions kind of thing. It's a one-time purchase eventually. It's not for sale yet. But I want it to cost about $10. I want to keep supporting it for a bit if people are liking it. And like I said, once you bought the game, the goal is just let you have fun. A lot of idle games in this genre, or a lot of other games in this genre, will do things where you get to like, you know, 1 trillion money and you're spending 1 billion at a time and you just keep progressing infinitely. And as a result, there's no real benefit to speeding up your progression. Like the difference between 1 trillion and 1 times 10 to the 50th or something is not really a big difference in gameplay. They're just, the numbers are going higher. In this game, I want it to stay within the human number realm. I want it to be a finite amount of gameplay so that you're hopefully just having fun at any given point, and for there to not be any of those like major barriers you encounter in the other idle games that are out there. Do you use AI to help speed things up with coding or anything? Yeah, I use Copilot, and I really just use it for smart autocomplete. I don't tend to want it to act as an agent or anything, but just for laughs, I tried it the other day and it didn't seem to do a great job. Did I even test this, by the way? No, I don't think so. I meant to. Yeah, so let's see. Should be floating correctly now, right? Oh, that's very smooth. Why is that so smooth? Just because I'm zoomed in? Oh, and when zoomed out, it starts looking a little weird. Yeah. The reason why is because we're interpolating over a continuous spectrum with this. I wanted to interpolate over integers. Can we pick discrete? Does that work? So now it's discrete in the keyframes. So we can make a keyframe for each pixel, I guess. But is there a better way to do that? Capture? What does that do? No, that's still smooth. I don't want it to be that smooth. Yeah, so I think I want it to be discrete and to just make other keyframes here. That's going to be annoying. Yeah. All right, so what's happening right now? We have time 0 is going to be 0 pixels, or like y equals 0. And at time 0.5, it's going to be y equals 3. And then back to time, well, like 1 is y equals 0. So we want to divide this into thirds. So we want this to be y equals 1. Then this to be y equals 2. And this should still be y equals 3. And then so on and so forth. Hey, Syntonic. How you doing? Is there a stair-step interpolation strategy or similar? I only see these 3 things, continuous, discrete, and capture. I don't know what capture even is. We should probably just look that up. There's also some playback options here. Auto, what is this? Auto capture? All right, yeah, let's look this up. Animation player, Godot. Where is just the description of capture in the, or where's discrete? Where do you even find this stuff? What is this on? Transition type, maybe? Is it this? No. How do we find just... Capture included. I want to find just this thing. This is on an animation track. Maybe I need to find something. Animation tree. Does this have discrete there? Does this have capture here? No. I don't know where you find this. Yeah, I want to find just the documentation for this dropdown, basically. All right, well, how about this? Let's look at the resulting scene file, and then we should be able to find where I have this set to discrete. If I even have it set to discrete, I might have set it to capture. No, I don't see that. But we have the track, which is called Float Crystal. Yeah, here it is. So what is this thing? Interp. Okay, so it's an animation tracks interpolation property, and it's some enumeration there, and we need to figure out what that is. But it's an animation, not an animation tree. Animation. Documentation index, here we go. Track types, maybe one of these 3 things. We have capture listed here. Aha, found it. Okay, if the first keyframe's time is greater than 0, the current value of the property will be remembered and will be blended with the first animation key. For example, you could use the capture mode to move a node that's located anywhere to a specific location. I don't fully understand why you would want that. But I think I'm just going to do this in the easy, dumb way and not try to figure out the best way to do this. Seems best suited for very repetitive greenfield tasks. I tried it on a Rails project to generate some of the more boilerplatey stuff for a little web app which I was making, and it did pretty well. But anything more advanced seems to take more effort. Yeah, I think it'll get better over time, and hopefully then it can take on like small bugs even. I still think AI is good in general. I don't think it's well suited for replacing a programmer just yet. Okay, so we're going to change a lot of these. I don't know what level of granularity we have here, but it shouldn't hopefully matter too much. So we're going to keep discrete on here, and we're just going to make this go by 1 pixel. Then we're going to add another keyframe, and we're going to make this go to, what do we do? 50 divided by 3 times 2. No. 0.5 divided by 3 times 2. There we go. And then we make this say 32. And then we add another keyframe. Like I said, I know this is not the best way of doing it. I don't care. I just want this to look good. Now, something peculiar happened there. That didn't get set to the right thing. Huh, weird. And that didn't get set either. I think I messed something up. Okay. Do you have a VOD playlist of all the episodes? Yes, I do. There are all of them in that command. And welcome in, as a meta. I guess you could use that capture thing to move a node to a specific position, defining only one keyframe. Yeah, it might be possible, and I'm just not totally sure I understood and want to do it the stupid way. So this divided by 3 times 4. Yeah, there. And now I want this back to 32. And then one more of these. Oh no, maybe 2 more of these. And then maybe clamp this. Yeah. So 0.5 divided by 3 times 5. And set that to 31. Something's wrong again. Why does it? Man. Yeah, something went wrong there. And then we want the final one to be at the 1 mark. And this should be back to 30, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, good. Okay, and then we set this to clamp. Okay, now let's try that in the game. So now, no matter how zoomed in you are, it should only ever move it by 1 pixel at a time, I think. Yes, but it's jumping upward for some reason, which would suggest that I messed up something else. Can we zoom in on this? Yes, there. Oh, what? There's a line between these two. What does that line mean? What is that line? Why does it only show up for that one? Oh, can you change the type of... Oh, hold on. Maybe I didn't understand this completely. Can you change the type of each individual thing? No, you can't. It's a whole track. They have the same Y? Oh, thank you. Yeah, good point. Okay, so let's see. What did I want this to be? This is 33, 34, 32, 35 now. This should be 36. 34, 35, 36, 35, 34, 33. Look at that. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what I want. Nice. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. All right. I am going to try to take... Oh, wow. It's already been almost 2 hours. I was just about to say I'm going to try to take breaks every hour, but I apparently overshot by a lot. For those who haven't ever seen this, which is probably most of you, when I'm just taking a quick break, you can all play a game called Jump Royale. So let me demo this in just a sec. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, so you've got 30 seconds to type join in Twitch chat. And then the goal is to jump as high up in this world as you can while I'm on my break. You're all playing against each other. It's somewhat easy to understand if you try it out for a little bit at first. So J0 is going to jump straight up, and J5 will jump a little bit to the right. Negative numbers will jump to the left. Anyway, this won't be the last time we play this today, but I will be back. Game starts in 18 seconds. I'm going to go use the bathroom quickly and see you soon. Hey again, everybody. Cakes, I don't know if you're still there. I don't know if you saw my message, but thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I did check out your stream. Again, I don't know if you're there. I saw you were explaining, I think, coordinate like conversion systems to one of your viewers at the time. But it seemed very nice of you to do that for them. Yeah, so anyway, I hope you all like this game. This is a game that we... Oh, did I have that Skeleseller for more info thing there the whole time? No, I didn't. Close the game. This is a game that we made on stream over the course of like 3 days, and we've made some improvements since then. But yeah, it's called Jump Royale. It's one of the stream games I made just for my short breaks. There's a game we made for the longer breaks. That was a Minecraft plugin. Do I have a command for that? Animal Royale, yeah. That was that one was interesting. I don't think we'll be taking a lunch break today, though. I'll probably just eat while I'm at my computer. So the plan is to get the enchanter working, and then I'm probably going to play Skeleseller for like a run through and just kind of chat with people at the same time. All right, so we've done this. We need the enchanter to merge with the world beneath it. Let's go take a look at that. So we have this whole tile map. We just turn this off. And then I look over here. That's pretty good. Excuse me. We should probably remove these mushrooms. Just so they're not so close to the spell books. Anything else I'd want to do here? Not really, I guess. Everything should kind of be positioned on top of this thing, which would mean putting all of these as a child of this. Can I do that easily? Yes. Okay, let's move all those under there too. That way if we move the enchanter build... Ooh, why are those off to the side now? Why are those off to the side? Oh, no, something weird happened there. Okay, they're not. That's fine. Bulletin board, I guess same thing, put that under here. Animation player doesn't matter. And then the hover area. Collision shape is just for the mana crystal. So let's just put that under the mana crystal. And then move this to be on the mana crystal. Or maybe on this whole area? I don't really know what you'd expect, but let's set it to that. Anything else that's weird about this? No, everything looks like it aligns. Yeah, let's try that out in the game. And then maybe move this entire thing up just a smidge. Like seriously, like 2 pixels or something. Yeah, I want to try that. The reason being that the very bottom of this looked like it collided with this darker grass down here. Whereas now I think this is pretty good, except for that crystal's floating in the middle of nowhere. Why? Yeah, why indeed? Because it looks like it's here. Huh. Maybe we set the position of it? Mana crystal dot position. Oh, no. I think I know why. Because the animation player sets the position of it. Yeah. The X coordinate is now wrong for this. And it needs to be... It needs to be 47. Wait a second. That is what this is set to, though. 4733. It's a magical mana crystal. Hey, Blueberry King. I'm not sure why that's happening. Huh. Interesting. If we play this? Yeah, it thinks it's over here now. I mean, we can just move this, but... What is this relative to? Oh, the center of this. I see. So I want this to be positioned relative to the mana pool, I guess. Which is like that. There we go. Okay, so now we want this to be over here. So now it is 2 negative 17. Or maybe even, yeah, 1 negative 17. All right, let's just go manually change the scene directly because we have a whole bunch of vectors over here that are going to be wrong. They all now need to be relative to 1 negative 17. So where are they? Where are they indeed? Here they are. Yeah, so 1 negative 17. So let's change all of these to be 1. And then these should be... All right, check this out. You can do minus... what do I want to do? 50? And that should just do it. Yeah, let's try that. All right, so now it's in the totally wrong spot, but possibly it's going to get fixed when we do this. Yeah, nice. All right, cool. Guessing it's front page day today? Yeah, it is. Yep. I'm doing well, Blueberry King. Today's a very exciting day because we're not often on the front page. In fact, the last time I think was, what, 5 or 6 years ago? It's been quite a long time. And check it out. We just did all of this. I think we're pretty much done with this. We have the new enchanter in the game. And all the spellbooks should be working. And when you unlock auto casting, you now get these little crystals here. And if we had the mana, it would automatically cast those. Oh, and we have the purple particles, which I forgot to look at before. Nice. This looks so much better than what we had before. All right, let's go clean up the last remaining bits of this. This is done. Change AutoCast Perks tooltip to mention these new crystals instead of buttons. What does it say right now? Unlock auto casting, which allows you to automatically cast a spell when you have enough mana. Yeah, there should be a note here, /n/n UI. Where is it? Should just be the text note, right? Do we not write notes like that? How do we? Oh, there it is. Color equals. Yeah, that. I typed a curly brace instead. How much is in the demo? So far, everything that you see me using or playing in the game is in the demo as well. But eventually, that's not going to be the case. Eventually, we're going to make some content that is only for the final game. Thanks, Carmite, and welcome in. Yeah, I'm going to probably play the game somewhat soon. Maybe in the next hour or so. I'm not sure. We'll be streaming for a total of probably 8 hours today. All right, so I want this to be here, and I want there to be a note that says, where's the note color? Oh, this is localized. Okay, well, we haven't localized this, and I'm not going to do that for right now because I don't want to spend the time right now. All right, so note, you have to click one of the crystals beneath a spellbook to enable this. Maybe delete the you have to and just make it imperative. Click one of the crystals beneath a spellbook to enable this. Yeah, okay. All right, to enable auto casting. To auto cast that spell. How about that? To auto cast that spell. Yeah. All right, make sure the buttons have the correct tooltip. That we already looked at, I'm pretty sure. I think that was fine. What does it say? Click to toggle auto casting the Stalking Frenzy spell. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so this is done. This, I think, is done. Yeah, let's look at it in the game. Just make sure it looks good. I have, maybe this is a weird thing, but you can just read the text in the editor, obviously. But I want to see it in the context of the thing that we're hovering over, just to put myself in the shoes of a player. Yeah, so that's fine. So this is what it says now. Unlock auto casting, which allows you to automatically cast a spell when you have enough mana. Note, click one of the crystals beneath the spellbook to auto cast that spell. How about we even shorten that? The crystals beneath the spellbooks control auto casting. No, maybe not that. Click a crystal beneath the spellbooks to auto cast that spell. Yeah, there. You check the loading screen? Oh, no, I didn't. It looked fine. I think we need to purposely slow down loading. Where is that? Loading screen. Here it is. Okay, so loading screen. Where is the progress? Here it is. And how do we purposely slow down the progress? We could just make it never complete. Yeah, we could just delete this. Debug button to flash up the loading screen for X seconds. Yeah, we so rarely make modifications that I've never added a debug function for it. So this will make it never complete. And interestingly, we do have a problem with this, huh? Null reference exception. Interesting. That's very interesting. The mana crystal itself has a timer that never gets hit on the loading screen because it always loads faster than 1 second. Oh my god. Well, that's a problem. Yeah. That's definitely a problem. All right, I mean, we could fix that. Hmm. I wonder what the impact was to players. Because if you hit play, it presumably just would still. I can't even click the play button because underneath the Mac thing right there. Need to increase this a bit. Yeah, presumably would just finish the loading screen. Start that timer on it instead. Yeah. Well, except for this is what increases the. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Let's go take a look at that. Timer equals new. Let's do all this stuff on init. Yeah. And then we'll rerun this. Yeah. All right, so now I go to the title screen and we click new game. It's just going to get stuck here, which is fine. I wanted to get stuck here. That crystal looks okay. When it's not filled in, it's going to be that bluish gray color. But yeah, cool. All right, it's working. All right, what else? This is technically not necessary right now. Need to move clickable spots. That's correct. And then what things to consider? Maybe want to change the colors of tablecloths or books. I don't really I mean, does anyone have any thoughts about this? Like, there's a blue book on a green tablecloth and a green book on a red tablecloth and a purple book on a blue one. Should we make those colors kind of match? Does it matter? Perhaps some tips or facts on the loading screen. The loading screen takes literally less than half a second. So if it did last for long enough, I think having tips could be good. But otherwise, we would need to force it to take longer or force you to press a key to continue beyond it. Also, you only see it that one time. It's fine. Okay, yeah. Well, let's just keep that. Okay, I'm happy with that. All right, maybe want to make an Alice sprite out of this. We did that. We should try to figure out what color the mana crystal should be. May need to update the enchanter's text. I don't think we have to anymore. Let's take a look at what the text says. So you click them. They say, hi, I'm the enchanter. I can cast spells that will affect various parts of your town. Spells cost mana, which comes from this rainbow crystal. It says this rainbow crystal, but now the enchanter is somewhat farther from the rainbow crystal. Click a spell book now to try casting that spell. Okay, and hopefully it's obvious you can't click these in the background. Yeah. I think it'd be worse if they have the same color. Make the purple book red. Yeah, that could potentially make it at least make a little bit more sense of these tablecloths. So they're all shifted by one. Wait, to the left of it. Yeah. They're all shifted by one. Maybe you should highlight those 3 spell books once you've clicked on the guy. Yeah, I think it's a nice little polish thing we could potentially do. I will say this. I don't think people have been confused in the past about what they could click. So I want to see people play this before I start making changes like that, because it might just not be necessary. Oh, and then the other thing I need to test now is what happens when you have items and you drag them over any of this stuff. Yeah, that's all working. Okay, cool. All right, I am pretty happy with that. Let's go check this in. Seems like you can click the spell books through the chat. Through this, you might be able to. No, I don't think you can. Yeah, no. I think it looks like you can. Yeah, you can tell when it's at the bottom that you can't actually do that. And even if you can, I'm okay with that. Also, welcome in, zero latency. Okay, let's check in what we've done, and then let's clean up that last little bit. So we added some new graphics. I'm not going to look at these. Oh, did we add any new scenes? We didn't. I shouldn't need to run that UID tool. All right, so I don't care about any of that stuff. Enchanter Crystal, we changed slightly. Yeah, nothing too crazy there. Enchanter Den, we changed drastically. But none of this should be crazy either. Yeah. This we turned off. This shouldn't even exist then. Yeah, just delete it completely, right? Oh, we clear ground based on this thing, I think. So I think if we delete this, we're gonna break something. Let me go take a look at what happens. Hey, who cares? How you doing? Size. Yeah, this gets the size of this thing, and if this doesn't have a tile map layer, what does it do? It returns 0, 0, in which case then it won't clear out any of the ground when you call create enchanter, which is here. So what if we just delete this call? What does this look like? Hey, Ayers, how you doing? Good morning. Good morning. We are on the Twitch front page today. In fact, I haven't actually looked at this myself. Let me take a screenshot for posterity. Where am I? There I am. All right. It's picture time. Face forward, Adam. Nice. Save. All right, cool. Tired? Can you take a nap? What was I doing just before that? Before I got excited about this? I don't remember. Oh, yeah. What happens when you clear the ground? Yeah, so let's try this. Yeah, so now trees show up. I guess we're deleting that tree as well, maybe? Yeah, and we should be. Okay, so we need the ground tile map to exist, but not actually have anything on it. So this will just never show up. This is just about deletion. We needed to have this size, though. I think I'm going to leave this here. I don't like this idea. How do you know you're on the front page? I had to apply for it, and I actually applied 3 times, and I got in on the 3rd time, and then they tell you whether you got in or not. And you apply for a specific time slot. So that's how you end up knowing. Really sick. Been sick the whole week. Today's the worst. Went home sick. Oh, man. Can you just rest up? I'm sorry to hear that you're sick. I always get worried when I feel the symptoms of sickness coming on. And I felt that way yesterday, but nothing actually happened. I don't know if I just slept enough or if I just wasn't sick. I don't think it's random, no. Because what Twitch wants is for you to do content that's maybe a little different. Oh, Smurf. Thank you for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Everyone's being so nice. Yeah, Twitch wants you to do content that's probably a little different from what you normally do. So you're not, stuck in a rut of like, oh, I hate the game I'm playing or something like that. So today I set out on some tasks that are a little bit more visual than normal or a little bit faster. And I'm also going to be playing Skeleseller in addition to just making it. A lot of times I'll stream the entire day. I'll develop the game and we'll see the game for, like 2 minutes or something. But today people should be able to see it for a couple of hours, I think. All right, so we do need this here, which means we do need the part of the scene that we were looking at, which means if I go back to the changes, where are those? Oh, we need this back to what it was. That would be very important. I can't find it. Well, then we're going to have to do this again. Okay. Yeah, I should probably write a note about that. Let's write our commit message. So revamp enchanter graphics. Quickie Joe made new graphics that we've now included here. Note that a tile map layer still exists in the enchanter scene, but it never renders. It's just used for clearing the ground underneath the enchanter. Reminds me of Cozy Grove. Let me look this up. A game about camping on a haunted, ever-changing island. As a spirit scout, you'll wander the island's forests each day. I like the main character. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, it's a very hand-drawn look to it. When I see a game like this, the thing that this immediately makes me think of, because I see a hot bar over here, I see a fishing rod, and I see a town laid out like this, is it's a survival game. And I don't know if they list that as one of their genres. No. But I guess camping and survival kind of go hand in hand. And then I sort of expect a whole bunch of stuff as a result of that. And I've played enough survival or crafting kinds of games now where I feel like I want something very specific out of them. Like I enjoyed Terraria quite a lot. And I played a few other survival games I don't think I liked as much. Hey, Juicebox Hero. People, yeah, we're on the front page. And again, I want to give another thanks to Smurf for the gifted subs. So generous. Okay, so we got this written out. So I can ignore the rest of that stuff that we have. This is all fine. Yep, so it was that visible false that caught my eye the first time. By the way, for people who are new to game development, what I'm doing right now is reviewing my code. Typically, you would have someone else review your code if you're working on a big team, but I'm working on a very small team and I don't want to spin up other people's time for this. So I look through to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong. And I do catch issues by doing this. In fact, we're writing a different message that we're going to save alongside this code as a result of looking through this. All right, spellbook changed very slightly. This should not be checked in. Town, revert. In-world button looks like a crystal now. That's fine. This changed very slightly. Looks good. Oh, hey, switches. We don't even use switches anymore, do we? I should look into that. See if we use switches.png anymore. Anything else? This is a separate bug fix. We should check that in on its own. And the rest of the stuff's fine. Yeah, okay, cool. So fix bug on loading screen. The mana crystals timer was being added, but its timeout relies on having a town instance, which it doesn't have. This bug would only have been hit if loading took at least 1 second, but it typically completes much faster. May have always completed faster, I'm not sure. But either way, bug fixed. And now we have the rest of this stuff, which we can check in like this. Congrats on the front page. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Tran. All right. Cool. So we check that in. Okay, now let's look into these other minor cleanup things that we had. What is this bar on the screen? Which is delete crystal rect from spell data. Let's just try deleting it and see if anything bad happens. In fact, what is this doing here? Item category data. Is this even used? Nothing uses this? Wow, interesting. Okay, let's delete this too. Did they end up launching a new demo? Who? Hey, Jost. Am I using GitHub for your remote? Yeah. Oh, do you mean, did we end up launching a new Skeleseller demo? I was talking about, oh yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I was pretty sure I was talking about Terraria earlier, and I think they are going to make a new version at some point. Yeah, so I don't know what time frame you're asking about exactly, but we had what I was calling like checkpoint 6, I think was back in February, and then checkpoint 7 was maybe like 2 weeks ago. So we've been launching new demos here and there. If I look at the Steam page, I've been trying to keep this mostly up to date. It says version 0.7.5. I think we're actually up to, 0.7.6. So I didn't write the patch notes for that. So the next version we publish will be today. It'll be 0.7.7. It's going to fix mostly minor stuff. But the game is certainly playable right now. And I don't think you'd miss any of the things that I'm going to publish today if you wanted to try it now. Hey, Letters, welcome in. Okay, so we don't even need that thing at all. Yeah, reload this, but close out of all these things. Don't save. Okay, so what am I looking for here? Item, category, data, delete this. All right, then we also look for the rest of the stuff, crystal rectangle. And like I said, we're just going to try deleting this and see if it causes any problems. We also then need to delete these things, but it's just the first rectangle for all of these. There, okay. Does this build? Does it break? How are you managing versions? Hardcore Sember or rolling your own thing? Yeah, just hardcore Sember right now. Or hard code. I read what you had written. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Save and load. Yeah, nice. Man, this looks so good. It's just so much better than what we had. Yeah. All right, so yeah, nothing used that. We still have this written in a couple of places though. So I want to find out where else this is being used. There is fine, that's a parameter, and this is a constant. Yeah, we're totally fine. All right, great, done with that. So remove unused code. And then the last thing is see if we use switches.png anymore. Apparently we do not. So I guess let's get rid of that. The actual graphic itself is something that maybe in the future we'll want, but the way I always look at it is if we don't need it now, we should just delete it. Where does it even exist? Switches. Yeah, so here's what the graphic looks like. It's just a bunch of levers and buttons and stuff. The problem is these never make sense in this game. Like we had those there. In fact, I can show this. We have the buttons here. This is not a good way of having you cast spells. It's not a machine. We do have a lever on the extractor, but that's a custom lever. That is down here. When you build the farm, you get the extractor. And when you upgrade extractor training, you get a lever on the side of it. And now you can toggle this up or down. But this is very specific to this graphic. Do they automatically sell the items or store for quests? So they do different things based on the priorities that are kind of laid out here. So for example, let's say we had some potions. They will bring these potions to the extractor first because I have this lever toggled. But then once that's filled, they'll go bring them to the shop. And then once they're in the shop, these customers can come over and buy them. And you'll eventually see that happen here. But if you have a quest that takes in those items, then they will prioritize the quest over, I think, pretty much everything else. So like now I add a bunch of these. They're going to bring the potions down here. So they try to do what's generally smartest so that you don't have to control their priorities manually, which the only thing you can do to control them now anyway is to click this lever. Eventually, we might put something like that on the tavern so you could stop quests from making progress. But yeah. How do you prevent from spawning trees and flowers in the way of building the house? Just curious. So the map is hard-coded, as in when you play the game, this tree will always be here. And for everyone else, it's always going to be there too. What we do when we build a building is we wipe out the land underneath it. So for example, the town hall, if I didn't have a sign here, you wouldn't know that this plot of land is special at all. But when I do build this, it wipes out all the bushes and trees and flowers and then overwrites it with this stone that we have here. So we do a combination of removing stuff and then overwriting it with other stuff. And Kevin's been working on a feature that'll let us draw arbitrary paths. And we can probably use that to make a more dynamically created map. In fact, something I just noticed is this bush is on top of the tree here. Does that only happen when you build the town hall? Or is that just always on top of the tree? No, it's only when you build the town hall. It's that one bush, right? Does the entire map render or only a portion we see? I would guess all. So that's up to Godot to do any sort of culling based on what you can view at the time. And I doubt they make it render everything. So they're probably culling. I forgot to look at it again. I doubt they're rendering everything. Yeah, that's where this thing shows up, right? Or on this tree. Either way, it's definitely not there to begin with. Leave the bush. I will not. Whoops. Okay. Let's go to the town hall. So there's a bush somewhere. It's actually not even in... Oh, wait, it's not here. It's in town hall level 1. No, what? What's going on here? Where is that bush? Is it that one and it just gets elevated for some reason? I'm not sure what's happening. It's beneath a red mushroom and to the left of a purple mushroom. So there's the red one. There's that. Yeah, so it's that bush right there. I build the town hall. And yeah, it just shows up on top for some reason. That's interesting. It's very interesting. Unless it's part of this and I'm just not seeing it. It's not though. Huh. I don't know what would cause that to happen. Because when we wipe out terrain, we shouldn't be relocating any of it. All right, where is that thing though? There it is. Yeah. And then the tree should always show on top of it, huh? Oh, maybe it's a different tree that we're replacing it with. I don't even think that's... Yeah, it is. Oh, wow. That is what's happening. Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, let's just delete the bush then. That's the easiest way to get around this. Click that and that. Actually, let's open this one more time because it had changes already and I only want to make a change to this one thing. I just want to delete that one bush. There. We hardly knew ye, and now no one shall ever know ye. Remove errant bush near town hall. On DH Gate? I don't know what that is. Is that a pirating website? Buy products from China at DH Gate. Huh. They list software on there? Interesting. I mean, for right now, it's only a demo, so I don't really care what other sites are hosting it. But yeah, once it's a paid game, I'd probably care a little bit. It's been around for a long while. The site or the demo. Thanks, Asami. Thanks for wishlisting it. Yeah, by the way, this is one of the main reasons I wanted to be on the front page. If this game looks at all interesting to you, the game that I'm making, Skeleseller, please do consider wishlisting it. It really, really helps. When I started the stream today, we were about 1,600 wishlists, but it does not update in real time. So as people click this button, I don't see it go up to 1601, 1602. The only way to check it is tomorrow at, I think, like 7 a.m. And then I'll know how much it went up by. So I can't tell you how much the front page is helping so far, but yeah. The reason to get wish lists is because sometimes Steam uses it for some rankings. So like there's a most wishlisted game section. I don't think we'll probably ever be on that section because the games that get a lot of wish lists get like 100K plus. And I need to do a lot better marketing to get to that point. Steam front page or Twitch front page? Yeah, Twitch front page. Yeah. They fully built split keyboards on AliExpress for like $80. I wonder how good they are. All right, so we don't use switches. I never actually deleted it. Let's go delete it now. Okay, and yeah, remove unused switches.png. It wasn't being used. All right, I do want to show this off, but we can wait until tomorrow for that. Done. Okay, so where does that leave us? Start working on the new enchanter. That's done. Do I have a task about that on GitHub? Nope. That's fine. All right, play the game. Should we play the game? Should we upload the new version? I've got a bunch of other tasks I want to do, but yeah, I think let's play the game now. And maybe before we do that, we'll upload the new version so that everyone else can play the exact same version that we're playing if they want to, which certainly no need. Yeah, let's go do that. All right, so Project Godot, let's bump this to version 7.7 and then go into my release instructions and do this. Bump game version to 0.7.7. I want to automate slightly more of what I'm doing right now. Some of this stuff is manual. It's not too bad. I do have scripts for a lot of this too. I just don't have a one button press to publish everything. All right, then we want to open this, I guess. Just launch from our save file. We need to figure out the patch notes. So git log. Where was the last version that we uploaded here? Oh wait, we never wrote patch notes though for 0.7.6, did we? I think I skipped those. I don't know what version's even live right now. April 16th. That was a week ago. All right, well, whether or not it's live, I should write the patch notes for it. So sure, let's get 076 as well. So where's 075? Did I not write it down? Update game version, there it is. Okay, so it's everything after this. So it's all of this stuff, which is really not that much. 076 is live, gotcha. Okay, so then maybe we should just skip over these. What do we even do? Yeah, okay. All right, this doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, this doesn't matter. So we added some new icons, revamped the enchanter graphics, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, well, whatever, it's something. Is this done? This is done. All right, now let's open the exported Mac build, make sure this is working. Then we can just put it online. Load. We should see the new enchanter here. Yeah, nice. So cool. So cool. Yeah, neat. Okay. Snake Hat DLC is coming. Don't worry. Well, learning Python, hoping to become a game dev someday. I've been working on an idea for an idle adventure indie game, so I really appreciate this stream. Yeah, nice. I think it's a lot of fun. Ooh, what happened over here? This all went black. Uh-oh. Hang on one second. Where would we even see... I don't think we would see where this problem is. I don't know where the logs would go. Well, one way we could check is over here, maybe. And maybe we'll see it in one of these. I mean, that doesn't look good. Can't open any of these files. Oh, I think I know why this is happening. Oh, God. Oh, this is probably bad. I think I overwrote the version that I'd been running from. Oh, darn it. Yeah. That's not necessarily a problem. I think if I just press this key on my keyboard, it'll load this up again and everything should be fine. But yeah, I didn't expect that to happen. No, it didn't load the... Oh no, that had all my changes. No. Okay. I remember now why that's a problem. All right. On Monday, I coded something that will automatically run like a demo of Skeleseller constantly. I'm going to have to set that up again. Oh, I really should have put that in a different location on my file system. All right, well, let's write that down for after I get the demo, or after I play the demo. Oh, God. Oh, Tommy, thanks for subbing. Welcome in. 1.8K viewers. Yeah, we're on the front page today. All right, let's write that down. So after demoing the game myself, I need to resurrect... What was that code that we had? The branch with the demo features. Then export again. I should move it to a special location so that I don't overwrite this. Maybe I can merge main in to get the new enchanter. All right, well, that all pretty much works. Let's upload this now. So we have an upload to itch command and then an upload to Steam command. Tools, Steam, upload to Steam. Okay, itch build is almost done. Steam stuff is working. Too bad you don't have any useful mods. I have plenty of useful mods. I only have useful mods. Okay, now we need to do two-factor auth on my phone for this. Give me one sec. Actually, first we need to go over to here, right? Put the build on default. Is it done uploading? Yes. So sign in. Put this on default. Oh, gotta write the version number, 077. Done. And now we find this somewhere on my phone. And there we go. It is now on Steam. It might take up to 5 minutes for people who already have it for it to update. But now we can go write the patch notes really fast. And then I'll play the game, and anyone who wants to see the game from the beginning can take a look at that. All right, so minor update. Let's go get this. Edit. All right, so this is 077 and 076. Yeah, and then let's copy this. Biggest changes are whatever we have listed here. This is 077 stuff. I should probably write this down. V076 was already online, but I never wrote the patch notes for it. And then 077 makes these additional changes. Okay, revamp enchanter graphics. There are no longer books directly on the ground. And add Skeleseller specific icons for harvesting efficiency and the quick move menu. What is that even called? What is that called? Quick move menu. Cool. Good. Now we got to figure out the patch notes for 076. Stop buttons from playing the bonk sound. This is mostly just like fix some bugs and improve the visibility of perks. Fix some bugs. Improved readability of perks. The costs were hard to read, and it wasn't obvious when you could afford the perk. Anything else that's worth writing here? That's done. That's done. I don't really think writing those out is going to matter. Yeah. Fix some bugs. I guess I'll just write it here, like clarified some tooltips. No, I didn't even really do that. All right, there, that's good. All right, there's a thing. Do you have a CI or CD pipeline for this? No. And the unit testing is very minimal. I've talked about this before, but in general, I think tests are helpful if you know your code is going to stick around. And a lot of what we've been working on has been code that's changed so much that I didn't want to also wipe out the tests for them. So once this is out, or even closer to when it's out, I think we're going to start writing more tests and make sure we don't have regressions. Anytime we do have bugs, we're probably going to want to write tests to make sure they don't ever recur. Is there certain criteria you need to meet before you can add Steam achievements? There's nothing you need to do in terms of Steam other than be on the platform. As soon as you're on Steam, you can add achievements, but I don't think they're very important until we've actually like come closer to launching the game. So just in terms of priority, it's just not high enough priority to work on yet. All right, why this saved it, but I think I might have done something very stupid. Oh God. Let's see. Oh no, okay. I have not done something stupid. Thank goodness. I thought I overwrote the other patch notes. Hey, Stico, welcome in. All right, so this should be online. Let's go take a look, and then I will play the game myself. See latest update. This did not post here yet. Is there a way to link to like this specific page? No. Maybe that? News. Maybe we can just do that then. Yeah. All right, well, let's just make sure that that works. I'm gonna quit out of this, and we're gonna start the game from scratch. There's a share button, but is there a way to? Oh, I gotta sync that too. Is there a way to see when? Oh, there it is. Never mind, I got it. Okay, cool. All right, let's go get to it. I just gotta put us in the tutorial. And change this. Okay. All right, let's play the game. So for anyone who has not seen Skeleseller from the beginning, which is probably most people, If you want to check it out, this is what you would see if you were to download the game yourself, except for you'd start on the title screen and we would have music. So let's get that going. I'm going to set this to 10 seconds. Anything else I want to change? No, I think it's pretty good. Okay, let's get started on our Skeleseller playthrough. Let me also get rid of that, which means I should probably write that down to put that back in. Give me a sec. Huh, my to-do list isn't loading. That's not good. Oh, there we go. Also put the Skell banner back on stream. Did you make the music? Yeah. I made the music for the game. Okay, let's start a new game. I've got the land. Oh, by the way, so the way the game's going to start, and we have not coded this yet, is that you were an adventurer and you were out fighting when you got poisoned by a snake, and you went back to town to try to find an antidote, but they didn't sell one and you died. And you came back as a skeleton, and you want to make sure that no one else ever has that same fate befall them. So you're starting your own town. So it says, I've got the land for Skeletown, but I need adventurers to do battle for me. If only I had a guild. And we look around, and what do we see right there but a build guild sign? Lets you hire adventurers. All right, so now we have our guild. We have a guild master. Looks like you need to hire an adventurer. I can find one for you if you'd like. It'll only cost you 20 Gs. All right, chat, what are we picking? Rogue or mage? I'm not letting you read the tooltips. Just pick based on rogue or mage. Rogue, mage. All right, defining up. There we go. All right, second vote for rogue. Let's go with rogue. Now that you have an adventurer, send them into battle. Click start battle here. Oh, let me turn off my keyboard camera. Give me a sec. Okay. All right, so it said adventurers fight for you automatically. This is a very, very laid back game. This is not intended to stress you out a lot. The rogue won their first battle and found a potion, but where do we sell it? Well, maybe the look around button will tell us exactly where to sell it. Lets you sell potions that you find. We build it, and now our little skeleton man can bring our potion and put it in the shop. And now customers can come buy it. How does the battle mechanic work? Do you always win? You always win the forest battles. Well, actually, that's not technically true. Excuse me, you take damage, and the damage persists. So if I start battles fast enough, I will eventually die. The battles all follow a set of rules, though, that are controlled by which adventurers you're using. So, for example, I have the rogue. The rogue has 3 abilities. They have execute, so any enemy at 8% life or less will just be killed. They have quick strike, which always targets the enemy with the lowest life, so that you do use execute. And they have cloak of shadows, which increases your power and your dodge. They use all of these abilities based on either the condition that's listed, or if they're active, based on the cooldown being hit. So quick strike is used every 0.4 seconds. So here you see it being used very frequently, right? We're doing 3 damage constantly. So yeah, the battles play out by those rules. You do not control the battles other than which adventurers do you have and which skills do you have. I don't actually have skill points yet because it says defeat the next elite enemy to unlock them. And if we want to, we can help our little skeleton move stuff and just drag things over here. However, the way you get your very first thing that you can build, well, actually maybe not the very first thing, is by losing an item. So we are going to build our town hall, which lets us unlock perks to improve the town. Let's build this thing. And the very first perk we can get, we don't have enough money for. Oh, wait, we do have enough money for it. Auto battling. Unlock auto battling, which will allow you to automatically repeat a battle once your adventurers reach full health. So we click that button, and now we get this new button on the screen, which when we click, we'll just make our rogue walk back to the portal and just start fighting on its own. So at this point, we could reasonably just like walk away from the computer, and we would come back and probably have a ton of money. But we can do things faster than that. So, like I said, the first sort of goal you don't even know that you have is to lose an item. And the only way to lose an item is to do battles often enough that this skeleton is overloaded and can't stock shops fast enough. So you can win anywhere from 1 to 3 potions from a battle. Just walk away and let the game play itself. Yeah. Hey everybody, I'm on the front page. See ya. Yeah, we're unlucky enough to only find like 1 potion per battle. I swear it's a 33% chance for this to happen. And we've only had it happen, what, 4 times in a row? So yeah, pretty unlucky. Yeah. There's one other thing. That was, I think, 5 times in a row. So that's what, 1 out of 3 to the 5th power. What, 9, 21, 80, or 27, 81, 243. I think it's 1 out of 243 chance. Okay, there. We finally found 2 potions. Yeah, so now the skeleton's a little bit overloaded. They don't have a place to stock this, so they come over here and just stand around until there's a free slot. They will probably make it back here in time. Yeah, it's going to start fading out, but it won't actually fully fade out. It kind of makes me wonder. Okay, so now we finally found 3. Like I said, there's a 33% chance of that happening, that you find 3 at once. And ideally, it would have happened much sooner. But now we're guaranteed to lose one of these items if I just leave them. In fact, I'm not going to leave them. We're going to drag that one there. And then this will disappear. And now this sign appears saying summon garbage slime. So with our 1 gold, we can get a slime that will eat items in exchange for gold. So this is the garbage slime. They pay you for tasty items. And if you drag items, then they'll pay you based on their hunger. So over here, if we drag, it says 3 gold. But if I just keep holding this here, it'll eventually say 4 and then 5 gold. But it takes quite a long time for it to get hungry. But even if we never unlock this and you never figured out about this, which you will at some point, there were still other perks we could put money into. It's still only offering 3. It will eventually offer 4. Yeah, there we go. But we could hire another adventurer, and the game even tells us to do that now. And that is probably the best move. So now we hire the other adventurer that we were offered, the mage. And with them, we can go start a battle in the forest. So we have 2 battles going. And we'll find way too many potions now. So now it probably makes sense to upgrade the slime a little bit. And we can get some perks like Seek Food, which will make them automatically eat off of the ground. Critical Eating, which will make them give you more money sometimes. And make them get hungrier faster. So like here, we'll give them this for 4 gold. Which is more than the potion is even worth. That one just disappeared. That's me. I always tip. I'm a very nice customer. Yeah, so what we could do, we don't even really need to wait for this stuff. We could go cancel out of this battle and go fight the first boss. Oh, we don't have enough money, but we're about to. There. Okay, we can go fight the first boss. So this is the canyon. The ogre dwells here. The ogre doesn't have any special abilities. They're just really strong. This is like the hint system in the game of if you're struggling a little bit and don't want to level up, you could find out what this boss is all about here. So we'll start the battle. I'll just kind of manually zoom in here because we don't have it in the game yet. But yeah, this boss doesn't do anything special. It just attacks. And it usually kills one of your adventurers, but it doesn't have to. But this is scripted so that you can never lose this fight. This is the one fight in the game that we guarantee that even if you should have lost, you won't. So the ogre will just stop attacking at some point. So we beat the ogre. Ogre will no longer terrorize that poor canyon. And we got ogre blood worth 100 gold. So this is a nice little boost. Now we can send our adventurers back into the forest on their own. We could try the next location, which is the volcano, but they probably won't win. And now we can unlock the farm. Allows you to grow crops that can level up your adventurers. So now with these potions, we can drag them to the extractor. And it'll plant seeds in the farm. I'll tell you how your farm works. Yeah, drop potions in the extractor and extract seeds. And when a crop is fully grown, click it to harvest it. The chef slime will then cook it into wisdom sludge. And right over here is our chef slime. I'm a slime. I love to cook. I'm really bad at it. Bring me food and I'll cook it. Use the resulting wisdom sludge to grow more powerful. So we currently have 3 little carrots planted on the farm. Let's do that and that and that. And oh, we lost a potion. All right. Now there's an orange slime. Yeah, so as these grow and it's about to hit 100%, I'll be able to harvest this myself, or if my skeleton has nothing else that they're doing, they can harvest it. But they're going to be constantly moving potions back and forth. So we will get this, and it'll just drag it automatically to the chef slime and give us some delicious sludge. Let's automate that. So now we have this lever here. So now the skeleton will bring potions down to the extractor for me, which I could also do. Yeah. All right. And I want to upgrade the slime a little bit. Let's have them eat food that would have disappeared and allow for crits. So when this is about to go away, it will instead, well, I guess the skeleton's gonna get it. But the next thing that would disappear will instead be eaten by the slime automatically. Items take 20 seconds to disappear. Yeah, it's gonna be one of these two. And because we just unlocked critical eating, it's guaranteed to be a crit. So we actually got 7 gold for that. So let's make you get hungrier a little bit faster. I'm gonna turn down the effects sounds a little bit. There. All right, nice. So we have enough sludge to level up the adventurer. 1 adventurer. Costs 10 sludge. And the first level does give you a skill point. So since people chose the rogue earlier, let's level up the rogue. Let's get their first skill. And it is crit. So now we have a chance to do 4 times the regular amount of damage. So A-Trend was asking earlier how the battles work. You have these innate abilities, and then you can unlock up to 7 abilities per character. And depending on how many skill points you have, you might be able to use maybe like 4 or 5 of them. And you can at any point choose to re-specialize. So I can just like remove the points at will. All right, I'm losing items over here. So let's get this up and running. Yeah, for those, by the way, who didn't hear this, this is the game I'm making. I've been making it for about a year. There are 4 other people working on this, and it is playable in exactly the form you see right now on Steam as a demo, or on itch if you want. And if you like the idea of this, please do consider wishlisting it. It really, really helps. Right now, like I said, the demo is free. It will eventually cost probably $10 to play the game. And the full form of the game, I mean, you'll see me play through the whole demo right now. But the full form of the game is going to add more of pretty much everything. More adventurers, more bosses, more locations, more items. Probably not too many more mechanics. We'll probably add some new perks here and there. And we'll probably even code some of those today. But yeah. Make it a premium currency. I want to avoid microtransactions. You know, I know people have been ragging on Nintendo lately for the cost of Nintendo Switch 2 games being, what, $80 or $90. But really, I think people who've watched this for long enough, like, they see the amount of work I've been putting into this. I plan on selling this game for $10. Like, even if it sells 100,000 copies, that's $1 million minus Steam's cut of 30%. I mean, $700,000 for a year and a half of work is definitely not bad. But comparing to software engineering as a whole, it's not necessarily great. And also, we're not guaranteed 100,000 sales, right? So it's like Nintendo's doing this on a massive scale. I'm maybe somewhat of a Nintendo apologist to begin with, but also I just think like this is where game dev is headed. It's a very costly endeavor. Is it offline, online, PvE, PvP? It is offline, single player. So it's just PvE basically. It's meant to be a very cozy, laid back game. A lot of what I'm doing right now, I'm kind of talking as I'm playing. I could be leveling up my adventurer, so let's do this. Let's get the burn ability. And now they could probably actually go fight in the volcano. So let's stop this battle. Let's go see if they can take on the volcano. Yeah. Can I pirate the game? Well, right now it's only free, so there's no way to spend money on the game. So there's no way to do the opposite of what you're asking about. So you can only play it for free. I did not make any of the art myself. I made the music and I did a lot of the coding. We want to pirate it still? Okay, well then maybe someone should upload the demo to some pirate website. All right, we're getting cloaks now, but we don't have anywhere to sell them. And now we do. Now you know what we should spend money on next is getting more customers, which costs 50. And we do not have 50. We shall wait. We shall wait for these customers to go buy this stuff. You know, Plants vs. Zombies 2 made $13,000 for every $1 that the first one made due to microtransactions. I know microtransactions are very lucrative. I just don't want them to be in this game.
I think that's one of the problems with indie games. I think that's one of the problems with idle games as a whole, is a lot of them are marketed to be infinite games where you spend money to increase the progress toward the infinite. And it's not a good value prop for players, I feel. I just don't want to do that for this game. You gonna list the credits? Yeah, there they are. They're also in the game too. Who owns the art if an AI makes it? So a lot of what people have been saying about this is if it's trained on public data, then you can't copyright it. I think if you were to probably train an AI only on your own artwork, I'm assuming you could copyright that. Did you use frameworks to make the game? This is using Godot as an engine, and it's coded in C#. Yeah, so we're able to take on the volcano now. We could hire another adventurer, and let's get the witch doctor. And we'll throw them in next. I want to upgrade the slime and the farm next. We'll hold off on the tavern for a bit. I don't mind manually moving stuff around. Yeah. So let's throw the witch doctor into this battle. Throw you in there. And then level you up once and give you... Oh, we don't have enough money for their skill. We need 21 more gold. Critical eat. Nice. Oh, that's the money I needed. So now we can level up the witch doctor. We'll give them the skill. Oh, zombie leader. I like that one. Was it pleasant to use Godot? Yeah, mostly. How was your first play with the Mini Freak? Oh man, it was super cool. So for those who didn't hear, I got a new synthesizer, which I am still learning and don't really have an audio setup to be able to show this off or anything. But I want to keep messing around with this. So I have another Skeleseller track in mind, which I'll probably make without the synthesizer. But then after that, I want to see what I can do. Maybe a battle theme that I make with the synth. Okay, so they're beating this battle in 15 seconds. I want to upgrade the farm next. Yeah, let's put these over here. And I'll hold off on this. Picture of Abby in the corner. Nah, I won't be able to do this. Let's do this. All right, farm. How much do you cost? I want this one. That costs 100. Oh, actually, we could level up another one of these too, can we? No, we don't have enough money yet. Kevin Brad at marketing. If you're a developer and looking for other developers to work on a project with, where's the best place to find them? So this is kind of a multifaceted answer. If you're looking to hire developers, I'd say there are a lot of job posting websites, something like Fiverr, or I don't know the names of these websites, but like a monster.com type of thing. If you're looking to just work with people, game jams are typically a good way to look into that sort of thing. They're usually communities that form around game jams, and people are looking to work with others who have a skill set they don't have. So maybe you want to find an artist, maybe someone else wants to find a developer. Alternatively, any Discord communities you're in, some subreddits are out there, and just anyone in your personal network, friends you know that you want to work with. Oh, nice. This customer wants a yellow potion, and they are willing to tip. Oh, I should get more customers too. Yeah, let's do that. Customer. Okay, good. Now we're gonna need. Let's get this. I'm gonna start a quest. Okay, so the way the tavern works is you are hiring other dead people. So the quest says, bury the bard, promised to bring some potions to a party, but he was ambushed by goblins on his way there and died. If you help him find these potions, he'll join your workforce. So this is how we get more skeletons. And we need this there. Yeah. Is it more than 15 keys too much? You mean on the keyboard? Oh, on the synth. Oh, I think it all depends on what you're playing. I was gonna say my computer keyboard actually has fewer keys than that synth does, I think. I think the synth has 37 keys, and I think this has 36. Well, I know this has 36. Game is around 1.7k wishlist right now, right? With so many viewers here, why not give that a bit of a push? Yeah, I would appreciate it if people could wishlist this game. We put a lot of hard work into it. It's already playable. There's a demo out. I think it's fun. I enjoy these playthroughs, although I'm mostly talking to chat right now. I'm only kind of loosely paying attention. Although we're almost at enough money to upgrade the farm and also to upgrade an adventurer. Have you played Swords and Sandals? No, I haven't. What is that? Swords and Sandals. That's apparently a game on Crazy Games. Interesting. Is it a turn-based PvP game? How many years have I been programming? So I don't have a direct answer to your question, but I have 2 commands that will indirectly answer your question. I started when I was 13, and as for how old I am now, there's a website where you can find out. All right, nice. We finally unlocked this. Let's go do this. Actually, let's send them back to the regular forest. Just have them like crank those battles out. And then I'll level up. Let's level up the rogue. Yeah. So they should win these battles very quickly. Yeah, in fact, it's probably even better to split them up a bit. Yeah. PvE, I see. Piano 2 opportunity spotted. I think making a musical form of that could be kind of interesting, because the first one wasn't very musical. Oh, we can finally upgrade the farm. I wasn't even paying attention. All right, let's clear out some rocks. Nice. Maximum carrot production over here. All right, so as soon as I bring this potion over here, we're gonna get another worker. Yeah, so now Barry the skeleton has joined your workforce. Now we have a naked skeleton. Only your skeleton gets a cloak. All right, so those are the 2 things I want to upgrade at first. Now I think I want to put more into the slime. Oh, and let's have these go back to the volcano. SFW skeleton gameplay. All those bones are just on display. See, they harvest your little crops for you too. Although you can do it if you want. All right, now we're talking. Now we're getting some money over here. Let's get some more of everything. Let's have them get hungrier faster. Yeah, because with 2 skeletons, they can handle all the potions. I'll put cloaks and stuff in here. Hey, Remy. Still traveling, so can't really be around. Hope the stream's going well. Yeah, it's been good. It's funny because I've seen enough other people on the front page to know that it's not like the chat activity really increases. If people are even watching, they tend to be watching from the front page where there is no chat element. And it's not until I say things like this until they finally maybe tune in for a bit and join. And I get it. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's funny to see that there's whatever 1,800 viewers or something, and yet chat is moving like roughly the same speed. Yeah. All right. So next general goal here. Actually, you know what? I might skip this and go straight for clearing out even more rocks. No, the regulars are paying attention. When I go to the Twitch front page, which is pretty rare, I don't think I ever watch any of the streams in the carousel. Or if I do, it's incredibly rarely for an already rare beginning activity. I thought muted viewers didn't count. Front page is always muted. They definitely count. I don't think there are 1,700 people or whatever like watching this specific stream right now. I think most of those people are just trying to get to a different stream. I'm a problem solver, but the clue is not that clear unless it's specific for certain people who played your old games or for specific people who are a master in English. Yeah, the first one probably does need a little bit of English knowledge, but I've had a lot of people who don't have English as a first language still figure it out. So yeah, anyway, you can approximate. I mean, you can see roughly how old I am and then just subtract 13, and that's how many years I've been coding. But I am not too inclined to share the secrets to that puzzle. What's this called? This is Skeleseller. Let me put this thing back on the screen, I guess. Yeah, this is the game I've been working on for the last year. All right, we have enough money to upgrade this. I do not usually do this first, so I want to see if this is actually a good idea. Now we can put this in here and this in here. Yeah, now even just filling up the farm is going to be a little bit difficult. Oh, you know what? We could upgrade the portal next. Looks interesting. Well, thank you. Yeah, we've been making this for the last year or so. And it is available as a demo on Steam right now. And I'm doing a full playthrough of it right now. I'll probably do another one in the afternoon. I should have this front page slot for the next like 5 hours. So it'll probably take us another hour to beat the game. And it's very laid back, so it's like a nice thing to talk to chat while I'm playing. All right, we filled up the farm now. We can get rid of this. We can also make these seek out items a little bit faster. Nice. And then the next thing I want to get is the next location. Yeah. All right, so we don't even need to touch these items anymore. I think it should all just manage itself, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. All right, and then that cloak will just get eaten by the slime. Come on, come on, come on. No, 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 go over there. Yeah, nice. 9 Gs. Critical eat. I would like to make another game using the Skeleseller assets, but in a different genre. Although that's way too forward thinking for right now. All right, so I want to upgrade the portal. Let's go do that. Oh, let's upgrade the rogue, actually. Nice. Now we'll crit like crazy. Yeah. So the rogue does 22 damage when they crit, and probably even more when they have Cloak of Shadows on. Yeah, they're destroying this battle. Alright, let's get those. Get us some carrots. What does the next quest take? Yellow potions and boots. Tovin, a dragon slayer and part-time accountant, needed some items for one of his jobs. You're not sure which. He perished due to a miscalculation. If you help him complete his quest, he'll join your workforce. Yeah, I don't really want to give up the potions right now, but the other worker will help. So yeah, let's do this. All right, there we go. Let's get ourselves some more carrots. We need 200 sludge for the rogue now. Probably better to level up another person. All right, this cloak is mine. No touchy. You hear that, skeletons? There we go. All right, so we just need one more yellow potion for that. Yeah, they don't really need these cloaks to be up there. Got it. All right, let's go try the next battle location. So upgrade the portal and head over to the jungle with our 3 adventurers who probably are gonna die. I don't think they'll be able to handle this. Oh no, they're doing okay. There's my zombie leader with a crown and cape. Love that thing. There they are again. Did I make it shorter? No. Wait, yes. I deleted one of the stupid clues. One of the stupid puzzles, I mean. All right, now we're getting red potions, which should pretty much just like fill the farm. And boots. What a fun game. Oh, we could have gotten the warehouse too. I actually don't want to build that. What stack am I using? This is just Godot and C#. Hey, Redbeard. Oh yeah, you haven't seen the new changes, have you? So I know I mentioned these, but I added a farm. We added, you can't see it because I can't build it yet, but the fishing pond, and we like drastically changed adventurer progression. So we've had some people play the game already, and it seems like these changes are pretty well received, except for a couple of rough edges, which you got to figure out. But yeah, how'd your stream go today? Have I noticed the solutions? People are welcome to give hints privately. Yeah. Okay, let's upgrade this. We're winning in the jungle, and we almost have enough for our next worker. Do this. Nice. Critical eat. Winning in Hearthstone, people were mostly nice. Mostly nice. It's because I wasn't there. Then it would have been incredibly nice. Rather play Skeleseller. You should check it out again, Redbeard. I'd be curious what you think. Did I do the design myself or some pre-mades? So if you're talking about the assets, a lot of this started as asset packs. So the world that you see, but then Quickie Joe has been making art on top of this. And as soon as I unlock the enchanter, you're going to see the thing we did just this morning. But that's all custom stuff, as is all of the adventure artwork that we have. So like the Rogue, Mage, Witch Doctor, Quickie Joe made those. Any of the enemies you see, those are custom. The buildings you see here are custom. So a lot of this is now deviated from what the asset pack provided. But I don't do any of that work myself. I am a very, very bad artist. So I do the music and I do the coding and game design. ETA for release is probably about September. So here are the steps. today is like a marketing day. I'm on the Twitch front page. It's mostly just like tell people about the game I've been making and say, hey, you can go wishlist it, which by the way, you can go wishlist it. And then on June 9th, Steam's Next Fest will happen. Next Fest is a time when games that have demos can be part of this thing. You can only be part of one Next Fest, and you can't have launched yet. So you need to have a demo, and you can't have been in it already. So it's all upcoming games that people can get excited about. So I'll have Skeleseller in there, and I'm hoping that's our second like big marketing push. One of the things that the game has as a function in here is this, provide feedback. I've been reading the feedback that people have provided already and trying to make sure that things are generally headed in the right direction. To give you an idea, oh hey, we got a 19th response. I haven't read that one yet. So the very first question is like, did you have fun playing the game? Most people are saying yes. It's going to be a little bit biased because people are probably not going to provide feedback if they didn't find it fun. And then like, how much would you pay for it? This is all over the place now. And then a long form answer that I won't share because there's some personal information sometimes there. From Next Fest, if we see that, okay, yeah, people are still having fun. Hopefully it's less biased. Hopefully, actually, you know what we haven't gotten yet? We haven't had a single review yet on Steam because I only enabled this like last week. Is there a review there yet? No, there's not. All right, well, anyway, people on Steam will hopefully leave reviews and we'll be able to see how well it's kind of trending. I think people have generally liked the demo and they wonder like, what's the full game going to bring? And it's a lot more of what you see in the demo. So right now we only have a map that's this big. There's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 locations and technically the fishing pond. But yeah, we'll probably have something like, I don't know, maybe like 24 locations or 20. We'll have some more bosses. We'll definitely have more adventurers. I actually even designed the adventurers already. We know what they're going to be. There's going to be a golem, there's going to be a spirit caller, and there's going to be a class that I haven't named yet. Maybe like a lightning mage or something. Although we're going to kind of have that. Okay, yeah. So we have been kind of tinkering around here for a while. Let's level up. And let's get one more to level 4. And then let's try to beat the dragon. Yeah. In fact, we can even upgrade this to be able to get to the dragon. Maybe get some more customers over here. All right, I need 10 more sludge. Go, 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 go. There's 2 more. We need 8 more. Now we need 6 more. I got ads. I've got to repeat everything I just said. How long until there are more big changes, if any? I'll check it out again for sure. The demo is not going to get any more big changes because I want to make sure there's still a reason for people to want to purchase the game. So the last set of big changes was launched like 2 weeks ago, which includes things like this farm, the fishing pond, the adventure progression stuff. And then any other major changes are just going to go into the final game, which I'm happy to share with you. If you want, I could share a version, I don't know, a month or 2 from now. It probably, actually, Next Fest is until June. We're probably not going to do any post demo stuff until after June, I think. And even then, it might not be like super interesting stuff. Like maybe we work on controller support or something. All right, bail out of here. Bail out of here, everybody. Let's go to this next what am I doing? Let's go to the next location and see if you can win. I think we're a little bit over leveled for this because I haven't been focused too much on the gameplay. So the dragon has a special ability that hits every one of your characters with a fireball. But I'm doing a ton of damage, so I think I'm gonna win. Yeah. I think I over leveled a bit. All right, well, whatever. We won. I like the zombies. Those are the zombie leaders, which is one of the new graphics we have. We always had the ability, but we just didn't have the cool looking zombies. So now we have this sword. And we can go try to fight in the next location where we will probably lose. Oh, I'm definitely feeding this to the slime. Give me that sword. 225 Gs. Yeah, new map looks great. I love it. I think the farm is working really well too. It's mostly automated. The way it works is your characters bring potions to this extractor and then it plants seeds on your farm. And actually now we can unlock the fishing pond too. This lets you catch fish. The fish can also be fed to this cool little slime here, the chef slime. And we start with 2 fish, except for my characters are going to die. So let's get another adventurer. Let's go with the... I don't know who I want. I'm gonna go with the cleric. Let's see if the cleric would have helped this battle. And actually, let's level him up. I don't have enough for another level. Okay, let's try that. Can they beat this? Or is the cleric bad? Hey, Frankie. Looks so different from when I last played it. Yeah, there have been a lot of changes going on. And wait until I unlock... And you know, let's just do it now. Check out the new Enchanter's Den. Look at this thing. It looks so much better than the last one. Now we can cast spells from here. Would have said cleric too. Yeah, it looks like they're doing decently. The cleric themselves, they're about to die. But they've got a haste buff. So I'm not really sure that helps a bunch. I remember being like super overpowered at one point. Oh, whoa, we just found a ton of items. Okay, let's help out here. Let's get that and that. Put some of these in here. Put that over in this shop and that over there. And now actually I wanna go collect the items that they want. They want some small blue potions. Let's go here really fast. Knock out that battle. I've got 4 overpowered adventurers going into the level 1 forest. Yeah, so they're gonna find these. And that way they tip when they buy these items. They tip 20 gold. Probably not worth it to have done this, but I did it anyway. Now they're going to come over here and also tip 20 gold. Can you switch out the positions of the fighters? Like put the cleric in back? So you technically can, but there's no benefit for doing that. I didn't want the position to matter too much. It is something we could potentially change. But I don't think we're going to do that. Yeah. I do want the game to stay pretty casual. And the way it works right now is that... No, don't take that. Okay. I need this yellow-haired person to go away so the green-haired person can get this item. There, maybe. Yeah, nice. All right. Cool. Yeah, I wanted to be pretty casual. There are already skills in the game, and you can change your party composition. Right now, I don't have other adventurers to be able to change it too much. Oh, let's get this. All right, now they can just automatically eat these things. And that alone, I think, has enough complexity to it. This looks so fun. Hey, Skizzy. And thanks, yeah, do check it out. This is the game we've been making for the last year. It's called Skeleseller, and it's available on Steam as a demo. All right, so this is one of the new upgrades. Seek food. Now the slime can make it so your items never disappear. And we can make them get hungrier even faster and critically eat. So the combination of those things will get you some extra money. All right, unfortunately, our farm is completely untended. Let's go get this. And I want probably this one next. That's 200 gold, though. Skeleseller is just the best. Thanks, Red. Oh, yeah, I'm not even casting these things. Oh, I'm in the volcano still. What am I doing? I should go to the next location. I am not paying attention. Nice. Okay, go to here. Do we have enough money for any of you? Enough sludge? No. We need 100. Why do I sound like that? Hey, you've used the voice on me before. Very close to being able to dump all my channel points and brag that I'm rich. I do refund those every once in a while. I'm gonna throw you in the volcano. Isn't there a volcano in Hearthstone you can make like go off somehow? Next time you activate that, say you're throwing me in. Thanks, Skizzy. Yeah, let me know what you think. I love one of the upgrades is become hungrier quicker. Yeah, actually, I never really thought about that, huh? What is it called? Yeah, it's increased appetite. Yeah, it's not really an upgrade for the slime, is it? They're in misery more often. Oh, we're maxing out on those. Having to show off reminds me of all the looter shooter games I played. Kind of the football manager, but of looter shooters. Yeah, something that's maybe a little unusual about Skeleseller is that the loot isn't actually used for anything other than selling. So like here it says demon helmet, value 13 gold. There's some flavor text, but it's not like this has stats or anything. You never equip your allies. You never You pretty much just sell the stuff. And again, that plays into the casual aspect of this game. A lot of people have asked for equipment, and I don't want it in the game. I think that it would be a little too complex, too much to manage, and this lets you just kind of be casual about this. All right, take care, Red. Have a good workout and a good bike ride there too. Thanks for dropping in. All right, what do we need? We need more items. Let's get more items. I want to click the button so Kevin doesn't get a refund. You can do that? I thought only I could do that. All right, we can get Blessing of Haste to last for 2 seconds. I wonder if that's actually decent. How much does that help by? 20%. Okay, never mind. That's pretty good. I don't remember that. I guess you can tell by how fast the rogue is attacking. Let's look at the next battle. Yeah, so they have to heal. But the rogue attacks once every 0.4 seconds. So with the upgrade, they attack in what, 80% of the time? So once every 0.32 seconds. So the 6s, if you just watch those, they should get faster once you see haste on all of these characters. There. Yeah, it's probably working. Alright, we should get another adventurer. Because our fishing pond... I'm going to do what everyone else does. Use the archer in the fishing pond. Level them up once. Alright, kill him. Kill the fish. Does Godot and C# stack make it cross-platform by default, or did you do any kung fu to make it work on all 3 platforms? No, it just works by default. Yeah. Okay, so now the extractor has pipes going into the well for the seeds making it here, and then also into the fishing pond. So we should be getting new fish in this battle over here, which the archer is just permanently on kill fish duty, and it's doing a pretty bad job. Yeah, it's taking quite a long time. We're going to need to upgrade it. Let's get them a skill. Oh, that's a really good one to have, actually. It doesn't take effect till the next battle, but we'll just repeat the battle. Which lost us a fish, but whatever. Alright, so now they should attack pretty fast by the end of this. Wait for it. That's faster. I might want to level them up so they do more damage. But yeah, once you catch a fish, what happens is it automatically goes into the chef slime and gives you 10 wisdom sludge. Which is how you level up your adventurers. The archer is where they belong. That's what Windy did when he was playing the game earlier. He just permanently left his archer there. Alright, yeah, they're about to kill some of them. They target random enemies, which is why they all kind of have even life. But as soon as they win, I know my mic stand is in the way. But yeah, you see a fish fly out and into the sludge and the slime. Just played this demo and loved it. Nice, Scarecrow. Did you play it because of this stream, or did you find it through some other means? Smooth, thanks for the bits. Love the Skeleseller app. Yeah, for anyone who wants to hear my cringy April Fool's thing. Oh, you found it through Steam. Wow. Okay, that's impressive. And then you found the stream through the game? I'm glad you liked it. All right, I want this so that these go faster. And then I wanted the next quest, which we probably can't really do much about. And then I want to level up one of these characters. Yeah, this one. Hope it makes it to the front page of Steam. I don't think that can realistically happen in its current state, because I think we need to be like tens of thousands of wish lists more. They logged in, your stream was featured. Ah, yeah. Well, welcome in. Yeah, we're on the Twitch front page today. And something I just did today, I don't know when you played it, but did you see this new enchanter or no? Because we only just uploaded this like 30 minutes ago, I think. But it looks so much better than the last one. I wonder what the best thing to do to... Oh, we could actually finish this whole quest, right? In fact, maybe that's what I should upgrade first. Oh, these all cost a ton. Oh, you played last week. Gotcha. Yeah. And you definitely didn't see this. Yeah, the new Enchanter's looking pretty slick. Everything just fits. I like it a lot. Yeah, it's so cool. All right, we don't have enough mana for this, and I don't think I want to spend the money on that. All of our money right now is going toward this quest, which is rather unfortunate. Maybe we should take the archer out and make them go do something else. Yeah, let's have him fight here. At least that way we'll get some potions. And maybe we'll turn this off and get some money from it. We'll get very little money, unfortunately. All right, so now we have the mana. We should wait for that a little bit. Put some bows in here. And this. Oh, 9 gold. Nice. All right, there. So who can we level up? Everyone's already level 4 in this party. We could level up the archer, but they're not really in my main group. So I think I'll wait till 200 sludge. And I think I'll level up the rogue. All right, let's get some of this. We're already full on potions. The thing is, the amount of seeds you get is based on the potion value that you drop into here. So these potions are worth at most 2 seeds. And I think it's actually 1.5 is what it's worth. So the archer isn't really helping too much. But I wanted money, that's why I did this. Yeah, nice. We can sell those off. All right, so next major thing I want to buy should probably be either farming or fishing stuff. Yeah, so I can level up faster. It's all pretty expensive though. Let's get this one. Yeah, so I want these to go into the extractor, and I want the red potions to go into the slime. Good. Perfect. Okay. Hey, editor, welcome in. Yeah, for anyone who hasn't heard me blathering on about this for the longest time, this is the game we're making. It's called Skeleseller. It is playable on Steam. Even if you don't want to play it, wishlisting it still helps. It will eventually cost money, but it's just going to be a one-time purchase. I'm aiming for about a $10 fee, because I don't want there to be microtransactions, and I just want to focus on making a fun game. I wonder if we could take on the next area. I hadn't actually thought of that. Oh, no, I didn't want that. All right, well, we're about to get another skeleton. That's nice. Cool. I still have not built the warehouse. All right, so we almost have enough to level up the rogue. How long does this last for? 20 more seconds? It's only a 25% chance to actually double the loot. Did it work? Oh no, it's gonna end. It's got 12 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, nice. Oh wow, and it did double it. Look at all that loot. All right, let's sell some of this over here. That over there. Put this stuff up here. Get rid of some of these bows. The rest is just going to disappear. I should probably build the warehouse really fast. Yeah. Let's put this stuff up here. All right. Pretty good. Pretty good indeed. We can level up the rogue now. Game looks great and the gameplay looks pretty smooth. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think gamers as a whole generally want to pay very little. I browse a site called Slick Deals, and they've got deals for everything, physical products, games. And there was a game that was on sale for $2 from, I don't know, 10. And someone was like, I think it could go lower than that. And someone else is like, it's $2. Why would you wait for it to go lower than $2? Like, do you really? It's not like, oh, well, it's 2,000 and it drops down to 1,200. Yeah, you could save a ton of money that way. But with $2, you could save $2. It's, yeah, I don't know. I think there's some like, I'm only going to pay for a game if I know I'm going to play it for 40 hours or something. How do you feel about Easter eggs, and have you hidden any in the game yet? Easter eggs in the age of the internet, I don't think are as fun as what they used to be. You know, typing in a Konami code or something into a Nintendo or a Super Nintendo game was very different than just being able to search for all of them. With that said, currently the game has a couple of little Easter eggs. One is that I'm in the game right there. And if you don't know what I look like, then you just be like, oh, it's just a customer, right? The other is that the trees with apples, you can actually click them and get money. The game never tells you this though, and there are only 3 trees that have them. Other than that, I don't think there are any other Easter eggs. What was the name of the site for discounted stuff? It's called Slick Deals. I browse that site a lot and buy very little. The last thing I got was chapstick. I was like, oh, spearmint chapstick. That sounds pretty good. All right, we're doing pretty well as far as money goes, but we're not doing pretty well in terms of getting wisdom sludge. What size were these sprites made? So the tiles for the map are 16 by 16. So the characters are just 4 pixels taller. So if you were to put NPCs on every single tile, they'd all overlap by 4 pixels. And then the items are also 16 by 16. Imagine when they figure that out. Some people do figure that out, and it's a nice little like, oh, that's neat. I think I am going to put a perk in the game eventually that says like apples turn golden. And that way the people who didn't know about it will now say, oh, I could have clicked these the whole time. And then on subsequent runs, they'll be able to click them. You know what we need to do? We need to make our adventurers get off their lazy butts. Hardworking adventurers. Then we need to hire an adventurer. Oh my god, it's 600 gold. Okay, never mind. I'll just manually farm myself. Oh, you know what we can do? We made a perk for this. Yeah, for 350. Okay, we're not touching this. We're going to wait for 350 gold. And I desperately need a whole lot of other stuff. We need customers to move faster. Oh, man. Yeah, okay, get rid of the archer from doing this. I'll have the archer go move stuff around. Maybe they can go harvest crops. Stardew. A lot of people have commented that this does look like Stardew graphics. And yeah, they are pretty similar, I'd say. But the gameplay is very different from Stardew. I know there's a farm, but Stardew goes very deep into the farming element. Oh, but this is a game called Skeleseller, and it's what I've been working on for the last year or so. All right, so we almost have enough money, and then check this out. We're gonna get this perk, harvesting efficiency. We need 1 more gold. We got it. And now we can harvest the entire farm at once, pretty much. Love that perk. Now there's a bunch of blank space on the farm. Let's go get these things over here. Oh, yeah, you didn't have that perk, right, Leptius? I don't think that was in the game at the time. Into Raimu. I think I shared a picture of that a long time ago. Wonder if that inspired you or if you had come up with that separately. All right, I want the quick move menu too. I think this is what's good about the game. There is some tension in like what you want to purchase. And yeah, I should probably have the slime eating some of this stuff because it can crit. This is normally worth 14 and it just gave me 36. That time it gave me 18. 15. Should probably fully upgrade it. Nice, 29. Yeah, cool. Cool. That is so nice. Okay, I've not been paying attention to the fishing pond. Let's level up the archer and have them fish. They should now be very fast at it. You should have apples on trees not spawn, just so they think it's some sort of Mandela effect. I don't want to mess with my players. Oh, hey, Ramu. How's it going? I want more loot now. They have another wave of that battle, though. Actually, we could just sell these items like this. I should probably get more customers. Some pretty good money. Yeah, put a couple of those in there. I want the warehouse to be bigger because I want to feed things to the slime. I guess that's a reason to upgrade your warehouse sooner. Yeah, so now once the slime is hungry enough, I give it one of these, get a ton of money, harvest all my crops. We need more potions. All right, go over there then, Archer. Give me some potions. And we need 600 gold for... we need a lot of money. Cost 200 to upgrade the portal. I think I could probably beat it. So yeah, let's save up 200 for that. This man is Skellen. He's not doing 850 DPS though. Oh, nice. 42. Looking good. Hey, Cads, welcome in. Leftjus with the gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now M is a sub. Nice. Hey, Banana. Invest in talents. Do I not even... Oh, yeah, I have it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I could swap around the talents I have. Oh, I finally made enough money. Okay, let's go do this. Let's get the next location, and let's send our main group over there. All right, so here's the new battle. Can they win it? Go, Cleric, go. Heal the rogue. I'm gonna die. I don't know. It's gonna be pretty close because there's a second wave. All right, they might kill the mage. So they did. Okay, but they're gonna die. Yeah, nice. All right, and what do we get? A whole bunch of mana potions and some canes. We can use the canes for this, but we don't have fire swords yet, and I don't want to give up the money. So let's just dump them into the slime. Mega harvest. What a great perk. Vibe, thanks for the sub. So many viewers. Yeah, we're on the Twitch front page right now. Using it as a opportunity to show off Skeleseller. All right, so I got what I wanted there. Now I think the next thing I want is item stacking. I've been ignoring all this other stuff. We should at least put 1 point in that. Yeah, now we have too many potions. Okay, cut this out. You go back to the pond. How many? Yeah, we have 3 fish. All right, no wonder. That's why they're just standing around with potions. They don't have anywhere to bring this. We should upgrade the well, too. Oh, we have enough to upgrade an adventurer. I want to save up 350 for this one. Gonna need a graphic of the skeleton that needs 16 canes. It's a double octopus that walks on land. It makes sense, trust me. All right, we did it. The coveted level 6. Now we can get exposed weakness here, which is okay, but probably not great, to be honest. Oh, let's go for another skill. Yeah, nice. Higher power. All right, this character wants some mana potions. Let's turn this off so they bring the mana potions to the right spot. And yes, I want to get item stacking. I haven't upgraded my shops at all, and it hasn't mattered. I should really be feeding the slime. You know what we should probably make today? Is the perk where the slime can eat from the warehouse. Is that already written down? Yeah, it is. Okay. Everything's running nicely. Welcome in, Klook. Love the chill vibes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, when I was coming up with the town music, I was trying to think, what is cheery enough without getting annoying, hopefully? And I'm working on another track, too, that hopefully fits into the not annoying side of things. We'll see how that pans out. Hey, Zally, welcome in. Yeah, this is Skeleseller that you see here. It is playable now. I'm playing basically the newest demo, which is online as of like an hour ago. This person wants a red potion. We shall get it for them. Let's shift over to red potion land. Yeah. I know you've got it. I have faith in you. Thank you. And like I said, I wasn't kidding the other day or just paying lip service. I do want to check out the music you've made, and I assume I can find it online. Oh, this is off. I'm not even getting... They're not even bringing their things here. All right, let's upgrade this. And then let's drag some potions down there. Perfect. That person still wants their red potion. We don't have any active spells running right now. But we have a full farm working. And I think upgrading this next would be good. So let's save up for that. Where'd the... Oh, they're there. No, 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 don't put that in. Where are they going? Oh, they don't have space. All right. I want this person to go buy the red potions. I think that one's going to, though. No, they're just leaving. This person might be going over there. All right, no potion for you. No, that's for the other person. 24 gold tip. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, what do we need to level up next? 200. Everyone's 200 except for this, which is 400. I'm saving up for the 400. Oh, we're getting a ton of gold now. Oh man, what did I say I was going to buy? This thing? Nice. Well is totally filled. We need potions to go back in here. We can send these to fight in the I think the deep forest is what it's called. They should win that. Yep, good. Let's send them over here. They're not going to win the Inferno battle. But that's fine. We just won't send them there yet. Yeah, I think we should make that perk today to have the slime eat from the warehouse. And it can be an end game perk. Costs like 300 or 400 or something. Well, end demo. Guess we're still adding content to the demo. Yeah, get out of there, Archer. We don't need you. Alright, so we're getting some mana potions. Good. I guess turn this off. Yeah, I think this is one of the issues. If the farm isn't growing quickly enough, then you're kind of losing all of this on fish. What did I say the next thing I want to spend money on would be? It should probably be this, or it should probably be the fishing pond. Let's upgrade the fishing pond. That and that and that. Yeah, let's just get everything. Alright, now we can turn this back on. Alright, so the archers should be helping. Yeah, there they are. They're bringing stuff. They're harvesting crops. I don't want them to even bother selling that. The slime is just worth so much more. 106. Ridiculous. Alright, we're building up some fish. Let's go have the archer fight those. And that will earn us some delicious wisdom sludge. Did you make your own water? You mean the graphics? I didn't make any of the graphics. I'm incredibly bad at artwork. Nobody wants to see the art that I have to make. 51, 21, not bad, not bad. Get this. Oh, there's a glowy fish. These are worth double the sludge. We should probably upgrade the archer just to make him go a little bit faster. We can afford it. It gives him plus 15 power, seriously? That is quite a lot. But I kind of want to upgrade this character. Yeah, I don't need faster fishing. Let's just get this character. Alright, they should just absolutely rip through this. They were doing 109 DPS before. Let's see how much that increases. Love the look of your game. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh my god. The critical hits are hitting for like 74. This is absolutely draining these enemies down. Alright, what's the DPS going to be up to? $143. My goodness. Yeah, we've kind of kicked it into overdrive at this point. And we should probably upgrade auto casting spells. And then my mana crystal. So we can get this thing online automatically without me having to click it. Oh, we have enough now. Nice. We got these little crystals. Turn one of those on. This thing will cast itself now. Just need to get enough money. Which I will never have if I don't do this. There we go. All right, check it out. We're almost at 400. So this thing will just open itself. Nice. All right, let's upgrade that. Yep. So we should be getting more loot. But we should probably upgrade that spell. Yeah. Costs 200. We have nothing. Let's turn this off. Next level of this is 600. We'll get there. We'll get there. Actually, I think I could make the vault in this game and then hide these things from the workers. But no one else can do that right now. Alright, we're gonna upgrade that spell now. Nice. Nice. Harvest all these things. Yeah, this can go over here. Okay, more mana. More. Put this down here. Okay. I want to see what happens if the rogue is level 8. Can they beat the Inferno? Which I don't even have enough money for. But we will soon enough. When I stop spending it all on this. I need 600 sludge. Oh, we're making steady progress. We could upgrade this. Yeah. And then after we're done, when we beat the Inferno, I think what I'm going to do is take a little bit of a break. Probably go get some food. I'll keep the stream running. I'll still be here probably, except for the break. And then we'll get back to coding in the early afternoon, I think. But yeah, this is just the demo. So, I mean, it feels like things have slowed down quite a lot. That's not really intentional. It's just because we don't have more content after this. So at some point it's got to end. Epic long jump time? No, it'll just be a regular jump time. And then I'll probably just turn off my camera and drink my lunch. Have a mirror replacement thing. Oh, we're getting tons and tons of money from this. All right, so what did I say I wanted to spend money on? Let's put this stuff down here. Actually, just turn this on. Oh, upgrading the portal. That's right. Yeah, I want to see how much of a chance do they stand if I go fight there. Let's turn auto battle off, so they'll all help when they get out of the portal now. And we'll turn this off. I'll feed this over here. Hey, please, coffee. Welcome in. All right, we have enough money to level this up. And with it comes one more skill point. So now the rogue is our powerhouse and no one else does anything. All right, let's go try it out. Let's see if we can do this. We have a level 8 and then 3 level 4s. And the recommended level is 6. So can they win? Oh my god, the rogue is tearing through them. Yeah. But I think they're going to die. Because only the rogue is powerful. Everyone else is already dead. Except for the witch doctor, and now they just keeled over. Yeah, this is impossible. I gotta level up. Probably the witch doctor next. Oh well. They gave it their best shot. Let's flee. I lost. Yeah, unfortunately we weren't getting anything else during that time. And I guess this is on for no reason. Let's turn that off for a sec. Alright, let's put this battle over on the right side so you can actually see the battling happen. And then we turn this on just at the right moment. Oh, you don't have enough mana anyway, it doesn't matter. I guess we could leave it off then. Alright, repopulate this. I'm taking those canes. You think you're gonna sell those? Think again. Yum. Alright, what do we need to buy? Another level in that, and then probably another level in more mana. Nope. I had Windy Beard timing on that one. Oh, I forgot. I could just drag to the chef slime. That was a bug for so long that I never internalized that I'd fixed it. Nice. All right, so I wanted to level up the witch doctor next. We can afford that. We need another skill for them. Zombie Link, that's not too synergistic with the game plan I have. Yeah, let's get this menu. Okay, so now I can feed like this. And I can put this in the extractor like this. How can a person get started developing games? Do you know how to code already? You don't technically need to know how to code to make games nowadays, but it certainly helps. Thanks, please, coffee. Yeah, do check it out. If you know how to code, then I would say go download any engine that looks interesting to you. Probably start with Unity or Godot or Unreal. Download one of those, go through some tutorials and getting started guides, and just give it a shot. See where it takes you. Wishlisted it already? Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm playing right now is the demo, which is freely available on Steam as well. So if you do want to play, you could right now. Don't feel obligated, of course. Yeah, I should probably stop that click thing right now. Okay, now we're getting a boatload of money. And I think it was from upgrading this spell as much as we did. Yeah, that's very powerful. More mana. Let's get one level of that. The mana regeneration rate is what, 7? Yeah, we're getting so much stuff. Actually, we should probably level up item stacking again next. I'm just ignoring the customers. They're not even buying anything because they just want these helmets. We should probably just get some more customers in our town. Let's get one more. I want to wait till you release a full game. Okay, yeah, that's fine. This eventually be available for Nintendo Switch. I'd like it to be, but it all depends on how it does on desktop platforms. So let's say I release it and it's got like 200 sales or something. Like, then no, the game's gonna die. But if it's got, I don't know, many tens of thousands of sales, then yeah, it could definitely be on Nintendo Switch. I also would like to bring it to mobile in that case, but again, depends on sales. Now let's turn this on. We need another worker. Let's get this. Let's start bringing canes over here. Let's also get the next item stacking. Yeah, the original asset pack that a lot of this came from is called Super Retro World, and it was inspired by some of the old Game Boy games, like Pokemon. So yeah, I think the artwork is very fitting of the tone of the game and just how I want players to experience the game. It's meant to be fun. There's not meant to be like a ton of challenge or anything. Oh wow, the archer's struggling to keep up with all these fish. Can't even kill them all. Let's go level them up then. How many fish do we have in the pond? Oh wow, we're already maxed out. Okay, we need to get this then. We need 100 gold for that. Money, 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 money. There's our gold. Okay, now we get that. Now we leave that. We go click over here. We level them up once. Once might be good enough. Let's try that again. Apparently my D&D game is canceled this evening. Oh no. Sorry to get that killed. Art is my biggest setback, so I'm learning pixel art. You can get by pretty far with asset packs. I don't think they'll ever fully accommodate your game though. Almost always you're gonna need some extra art. But it's better, I think, to pay an artist for, let's say, like, I don't know, once you already know that your game has legs, it's better to pay them than right up front. What I mean by that is an asset pack might cost you, let's say, $5. So yes, you're paying an artist for that. But then you can explore your game while not having placeholder assets that, if you're like me, will look terrible. And then, yeah, when you find out that, like, okay, yes, this game's worth developing, then you can go hire an artist. This turning Stardew into a management sim. Not quite, but you're close enough to being on the right track there, Tim. This is Skeleseller. It's a game where you were an adventurer and you died, became a skeleton, and started your own town. So yeah, you're sending adventurers into battle. They fight automatically for you. You sell the items they get back in your town. You upgrade your town. The viewership's coming from the front page, yeah. Ported it to mobile without microtransactions and loads of advertisements. It would undoubtedly do well. I tried looking for a mobile game to play and could not find anything. Yeah, if I did port this to mobile though, I think it had to be cheaper. So it'd have to be like $5. But yeah, I'd like to avoid ads and microtransactions. Off to meetings. Take care, Vibe Hub, and thanks for the sub. Okay, so the last thing we're looking for here is... Oh, we already got that. Last thing we're looking for then is to beat the Inferno. Let's level this character up. I want to get... Okay, I want that skill for sure. Okay, let's try it. Let's send these characters into the Inferno and see if they can win. They're just whatever random party I cobbled together. It was never really intentional that I was going to go with this. I don't think they're going to win. The only difference is that the Witch Doctor is a little bit stronger. And they're already dying. So, yeah, I don't think this is going to work. Maybe if we level up the Cleric next. And then made it so the Cleric can't take damage. Like, they're all alive and it's wave 2, but I think they're going to die. They're doing okay. Yep, never mind. The next second, all 3 of the other adventurers died. Okay, yeah. Let's level up the Cleric and try that again. Is the Archer still failing to keep up? They're doing a pretty good job, but that's only because I wasn't getting any items. Is this on? Gotta go. GL with your stream. Thank you, Develop It. Hope you have a good night. How long have you been developing, both career-wise and for this game? So the career-wise answer is there. For this game has been just over a year. It's been like a year and a week. Yeah. Hey, Manafont. Welcome in. All right, so I said I was going to level up the Cleric. Let's do that. And now we need 350. We're very close to that. We should get it. Oh, we just got it. Nice. Okay, cool. So level up, get a new skill. Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly the one I wanted. All right, let's take him right back to the Inferno then and try again. The one and only Mace. Thanks for subbing. Welcome in. I appreciate it. All right, can they do it? So now the Cleric cannot be targeted because I got a new skill. So they'll only focus on healing the adventurers that need it. But their healing is not very good because they have no healing skills. Just basic heal. Maybe we should upgrade the zombies to take damage. Yeah. We should. Okay, fine. I'll get rid of zombie leader. Oh, man. All right, there we go. That should help them tank. So let's see. The other adventurers are too low level for this to probably work. And this party composition isn't great. Well, let's try again and see. Devluck, it was just... It actually wasn't a low chance, right? 16%? That's not that crazy. All right, so now the zombies should take hits more often for the adventurers. And I think the Cleric only heals adventurers. So I'm hoping they can live through this. But they've never made it to wave 3 yet. They're on wave 2. Can they do it? It's going pretty well so far. We just need the zombies to tank everything. Because right now I see the rogue getting hit, and that's not good. Alright. Wave 3. Will they beat it? I think they will. The mage just died. And if the witch doctor dies, then they're definitely screwed. No, it's working. Okay, yeah, nice. Okay, well, that should just pump a bunch of items into the town. Yeah, we got so much. And it says you beat the Inferno. This marks the end of the demo content. So let's go sell this for a boatload of cash. Oh, wait, I shouldn't have done that. We need that for the quest. Okay, well, whoops. I didn't get to see how long that took, though. It was probably an exceedingly long time. Hey, Wanth. Welcome in. Yeah, battles take a long time. Well, we'll eventually get enough to upgrade our characters some more. I guess the mage really needs it. Mage is terrible. Yeah, and level 8 is essentially like the max level for this. Maybe even... I don't know. I don't know what I want to upgrade. How much should we get from that? Let's upgrade this. We need 400 for that. Yeah, I want to upgrade one of these. They're on the final phase now, and they're about to win. I'm guessing this took them like a minute. It's just too long. 47 seconds. They're getting so many items, though. All right. Yeah, we're getting a lot of money. It's on my wish list. Looks really cool. Thanks. Yeah, I hope you enjoy Oblivion too. I never got into the original Oblivion. I started, it's what, the Elder Scrolls world? I started with Skyrim, and I never really enjoyed it. I played it, but I kept thinking, oh, this game is going to turn into something else, and it never did. And it wasn't bad. But yeah, I don't plan on buying Oblivion as a result of that. Okay, so we can upgrade a couple of these things if we want more sludge, which I guess we do. So yeah, let's get that. Is there any other way I can increase sludge production? I guess just by getting more potions at this point. How's the music creation of your game? I've been doing it all in a program called FL Studio, and I've just been using the built-in synths, but I've shown this a couple of times now. I just on Monday received a new hardware synth. This is the Mini Preach, and it's actually the stellar version, so it's got black keys. But I am still learning how this thing works, and it's been fun. But I don't have a way to show this off right now. May have played Oblivion for 4 hours after playing 3 hours of Pathfinder 2. Did you get any sleep? And hey, the Ena Dragon. Welcome in. Okay, yeah, so we've pretty much fully beaten this. In fact, I'm not even sure why I'm still playing. I should really go get some food. Just joined. I want to say this looks amazing. Also started to make my own 2D game in Godot. Nice. Yeah, welcome in, Peltanoid. I'm gonna save this, although maybe there's no point in doing that, and quit. So that was the demo of Skeleseller. If you are interested in checking that out, you can click this link, which will bring you to the Steam page, where you will hopefully wishlist it. Where's the button for that? Ah, there it is. Yeah, there's a wishlist button. But you could also just play the game if you want to. The way I played, it's not like it's optimal or anything, but I know all of the upgrades because, I mean, I made the game. So if you don't know the upgrades, then I think it's a little bit more fun to explore and be excited about what might be coming up. And yeah, we got to upgrade the pictures we have on here. There's the Enchanter screenshot. That's the old Enchanter. Got to get the new one up there. Keyboard cam. Oh yeah, thanks. I'll put that back on. And then I should put the, what else did I have? Let me see. So after demoing the game myself, need to resurrect the branch with that. We'll do that after lunch. Turn on the keyboard cam. We're done with that. We're done with that. All right. So I'm going to go take a quick break. For those who played Jump Royale earlier, here's the second time you'll be able to play. So I'm gonna say the instructions first because there's a timer once I'm done with this. So you're going to just type join in Twitch chat to play, and then J and a number to jump. So if you type something like -5, that's going to be slightly left. And if you type something like 90, that's going to be exactly right. You probably don't want to do that. So generally it sticks to like, maybe -45 and 45. It'll all make sense in just a second. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, so now you can type join and you'll connect. And I'm going to take a break. So I'm going to step away from my computer for a bit and I'll be back in just a little bit. Hello again. Hope you all had fun. Let me pull chat back up. Here, I'll let you still jump for a little bit while I'm talking here. So what I want to do next is I want to revive the code I accidentally deleted for Skeleseller and get the demo loop running again. And then probably like take an on-stream break and drink some lunch. This game is Jump Royale. This is something I made just for the stream a long time ago, but it is available source, like publicly viewable. So if you want to check it out, if you're a coder, if you want to, I don't know, mess around with it, the link is there in chat. All right, close the game. Yeah, so let's go resurrect that code I just mentioned. Awesome to see this all happen. Also, the music was chill as heck. Thanks. Yeah, that music I made for a game called Botland. And then Botland is not playable anymore, so I just repurposed it for that. But yeah, the whole Botland OST is online somewhere. Not that I ever recommend listening to this. It's not that good. But there's the link. All right, what was I going to do? Oh yeah, resurrect that branch. Also, welcome in everyone who's new. What's that keyboard? This is a Korn keyboard. So this is a 36 key keyboard, and the way that it generally works, I'll show this quickly because probably a lot of people are wondering about this. Everything you normally press are letters like you're used to on a keyboard. And then if I hold another key, I can turn these into numbers. If I hold another key, I can turn these into symbols. If I hold another key, I can turn these into arrow keys, page up, page down, closing tabs and stuff. So as you see me type or maneuver around my computer, you'll see my hands move very little. Like all the keys are just right there anyway. So I don't need to ever like move my entire wrist to press backspace or something like that. It's all just right there under my fingertips. All right, what was I going to do? This, yeah. So let's go find the branch that this was on. What did I call this? Did I call this? Twitch front page auto camera. There it is. All right, I want this branch back. Whoops. Get check out. Yeah, I want to. There's a demo that I have. Oh, changes. What? Oh yeah, that changes to the tutorial. All right, get rid of those. Okay, does this just work? Please tell me it just works. And should I merge in main? I guess the intenter doesn't really matter. Wishlist said thank you. Bayo, I appreciate it. Don't let him fool you. He's got 4 arms. All right, yeah, we can turn this off. All right, this looks like it's working. In which case, I guess I don't really need to do anything special. We could export this build. I just need to make sure never to upload that build. Yeah. Let me guess, front page? Yeah, front page. I'm very grateful to be on the front page, to be able to share Skeleseller with more people. Okay, now that we're on that branch, we can just never close this. I'm going to copy paste this so I don't forget the name of this branch. Yeah, so git check out that, and then just launch the game and never close it. Quadridextrous. No, I'm just left-handed. The other 3 are my non-dominant hands. Direct this, export, put it in a special location. Yeah, I guess this doesn't really matter. In fact, I think there's a README on this branch that talks about what to do with this thing. Twitch front page, auto camera. Did I not make something? Oh, maybe I only put it on the main branch. Where art thou, code? Twitch? Aha. There it is. How to build and run. Make any changes. Export, unzip. Yeah, sure. This is kind of dumb and bad. So let's go make it less dumb and bad. Yeah, I'll just write this here. So note, if you ever export the game again, it'll overwrite these changes since I never made them pull from 2 different locations. It may be easiest to just launch the game and then never close it without exporting / opening it. Launch the game manually. Yeah, there, okay. Update Twitch, update auto camera, read me. Yeah, sure. That. All right, so I had some tasks that I came up with on Wednesday. And I think we said we'd start with the slime one, maybe? Or maybe I should have people vote on this? I don't know. Our request, what would we do with this? Just pull an item. Yeah, I think I want to start with this one. So the way that the garbage slime works right now, we have 3 perks for them. We have this one, seek food. This makes it automatically eat items off the ground. Then we have this one, which makes it critically eat. And then this one, which makes them get hungrier faster. So if I were to feed items to this thing, it'll crit sometimes. And if there were ever items on the ground, they like I could just show this, I guess. If there are ever items on the ground and they're about to disappear, speed this up a little bit. Then the slime will just eat all of them. Oh no, it won't, because I didn't upgrade this. Okay, hang on. Okay, there. Now it will eat all of them. All right, yeah. Right before they disappear, instead of disappearing, they'll now go into the slime's mouth. Yeah. So that's great. This works. But once you unlock the warehouse, there's really no time that there are ever items on the ground anymore. Or it's rare, at least. So what I was thinking is, what if the slime just ate directly from the warehouse? And maybe what we say is it can only eat from one of the bottom 8 slots. Although that's probably changing eventually. Joke, why did the Skeleseller open a shop in the afterlife? I am also dying to know. Possibly becoming undead to know. So yeah, that's what I want to code right now. So let's go do that. Is there any way that this should work in particular? Like how do we theme this? Yeah, so what do we call this? And how does it work? Just from like an English perspective. I'm not wondering about code right now. So what do we call this? Like, what's the phrase? Your eyes are bigger than your stomach. Can we work that in somehow? Like you're greedily looking beyond your own purview here of just the ground to the warehouse. Should we theme it as like you're stealing an item? The market was dying for a good vendor. Okay. I feel like we need to workshop that a tiny bit. So what do we call this? Eyes bigger than stomach. This doesn't really work as a perk name. I don't like this, but I'm just ideating here. So let's try to come up with something else. Greedy slime. Maybe just greed. And the tooltip can say something like the garbage slime will start eating items from your warehouse when there are none on the ground. Wait, no, hang on. Should this just be separate from the whole eating on the ground thing? Yeah, no, I remember what it was now. It was when at maximum hunger for too long, meaning that it hasn't eaten from any source, that it'll just find a source. I like something about snacking better. Snack attack. How's that? Glutton. Yeah, I think that could work too. Gluttonous, slime, glutton. 5-second rule. So that it's very close to working, but not quite, only because the items won't be on the ground. They will be in your warehouse. And the 5-second rule is about dropping something on the floor, right? So I like snack attack. I think this is pretty good. Was the game released? No. I'm just on the front page today. Yeah, snack attack. All right, and how does it work at a high level? We say something like, well, I think I have the text right here. Where did I write this down? Only when they're at max hunger. Yeah, so we say something like when the garbage slime. Wait, there are 2 ways we could do this. I could say is at maximum hunger. it will eat an item from your warehouse. And the other way we could do this is when the garbage slime has been at maximum hunger for X seconds. And X is just a hard coded thing. It's not variable. So I don't know, say like 3 seconds or something. It'll eat an item from your warehouse. So there's a reason why you might want the second one, which is that you're keeping an eye on the garbage slime's hunger. And you're like, oh, when it's at max, I want to feed it. And if we phrase it the first way, then you won't ever have a chance to feed it before it just eats something. So I think I'm leaning toward this. And that way you still have an opportunity. Yeah, I think I'm leaning toward this. Is there a dedicated spot for collected items? Is there a use case where the slime should not eat from the warehouse? Currently, no and no are both of the answers. But in the future, we could have something like this, where this is a vault. If you put an item there, a worker can never take an item from here. We might add this concept to the game. Now you might say, wait, how'd you just do that if it's not already in the game? We just hid this from players. This is not possible to build right now in the demo version. What is that keyboard? This is a corn keyboard. The general principle is that you are no more than one key away from where you need to be at any given time. So all the stuff you're doing on a regular keyboard, like moving to press the arrow keys or moving to press backspace or something, you don't have to do that here. Player may want to use one of those items for something else, like quest. Okay, yeah, that's true, I guess. Yeah, you might want it for a quest. So possibly we need a way of turning this off. Need a way of turning this off. And how would you do that? It'd have to be like some in-world button. Or we just don't have a way of turning it off. The thing is, okay, yeah, I guess that's another thing here. The garbage slime might oh, you know what it could do? Okay, here's a different idea. What if the way this works is that the garbage slime knocks an item on the ground so that it'll disappear? No, that won't work well. It probably won't work. Because I was going to say, then you could still potentially take that item from them. Or is there another way to theme this such that it actually makes sense? Not tagged as garbageable. Yeah, we could have a switch here or something. It's just what makes sense for a biological creature. Like we have a switch for the extractor. You can just toggle this lever, but this is a machine, so it makes sense it could be on or off. How would you control the garbage slime to make it pull things from your warehouse? I guess it could be a function of the warehouse. There could be like a door, and you could close the door maybe. Or it slowly moves toward the slime such that you could stop it. Yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about. I think maybe the question here is, would the player, I accidentally switched tabs. Would the player ever want to like stop the slime from eating? Draw a pipe and disconnect it. Take care, Lloyd. Thanks for dropping in. This is the only question I have. If the answer is no, that the player never wants to stop this, then we just don't have any problem here. Rest state of slime, maybe? Oh, like they're, well, I was gonna say they're sleeping or they're not sleeping, but you will still always be able to manually feed them. So the question is just how would you stop them from automatically taking them from your warehouse? Because yeah, once you get this perk, you wouldn't be able to turn it off, and it might eat quest items and stuff. Maybe it does highlight an item that it's about to eat. Yeah, that's how we could stop that. Could highlight an item that the slime is about to eat. Maybe we encase it in goo. Alternatively, we could theme this as your workers bring items to the slime. That could potentially be how we do this. Because workers taking an item is already potentially a problem, right? Yeah. We could revamp the idea so that your workers can bring items to the slime when it's at max hunger. So the dormant thing, though, is you still want to be able to feed them. So it wouldn't be that they're really dormant or sleeping. It's just that they're not seeking out food themselves. Is there another way we could potentially do this? Because the whole point is like you upgraded your slime and now it stops working when you get the warehouse. I need to think about this. I'm just not sure. Maybe we hold off on this for now just for that reason, that I'm not sure how you'd want to manifest this and how you'd want to stop it. We don't have a way of stopping quest, but at least stopping quest could just be like you close the treasure chest or something. What is going on right now? Oh, I right-clicked. Yeah, you can make it so you can close the treasure chest over here. We don't have that in the game right now. Alternatively, we could have special UI over here that lets you turn it on or off. Putting some barrier between the slime and the warehouse to control it, like a sliding wall, so we can't see the items there. Yeah, if we're gonna do that, then we probably need to know what the final graphics of the warehouse will look like. Because right now there's just a bunch of crates that items go on top of, but we do want to change them to shelving in the future. And once it's proper shelving, then we don't need this much space for the warehouse. We can probably just get by with like that much space. And there needs to be a way for workers to pass into there, or else they'll never be able to take items. So if it is a door, it's got to be a door that workers open and then somehow the slime can't take items through it. There is one other question I have, which is how long does it take for the slime to go from max hunger, eating once, max hunger again? I wrote a program for this, didn't I? Temp, it's probably in here somewhere. Oh man, I don't even know how I'd find it. Hunger. Oh, hey, I think I found it. Main.js. Is this correct? We look at the garbage slime. Is this what it's doing? Hunger reduction on item drop off is 20. Max hunger is 100. And then we should have a math.max here. 0.02. Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, well, then we should have an answer to this question. Let's go take a look. So they go from, wait, 101. All right, well, whatever. They go down to 81, and then it takes 11 seconds. Okay, so 11 seconds is the answer. So this could happen once every 11 seconds. That's probably too common. Also, how would you, yeah, you'd probably want a way to turn this off. Because what if it doesn't pick the item that you wanted to pick? Pick some cheapo potion. When they open, they have some grates on the outside for display and the inside parts of the store. I think I know what you're talking about. And yeah, we could have a window into this building, I suppose. Is there some other thing we could do with this maybe? Like, here's an idea, and I think this is stupid, but we could clone an item. I don't know why it would make sense, but like the slime gets cloning magic and it clones an item and it eats the clone of the item. But now you'd probably want to keep things in your warehouse so that every 11 seconds you're just getting money from it. What else could we potentially do here? We could make a button or something that you press that feeds the slime from the warehouse. I guess that's just a UI thing. Man, I don't know. The whole point of this was that we don't want you to get to a state where you've upgraded the slime and then the upgrades do pretty much nothing. I guess seek food is always going to eventually do nothing. Okay, maybe we come back to this and we work on something like critical cooking. I want to spend a tiny bit more trying to think about this, though. When they're max hunger, they eat an item from your warehouse. We had an idea a long time ago of what if there were like little baby slimes that went out and ate items for the slime or brought them to that slime. I guess if we let you pick up an item from a worker, that could potentially work. This idea. We could then allow you to take items from workers. Like right now, that character's carrying a cloak. We could just click it. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be very easy to do once you get all the speed boosts that are in the game. Because workers can move really fast, and then clicking them to stop them is going to be too difficult. All right, I'm very torn. I think we have to hold off on this for now. Yeah, I'll write a note about this in here. Maybe a downside since it affects their hunger. Yeah, and also maybe a downside because it may also be a downside in that the slime may eat an item that you wanted for something else, or it may eat the wrong item. We could work around this in a few ways, e.g. have workers bring the item to the slime and allow you to take an item from the workers. Or indicate that an item will be eaten by encasing it in goo. And if you click it, the item won't be eaten. And the other one is like add a button / lever / something that makes the slime not auto eat. This could be on the slime, although I don't know what it would do. Maybe it puts eye patches over the slime. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. Imagine we just draw 2 eye patches over here. So now, sure, they'll eat when you put food in their mouth, but they're not going to see the food to eat it themselves. Or, I'm going to write that down, I guess. Eye patches on the slime. Or it could be on the warehouse. E.g., there's a grate / door that the items can go through. The only problem with that, is the slime still eats stuff off the ground. So if it can't see, how does it know to eat those? So it's probably got to be something over here somehow. There's some way for you to toggle a button in your warehouse. I guess it could be a UI affordance in the perks tree too. Let's delete that. This could even be a special button in the perks tree to turn the perk on or off. Although that'd be setting a precedent. Okay, it looks pretty fun. Thank you. Yeah, do feel free to check it out on Steam there. Can also make a filter grate when an item of type X enters your warehouse or worker brings it to the slime. Yeah, I don't think I want to control it for specific items because the whole point is to get you to not have to manage a whole lot with this. So an on or an off switch, I think is fine, but I think anything more than that, you'd probably just want to drag the item to them directly. Let your mind be cleared. Yeah. I'll skip this for now. I've been coding this for 140 days, including art and all. I did not do the art myself, and the 140 days is the number of stream days I've done this for. So if you take a look at my YouTube channel and click, hang on, this is probably not muted. Mute live. So yeah, if you look at all the videos that I've been doing, it's been 140 stream days. And it's been more streams than that too, because sometimes I stream once in the morning and in the afternoon. But yeah. And then some of these are, there was, yeah, this one, for example. I do the music on stream sometimes too, but not too often. Okay, let's move on then from this for now. Oh, and then the name. The name was genius. I like Snack Attack. I think it's good. Kevin suggested a snack-oriented name, for which I think Snack Attack would be great. Runner-up is something to do with gluttony. I guess we don't need to write that in quotes. Does anyone have a recommendation for making something donor-like at home? I fancy donor meat, but I'm wondering if there's some magical thing. Isn't it cooked in a very specific way, like on a rotisserie essentially, but like very, very slow cooked? Because I think that's probably hard to replicate, but I have no idea. Instant follow, thank you. Yeah. May I ask what's the main point of the slime? So that particular slime is like a trash bin. In fact, it's called the garbage slime. It says, "Hi, I'm a slime. I'll pay you for tasty items. Drag items to me and I'll eat them. The hungrier I am, the more I'll pay." So it's kind of like a little mini game here. If you drag it here when they're at full hunger, they're paying 5 gold for that. And if you drag it when they're not at full hunger, they'll pay less and less. So now it's paying 3. Now, well, it's critting every once in a while. In fact, it's like only critting. I keep accidentally popping up that dialogue. Okay, what is going on? There should not be like 100% chance of crit. What is happening? It's a 45% chance. It just happened like 7 times in a row. The 1 out of 128 chance of that. 1 out of 256. Okay, now we finally got it. Yeah. It'll eventually offer less and less. But that's that slime. The other slime that's in the game is for cooking. This is the chef slime. And this is how you get wisdom sludge, which is how you level up your adventurers. So you have sludge that you're collecting, and if you level up, it costs some amount of that. C# or GD script for beginners? GD script for sure. Try it out, see how you feel about it. And then if you feel the need to switch, then by all means you totally can. You can mix the two, but I don't think beginners should start with C#. Oh, a video on YouTube about making it. Cool. Yeah. I wonder how easy it is. So I think we've written everything down here. Yeah, so I can just delete this now. Oh, except for the timer about being at max hunger for like 3 seconds. Is that here? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, and then I should write down the last thing, that it takes about 11 seconds. Note, I ran my special program to simulate slime hunger, and I believe it takes 11 seconds to go from max hunger, eating, max hunger again. And I'll include the code for this too. There. Because I don't know if that's right. All right, so delete all this stuff. And then we need an art request for this thing. I think that'll be obvious when we make the icon. All right, so I'm going to cancel out of that for now. It's too bad. Okay, probably need to make it so harvesting efficiency picks the closest crops to the one you clicked. It just looks sort of stupid to always pick the first ones. Yeah, so that's happening over here. If we upgrade this skill, the way this works is it always picks the first 5. So if I click here, it's going to pick, well, and also the one you clicked. So it just took the first 4, but they're not near where I clicked, which I think is a little strange, right? So I think what we want to do is just sort by distance to where you clicked and then just pick those. They're only a maximum of 25 crops anyway, so it shouldn't take very long. This is my lunch, by the way. I want to take a proper break. Got to use every minute of front page time to talk about Skeleseller. What happens when he dies from hunger? There must be a point to keeping him alive because he stops being a garbage bin and more like a friend. He can't die from hunger. This is supposed to be a very casual game. So he's still happy even at full hunger. And yes, we'll say that he becomes your friend, your best friend, your confidant. Okay, so harvesting efficiency. Where does this come from? Harvesting efficiency. Here it is. Harvest extra crops. So it's this function that we want to modify. Should I do C minus minus before C plus plus? No, you should do plus plus C before C plus plus. So this just goes through each crop in order. We want to now sort them by distance to the crop that you just harvested, which means that we need to pass in the coordinates of that. Does the crop know its own coordinates? Item harvest position. That's not what I want. I mean, I know it has a position. I guess I can just get the position. Yeah, let's just do that then. Fine. Okay. So harvest extra crops. Let's take the one that you harvested. Yeah. I don't know what just happened there. Crop. All right, and then we're going to sort all the crops based on their distance. Sort crops based on distance to the one you harvested. And rename this to harvested crop. And then do a plots dot, what is it, order by? Order by, we want it in ascending order. Yeah, so this should just be distance. Oh, distance squared 2 is what, a more performant way of doing this? Turns squared distance, runs faster than distance 2. Preferred if you need to compare vectors or need the squared distance for some formula. Yeah, that's fine. It's actually kind of clever that it did that automatically. All right. Now what's the problem? Calls order by, but does not use the method. Yeah, that's fine. So now we want to save this as the ordered plots, or sorted plots, I guess. And then make this an explicit type. Interesting. I didn't even know there was an I ordered enumerable. I'm not totally sure why they do that since enumerable itself has a get next. But yeah, that should do it. Yeah, this only happens when you manually click. All right, let's go try this out. C minus minus is actually a thing. Huh. Okay, load game. So now when we click this, it should harvest the 4 that are closest to it. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's great. That's exactly what I wanted. That was very fast to do. Hey, Cypher. Using any AI generated assets? I don't think so. There are some things that AI helped me arrive at. So for example, there are some names that I probably had AI come up with. But in general, this is a largely manually made game. And I am using Copilot for smart autocomplete, but I'm not like using it like vibe coding or anything. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Indicate how many days left until he's hungry so he doesn't eat up everything in the beginning. Oh, it's a matter of seconds before they get hungry. I'm not sure if that was clear, but I can show this. So if I drag this here, this bar goes down a little bit, and like you can see it fill up in real time. It's going to take, well, depending on if this thing's upgraded, which I don't remember, it's going to take about 10 to 20 seconds to get fully back to max hunger, I think. All right, so we're going to check in what I just did. There we go. And yeah, this is all we had to do here. Pass in the crop. Then with the passed in crop, compare its distance. Yeah. Harvest crops closest to the mouse. When using harvesting efficiency. This looks less goofy than what we used to do, which was always to take the first 4 crops from... Now I'll just say first 4 crops. I don't think we need to write anything else here. Okay, that's done. Next up, critical cooking. So what's this about? This should be in the fishing pond. It's just like the critical eating perk, but for the chef slime. This would be more valuable than glowy fish. It's probably late game. Flavor routes we could take. The chef is getting slightly better at cooking. We could call it delicious sludge. Maybe something like slightly less unappetizing dishes. How are you navigating through the code? I'm not using Vim bindings. I'm mostly using a combination of a few different things. There's Command P, Command R. Let me close out of this. And what? Command Shift F. So this is go to file. This is go to function. This is quick search. And there's one other one that I use. No, that's pretty much it. Those are the main ones. So like if I want to go to, what did I just talk about? Cooking. I might go to Chef Slime. So I press Command P, type Chef Slime, press enter, then go to a function here. It might be something like whatever, cook item. And then maybe I'm looking for, okay, where are the items? So I search through my code and find wherever this thing is. So yeah, those 3 shortcuts are pretty useful. Savory sludge. All right, I'll write that down. I like the idea of it. Hang on, let me write this. Left just suggested savory sludge. I like the idea of it still implying that it's unappetizing, but making it sound like a positive, maybe? I'm not sure. Can you help with something, please? I have this computer science project to do as coursework. I want to make this scary, haunting maze game. This is my first time ever doing a project. I've been coding for like 2 to 3 months. I don't know what free software I should use. Can you give suggestions? I have to create the code for my own, so from scratch. I also don't know how to add graphics or animations. Okay, so first thing that stands out when you ask this is your teacher / professor almost certainly should have given you some kind of direction on this, right? I don't think they would have been like, hey, I know you've only been coding for a month, but now go make an entire game, and then not tell you anything about how to make it, right? Like, did they give you some guidance? Did they say what technologies you have to use? Was the whole point of this to make you research this and find out what you're supposed to be doing? Because I've had people over the years come in and ask me like, hey, I have this, like a CS problem. How do I fix it? And I'm always like, I'm not gonna shortcut your homework for you. I think the whole point of this is so that you can learn. So yeah, has your professor given you some direction here? Edible sludge. What if they sub or donate? Yeah, I would violate my principles for money here. Edible sludge. I don't think it's bad to ask for help, but I think the professor or other student should be your first choice for that. Mommy goo. Okay, hold on. let me think about this for a sec. My teacher's so vague. I don't even know what he talks about half the time. Do your fellow students like your teacher? Because this could potentially be a problem with, could be an attentional problem, or it could be an understanding problem. They don't like the teacher. Okay. Is this teacher new to teaching CS? Because like I wonder how other students are going to ever try to solve this sort of thing. Anyway, to answer your question, here's what I would suggest. I would suggest going and looking up Godot game engine. And then on this page, you'll find a couple of things. A download button, which you should probably click. And then also somewhere on here should be a getting started guide. Docs. Yeah. So there's a download button, and if you click docs, you'll see a whole bunch of like introductory material. I think by looking through the combination of these things, you will find what you need. And from there, of course, you can branch out to things like YouTube, anything else. Hey, Kosi. All right. This is not genius, and we're not calling it Gumami. I want you to think for just a second before for that suggestion and think, how might that be interpreted? So what is the name we should call this? Yeah, we could we could say something like edible sludge. Wisdom sludge becomes slightly less unbearable. Oh wait, though, that's not really how this works, right? It's not that, it's that the chef is cooking slightly better. Yeah. The whole point of this was critical cooking. Oh, whoops, this is supposed to be falling over here. Blob broth. Okay, wait. What did we say? Flavor routes we could take. Chef is getting slightly better at cooking. We could okay, what if it was called spicy cooking or something like that? and you see like plus 15 sludge. Spicy cook. No, that's not good. Spicy. Yeah, maybe something like that. We call it crushed red pepper. I kind of like that. So it's not really critical cooking. You're making a spicy version of this sludge, which already tastes bad. And we could even say right in the name of this thing, in fact, maybe it's even called spicy cooking. The chef slime occasionally tries spicing up a dish. It doesn't taste any better, but it gets your brain working. Yeah, something like that. Is that good theming for this? Spice it up. I think I prefer spicy cooking here. All right, let's do that. Changing the name will not be very hard. Changing the icon we eventually get will be harder. I don't wrong. Luscious is just in a realm of his own right now. I will talk about this stuff. Blob broth when. Godot looks pretty great for game dev. What was a reason for you to not use Unity? I think I have a Y Godot command. Yeah. Yeah. It's not any like major reason. Born in the slime. Okay, so let's go find an icon for this. Spice. Or maybe we could find like a pepper. That's not bad. I think just a pepper is probably good though. Although a pepper is something you grow on your farm too. Anyway, let's go with this. Makes me think the slime makes the same dish, but makes the process more dangerous. Something that's dislodged from my brain right now is if you can make the sludge spicier and that's helpful, why are you not always doing it? Maybe we even say that. The slime randomly tries spicing up a dish. We did imply they're a bad chef. I guess we can just say that, right? Yeah. All right, I kind of like that. Yeah, I think we should go with that. Okay, let's get this icon. SVG. Let's go put this in the right spot now. Assets, icons, ability icons. Is that even... Oh, weird. I've never seen that other spelling of this. I've always called it a pimento. I've never heard this. Huh. The more you know. Eureka. Someone take that man's keyboard away. Okay, so we got this. I am renaming this to pimento because I don't like this bizarre spelling. Except for I named the wrong one. All right, reload, get this thing, close out of that. Tend to talk more at the start of the stream, then go silent. Not that it really matters. I'm just more lurking. Yeah, I find in other people's streams that if I'm there to work, that talking breaks me out of working. So I try to talk last. But yeah, I totally get that people probably get in the flow of their own thing that they're doing. All right, let's go get this thing in the game. Oh, we're on the right branch, right? That's pretty important. Yeah, we are. All right, what's this thing called? Pimento. Pimento. And who made it? Delapuite. All right, all icon data. What was right above it? Pierced heart. Close out of that so I can actually see what I'm doing here. All right, pimento. I hate Spanish confirmed. How are you gonna unsubscribe? You can't. You can't in Spanish. Okay, now let's go make an ability. We said we're calling this spicy cooking. Do we have chef slime stuff here? No, it's considered farming. Oh, actually, it's considered something we put in the fishing pond. Fishing pond, spicy cooking, 112. All right. Now let's go find any of the fishing pond stuff. Actually, I guess critical eat is pretty close to this, right? What does this do when you level up? Nothing. That's fine. Okay, well, this is the contents that I want, but I want them in the same location as wherever. Oh, wait, is everything in this folder? Yes. Okay, then never mind. We'll just save this as spicy cooking. I guess we technically preface it with fishing pond. Yeah. Okay. So multipliers. There's no such thing as a rare item multiplier for this. Chances. With items that you feed the garbage slime, that's happening more rarely than crops or fish. So the chance should probably be lower for this. Yeah, I'm thinking like 8% per level. What does actual crit do? It is, where's the chance? Chance is 13% per level. How about 10? Let's split the difference. Yeah. All right, so we'll go to 0 0.1, 0 0.2, 0 0.3. All right, I hope your concoction works well today, Caleb. And thanks for joining. Have you seen NVIDIA Ace SML possibilities for like NPC interaction? It looks like generates AI. Could be pretty fun. I haven't seen that, no. This is some local AI model, I'm guessing. Yeah, on device. Conversational NPCs and autonomous game characters. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. I think it's a cool idea, but the problem you would have is you need to code AI for people who don't have that feature. And I'm guessing this technology is pretty new. And I mean, I guess what that would mean is that an equivalent being accessible on anyone's computer by default is something you can't expect for the next like 15 years. So basically it's like, well, if you can use it, then I guess great. But you definitely don't want to make a game that's bound to one graphics card. Totally. Okay, then the multipliers. How much do we want to multiply the sludge you get? So what's the lowest amount you can get? It's from a carrot, I believe. All crop data. Where do we even put this? Crop data. Here it is. Carrots are worth 2. So we need to make sure that whatever we pick here, it's going to modify a carrot every time. Or do we? No, we probably don't. Yeah, we probably don't. So how much should be the most you can possibly get out of this thing? What if we were to double the amount you get? That means that fish could be worth 40. It's the only way you can scale this stuff eventually. Yeah, let's just go with these numbers. I think this is fine. Hope everything's been well here. It has been going pretty well. Yeah. I hope all the new people who are here have been enjoying the stream. We've been kind of all over the place. All right, this needs to be pimento. Get crit info. This is all fine. This is all fine too. And then we have different text here. Rare items receive only half the value. Yeah, we can just write this. The chef slime randomly tries spicing up a dish. It doesn't taste any better, but it gets your brain working. So this is sludge bonus. More wisdom sludge. Should I even put that in parentheses? Is that spelling this out too much? Yeah, I think let's remove that. And if I see people getting confused by it, then we can add something in later. All right, so we got this localized message. If I weren't on the front page, I'll write myself a note to hopefully do this tomorrow. Switch to localized messages for the stuff I did for skills yesterday to appease Kevin. Pimento. All right, so we're going to put this in the fishing pond perks. This one's going to cost quite a lot. Fishing pond spicy cooking. It's got what, 3 levels? Yeah, it's got 3 levels. And I want this to be kind of an end game sort of thing because the first level is what, 10% chance to give 40% more stuff. So that's like saying you're getting 4% more. Oh, I guess it's not that good when you think about it that way. And a 30% chance to get 1.2 times the amount is a 36% increase. I get this is not genius. No, I laughed at a lot of your suggestions. Keep talking, Kevin. I'll keep removing more letters. I will apply the Toulouse treatment to this. All right, so cost-wise, I think I want to start it at 200 and then 250, 300. How would that seem? It's more expensive than pretty much anything else that we have here except for these. More max fish, which probably isn't even that helpful to begin with. And yet at first it's giving you 4% more sludge, but it's a permanent 4% more sludge on everything, even the farm. Let's just start there. Yeah, let's start there. This might be too strong. No, let's add 50 to all of these. There. All right, that's what I want to do. All right, so plus 50. Plus 50. What is going on? There. Don't forget to wishlist Skeleseller on Steam. Hey, Sinistello. What a great message to resubscribe with. Thanks. Hey, here's the link, everybody. If you want to play this super cool game we're making. Okay, so now we've done everything except for code the ability, right? Oh, no, wait, there's one more thing. We need the modulate from the perk. Where would I find that? I got to maximize this for a second. Where do we find it? Town perks. Yeah. Now we look at the history of this. And copy, paste that. And this is for fishing pond spicy cooking. And we get that. We close out of Apple Music, which I never ever mean to open. And then we write something down here about getting the art request. Yeah, we have it down already. Okay, so what do we need to do now? Get critting to work and come up with some cool messages for it, I guess. So how does it work over here? We have critical eat. And that's this stuff. I don't think I'm going to give this a guaranteed chance to crit like I did with the garbage slime. Although we certainly could do that. So the chef slime, when we have cook item, we're going to do the same thing. There's modify wisdom sludge, and we just have the food value of this. That's not right. Wait. Something's wrong here. Are fish considered crops? What? No. Fish isn't a vegetable. Huh. That's strange. Where do fish come into play here? Fishing pond. We don't even do anything here. What in the world? There's consume fish. Oh, there's consume fish. Why are there 2 different functions for this? Oh, because you can't fish aren't actually items. Oh, right. Okay. I should probably write that here. Note, fish aren't items. See consume fish for that. Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. All right, so we play sound cooked fish, and then we get the sludge value here. We call modify wisdom sludge on the slime. Yeah, so something needs to know that this thing can crit, and then needs to show a message. The message is shown here. That message needs to know if we crit, and then needs special floating text for that. Messages get acquire sludge. None of this stuff should probably be here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like how this is done right now. New here, seeing C sharp. Yeah, this is C sharp. It is not Unity though. It's Godot. But welcome in, Raz. Yeah, we're using Godot for this stuff. Okay. So where do we call this from? Set sludge does this. And where's set sludge called from? Huh. Only when you hack in sludge. Does that say a message then, I wonder? Huh, interesting. It probably does. Let me take a look. Actually, let's not modify that. Let's go load a new version of the game. And I guess this will let us see if we put the perk in the right spot and just, I don't know, see if it looks good. So if we build the fishing pond, we can now see the new perk there, spicy cooking. Yeah, it looks fine. So when I right click this, does the slime say something? They do. Wow. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's technically fine. The only way you can do this is if you're cheating. All right, so then we should just input whether this thing crit or not, and the crit should be determined from what I had earlier. All right, not too bad. All right, so crit chance and multiplier. This comes from fishing pond, spicy cooking. Then we check to see if it crit. And if it did crit, we send the multiplier in. No, we just multiply this. I guess that means that we can set the value of this and still have it crit. That's kind of a mistake. All right, so delta equals delta times multiplier. We'll even do a math.ceiling on this. Let's be just a little bit nicer to the player. Okay, now we pass this in. Yeah, I'm on the front page today. In fact, I haven't seen, I don't know how many people are on the front page at once. Twitch itself is on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think 8 is how many slots they have at any given time. Okay, so something here listens for this. Wisdom sludge changed. And here it is, and there's did crit. And in the case that it crits, we want a different message. I don't know if we localize this stuff over here. No, we didn't. We just append things to this. Hey, Taz. Yeah, 1,000 viewers is nice, but it's not really 1,000 viewers. There are a lot of people who are just on twitch.tv right now who are looking to get to their following page, or they're typing in the search bar. I'm muted. They have no idea what I'm saying. I'd say probably most people fit into that category. And then some people might be watching from the front page and just haven't dipped into chat yet, but it's not a ton of people who do that. So yeah, here we just combined all of these things. I will need to do this a little bit differently. We need to pick a different message based on this. Where is acquire sludge? Here it is. Yeah, so I want some different crit messages here. Is like crit cook 1. And this will say plus delta sludge spicy. And then we want some more that are just sort of flavorful here. Pun intended. What else should we say? Maybe critical cook. even though it's not really a critical cook. And then like a really rare one. I don't know what we should say for the rare one. Maybe like an edible dish. Yeah, maybe that. I'm not using gumami. Okay, I like this. So this will be the common one. This will be the slightly uncommon one. And this will be the super rare one. And now we just need to use these properly. Acquire sludge. Yeah, so if did crit. So we get the message here, string message. If it didn't crit, the message is going to be this. Messages.get acquire sludge. Cool, we use the message here. Otherwise, it's going to be one of these, which we have in the recycler. We have some like epic consumption, this stuff. We're just going to copy paste this into here. Okay, so very, very tiny chance of getting crit cook 3 with the delta. Then a very small chance of getting this one, and then a chance of getting that. All right, so now what's the problem here? Messages does not contain a definition for get crit cook 3. Yes, it does. I'm just going to assume this is not actually a problem. And we're going to try running this anyway. No, we have a lot of issues here apparently. Oh, hey, this. Load from save data false, I guess. Shouldn't that be message equals messages.get? Did I mess that up? Yes. All right, let's try that now. On wisdom sludge change doesn't match delegate because this needs to take in bool did crit. And that's it. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so these are spurious errors. These functions do exist. It just doesn't know that they exist because they're auto-generated. And then we have a problem here too. Bool did crit. It's in the adventure panel tab. This doesn't even matter. All right. So here we go. So now let's fully get the farm leveled up. Let's get this thing. So we do not have critical cooking. So every single one of these things should... Oh, it's already failing. Oh, well. Messed it up right from the get-go. Huh. I wonder how, though. It should be calling this. Let's put a breakpoint there. It's not calling that. Weird. Weird indeed. Also, this is called before you even change the amount of sludge, isn't it? Why doesn't the adventure panel tab listen to this? Strange. Strange indeed. Very strange. Yeah, very, very weird. Okay, we don't need to do this. We can put this right in wherever we listen to the other things that we have here. In init, presumably. Yeah, town dot sludge changed plus equal that. Get rid of the parameters we didn't use here. Yeah, okay. Well, that's a minor improvement. That's not actually the problem we ran into here. For whatever reason, this isn't working. I'll just put a breakpoint there and we'll find out. Okay, it's calling into this. That's good. Now what? Oh, the multiplier is 0. I see. Okay, my bad. Yeah, my bad. Oh, Snap, you have a corn? Built mine, never used it. Feels so weird on it. You should give it another shot. It's really nice. Although, what do you use instead? and welcome into the stream. So this is going to be if did crit, then multiply this. Yeah, otherwise don't. Okay, now get rid of this, and let's try it out again. Okay, so we click one of these. It says +2 sludge. Yeah, this should never crit. Never, ever, ever. So we're going to click it a bunch of times. Oh, did I click the wrong thing? I did click the wrong thing. All right, yeah, we only ever see +2 sludge. That's great. But then we're going to upgrade so that we can crit. We got 1 point. So now it should crit 1 out of every 10 times on average. Yeah, so we saw spicy there. It put it in pink text though. Doesn't it put it in a different color over here? I think it puts it in yellow when you crit over here. Yeah, it does. Okay, I want it to be in a special color over here. Maybe bright red, considering that it's spicy. Glorious GMMK2, 65%. I have the Glorious GMMK Pro or something. God, I don't remember the name of it. Yeah, I had the Pro. And I got some custom switches for it, and I think the switches are bad, which made me not like the keyboard. And the company did some weird stuff, which made me not really like the company either. So I'm probably not going to buy another Glorious keyboard, but I also really like the Corn, so I'm going to just stick with this. And when I'm done with this, I'll probably make another version that's got all the stuff I really, really want. The things I would add to this are probably wireless and probably an encoder. I have LEDs, but I just never have them on. And it's got this cool trail effect that I really like because I broke the right half of my keyboard when I soldered these. So only the left half works, but it looks so cool. And when I have caps lock on, I think... No, it doesn't. Wait, am I even enabling caps lock? I don't even know how I turn on caps lock on this keyboard. There we go. No, it doesn't do anything special. The big one, right? It's a nice keyboard. Maybe you motivate me to give the Corn another shot. I just think it's great. But it does take a long time to get used to, especially if you're coding. But the Glorious keyboards, I think, also accept QMK. So as long as you can not ever have to press your physical backspace key again in your life, then I think you're fine. Hey, Gus, welcome in. Or should I call you Goose? I don't actually know what Redbeard calls you. But yeah, as you well know, I'm on the front page today. I'm very excited about showing off Skeleseller. We just got critical cooking to work, which then I didn't really test and see do all the messages show up. Oh, right, because we were going to change a color and I didn't do that. Let's also then click this a couple times. So now there's a 30% chance that it critical cooks. And we're probably not going to see all the different messages for this. Yeah, because they're so rare. Yeah, I only ever see spicy printing out. There's a 5% chance that it says critical cook. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. It'll be obvious because it'll be much larger than all the other messages. It's not happening. It's not worth trying this. I trust probability here, but yeah. Call me Goose. Gus is the dog. Oh, right. That's right. That's right. Thanks, Intrus. Okay, so I want to change the color of this. How do we do that? I guess we just hard code it. Color equals red. And I want this around all of these. Actually, this one could be in rainbow. Oh, no, you can't do that. Or not this way, at least. I'll just keep it red. That's fine. Color and color. Cool. That should just work. Yeah, let's try that. The words merge together for a bit. Yeah, I guess a lot of times you're getting so much sludge at once that you're going to see them get consolidated. And not in the best possible way, I suppose. But yeah, in general, I think it'll look nice. Especially now that I added the color in. Let's try it out. Oh yeah, I like that. We could even have it be slightly different colors based on which message you got. That looks great. I really want to see it print out one of the other messages. It's just so rare, though. I guess we could speed this up a bit. Yeah, it's just never going to happen. I mean, we could speed it up even more. It's still not going to happen. Okay, did I code something wrong? I feel like we should have seen it at least once. Let's put a breakpoint here. There's a 1% chance to get this message, else if... Oh, yeah, I did code it wrong. Okay, well, at least we figured that out. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's not that low a chance. All right, problem solved. You have home row mods. Doesn't the keyboard lag once you have mods enabled? The keyboard doesn't ever really lag. The microcontrollers can handle QMK. The lag you might be talking about is if you do have home row mods, you have to hold to activate one key and press to activate another. And I don't tend to use those, no. So I enter another layer, and it's more obvious when I'm like this. So I enter another layer. So let's say I press this, and now these keys turn into modifiers. And when I press them, they'll light up. Now these are lit. And when I press another key, it's going to send Control, Alt, Command, Shift, and then whatever I press, which I don't think is going to do something nice. So let's get rid of that for a second. And I'll show you instead with something like this. Type testeroni. So now if I do this and press this, now this key is yellow. This means command is pressed. And now I press C on my keyboard. And now the command key is no longer yellow. And I can now paste and get the thing that was on my clipboard. So yeah, I use one-shot mods instead of home row mods, but they are on the home row. All right. Can we still load, or is that going to break? Yeah, we loaded. Nice. All right, so we better see those new messages this time around because I coded it correctly. Hello? What's going on? There. Well, if we do this enough, we're going to see it. It's guaranteed to happen. Law of probability says it's guaranteed to happen unless I have a bug. Oh, there it was. Critical cook. Yeah, and then we should occasionally see an edible dish exclamation mark. It's a 1% chance. So this is really not worth testing. And yet here I am trying to test it. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done. All right, let's stop. I'm done. Let's just inspect the code and see if it looks good. Crit cook 1. If percent chance 0.01. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this can work. How did I code this? Yeah, it's just if rand is less than percent. Yes, then it definitely can work. In fact, it could get even smaller than that. Is this your own game engine? No, no, no. This is made in Godot. Did the swap to layer on hold for semicolon yesterday? Taking a bit to get used to. Swap to layer. Oh, on hold. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it depends on how often you type a semicolon. You can also change the amount of time it takes, and there are other configuration properties that will help you control it maybe a little bit better. But yes, it is going to take some time to get used to, and I think it's going to pay off in the end, because I really, really, truly think if you just get the arrow keys, maybe like page up and down, backspace, and maybe tab, like those keys alone, just having those be right at your fingertips is really nice. All right, I think we have fully coded this, right? Get critting to work. We've done that. We have the artwork in the game. Well, the temporary artwork at least. Is there anything else I wrote here that we haven't done? Oh yeah, Gumami. It reminds me of Brad Pitt in the movie whose name I'm not gonna say. Gorlami. It's just like the critical eating perk. Yeah, we pretty much done this. Okay, so that's 909. We can go mark this as finished. Finito. Just look through the code, make sure nothing stuck around. There's no gauze in the patient, so to speak. There is one thing I did that I don't like, and that's that I put all this code in town. I don't think it belongs there, and I want to get rid of that. Also, these underscores, the yellow underlines, they shouldn't be there. So I'm going to reload this and hope that they go away. Yeah, but other than that, everything looks good. Using the arrow keys with my left hand, that's throwing me for a loop. Oh, you put it on your left hand. Interesting. Also have to figure out a better way to use shift or control with new arrow key position. Ah, yeah, okay. I guess it is a little bit more than just add arrow keys. I put them on my right hand when I had done that, and then I would naturally use control on my left hand anyway, so it was very usable. I found a suture in my hand still last week. You did not tell me that. What happens when you find that? Do you go to the doctor and they take it out, or can you do it yourself? Oh, actually, no. Yeah, Hashi, welcome in. Or Hash B? Let me know how to pronounce your name. Okay, I want to write a note about this. This is on Thursday. The crit messages for the chef slime are in town and almost certainly should be in chef slime.cs. But yeah, this fixes this. So add critical cooking, fixes 909. It's called spicy cooking. Yeah, that's it. Note that we don't guarantee a crit right after unlocking this like we do for the garbage slime. That was just out of laziness. Yeah. I have number layer and alt on the same thumb. So I just added L alt on that layer. Yeah, I have like a million ways to type a hyphen on this keyboard. I can press these two keys at the same time and it's a hyphen. I can press this key and then this key and it's a hyphen. I can press this key and then this key and it's a hyphen. And it's all just based on what am I doing when I'm typing any of those things. So like the reason this one works is because there are numbers around it. So yeah, frequently I'm typing something like this. This one works because there are symbols around it. So this one works if I'm typing a bunch of symbols and need a hyphen. And then this is just if I'm typing English and I type something like, I don't know, just any hyphenated word. Test word. Okay, so this should be closed as soon as I press this button. So this turns to purple. Nice. Love watching that. Turns out you got a staple there all the time. Oh my god. I want to unhear this story. Okay, I got to do something really fast here, which is add the icon art request. Do we have this open still? No. Let's go open this. Hiding under the scab after the scab fell off. I thought it was a piece of lint. It was not. Oh. Hope everything's okay there. All right, here it is. So it's spicy cooking. Let's get the picture correctly. I need to just not block the icon. There we go. Yeah, let's get the fishing perk in there too. Sure. Spicy cooking. All right, I did this off screen because it's not important, but I have an art request things for Quickie Joe. And yeah, this icon doesn't match the other ones. It's not so jarring that it's here and doesn't look like the other style, but it's just unpolished, that's all. All right, so we're done with that. Next up was this one. Let's go take a look at this issue. In this case, it made the map shrink because of the error text. Yeah, so that's here. How do we get this to happen? Wouldn't this be cooler in 3D? Yeah, probably. I think it would also increase the asset cost by quite a lot. Welcome in, Demon. Okay, so when we send in too many adventurers. Yeah, there we go. Is that what this says over here too? You can only have, yep, that's what it says. Okay, so we could see this even in the forest if we wanted to. Remove the extras by clicking them. Okay, so you can only have this. I'm back. If you had a microtransaction 3 hours ago, you'd have $50 million already. That 50 billion. Are you the artist? I am not the artist. Take a look at this. So there were 2 asset packs that were foundational for this game, but there's more custom art than not at this point, I believe. So for example, every single icon we have is custom now. What else? A lot of the buildings are custom. Like this is entirely custom. All the adventurers are completely custom. So like every one of these, we have battle animations for them. The projectiles are custom, etc., etc. Bad 3D looks way worse than bad 2D. Well, the other thing about 3D for players is that it adds another dimension of control, which might make the game harder for some people. And this is meant to be pretty casual. So imagine if this were like, oh, what was that game? Animal Crossing New Horizons. This wasn't too bad because you still walked in a 2D plane, but you had more that you had to kind of track in doing this. And not all games like this are going to have 2D movement within the game. I guess it was technically 3D. I guess you could go up. Some games don't have that. But I guess Animal Crossing did. I'm playing that right now. Are you enjoying it? It came out so long ago that I feel like probably everyone who's wanted to play it has already done all the things they want to play. Obviously not. Yeah, thanks, Bad Chris. Yeah, I'm definitely proud of the work on Skeleseller, and I would hope that everyone else on the team feels the same way. My thought was the same when I started game dev. Thought one less dimension would be easier to learn to code. I found out fast that I cannot draw, and modeling was easier for me. Yeah, but assuming you didn't have to draw or model anything yourself, I think it'd be cheaper to pay people to draw than it would be to model. Because with modeling, you also have rigging, textures, and probably some other stuff I don't even know about because I've never really done that stuff. But anyway, it doesn't really super matter in the end, I guess. This game is going to be a 2D game at this point. We've put in enough development time and enough work into the assets where I think changing it would be kind of crazy. All right, so I didn't actually do anything about this here. You can only have this many in your party for this location. We got to trim this down. And I think the easiest way to trim it down is to just cut down on the number of words. All right, let's duplicate this so we can figure out if we lowered it. Only allows for X adventurers. Remove. Remove the extras by clicking them. Yeah, how's that? All right, let's try that. Hey, Thomas. How's it going? This is an MMO? No, this is a single player game. Okay, so we're going to go try that again. Let's click this. It says this location only allows for 4 adventurers. Remove the extra by clicking them. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Now, unfortunately, that does have 2 lines of text still because this dialogue is so small. What if we don't have anybody? Man. We could just always populate this with whatever the error message size is so that this doesn't get bumped. Because you can see what's happening here. This map is shrinking based on whether or not this text is showing up. And actually, is it keeping, I don't even think it's keeping the aspect ratio when it shrinks this. I think it's just shrinking the viewport. Yeah. Because it's only shrinking in the Y direction. That's really bad. Skeleseller 2 will be in 3D. I don't know. I don't know if there'd ever be a Skeleseller 2. Like the way that a lot of games work is unless you're making some major graphical change, then you just keep adding on to the original game. And I could see adding on to this if this is successful. Does it have a mobile version? No. If the desktop version is successful, then I would probably consider making a mobile version and maybe even one for consoles. But it would have to prove successful on desktop to even put in that time. Reserve more height for the label, make the label overlay on top of the map, maybe better. Actually, yeah, then we wouldn't need this here at all, right? I guess the error message also shows up if you hover over this. Yeah, I like that idea. But it still needs to be visible, which means we probably need a background for it. So let's go find out where that is. Battle panel. It's so hard to use this UI when you're only taking up half the screen. Normally, I'd be using the entire screen. But I don't want to cover the game. So I just can't read anything. All right, fine, whatever. Let's not read anything then. Where's the label I want? Let's look at it through the code. It'll be easier to find. Error label. And where is that in the scene tree? Error label, yeah. So we should be able to find it in here. There it is. Neat. Okay, so we take this out and float it above this thing. Although, like I said, I don't know exactly where we'd put it. I guess just over the map on the bottom there. And then just give it a background. That's probably fine. Do you have any lessons learned between Botland and Skeleseller? Knowing you by now, you have an entire list somewhere. I don't think I've published something like that. But I think the absolute biggest lesson is if you're making a game that you want to monetize, ensure there's good product market fit. And the way you generally would do this is release early and often. I can't type anymore. Get feedback, act on the feedback. And it's get good feedback, get honest feedback, like ask the right questions. Don't just talk to people who are going to say like, yeah, your game is fun. Like, yeah. You want to be like, yeah, I love this game. This is great. So if you look at the surveys that we had from the early versions of the game, and I probably can't pull these up quickly. No, but like, let's look at Checkpoint 5, for example. And maybe this isn't even demonstrative of what I'm trying to show. Yeah, like, okay, I had fun playing the game. You can see there's a decent number of agrees. They are the largest single portion of this at 54%. But there were some people who were neutral about it. And there were a few strongly agrees. Like if you look at older versions, it was a much darker chart. It was like more neutrals, some disagrees. I think a strongly disagree was in there. So like we made sure the game was trending in the right direction. We tested a lot of features that are now removed from the game. And actually that's the biggest reason why the feedback keeps getting better. The way I kind of look at it is if you're going to release something and you already know what feedback you'll get, or let's say like what negative feedback you'll get, then it's not very helpful to release that thing. Like, let's say we had a glaring bug. The game crashes on level 2. I'm just making something up. You're going to hear that from people, right? People are going to report crashes. They're going to be angry about it. If you're on Steam, they're going to leave negative reviews. So, like, probably wait until you've solved that before asking for more feedback. Anyway, those are the kinds of things that I think were the biggest lessons. I think other big lessons are just the Yank and Anita principle of don't code things that you don't need right this second. And they're all to do with basically like scoping and making sure you release it. Because the thing underpinning all of this is it's very different to make a game for fun than it is to make it for a business. And Botland, I'm looking back on it, hindsight is 2020, Botland was for fun. It was how should I say this? A fun wolf masquerading in business sheep's clothing. what feedback program or site do you use? It's just a Google form. So when you click provide feedback, it just launches a form and you can fill out the form. So it's nothing formal. And we probably should just remove that at this point, shouldn't we? Because we have Steam reviews. I never thought about that. That's a good question. Yeah, we probably should remove it. I never even thought about that. Feedback. Let me write that down. This should probably be gone from the demo too, since Steam reviews exist. Did Botland get a lot of negative feedback on launch? Not really due to the game. There were some technical issues, but it just didn't get a lot of super positive feedback. It's easy when a game is incomplete to imagine whatever you want to imagine out of that game. Like, let's say I was making whatever Smash Bros or something like that, and I had like 2 fighters in the game. You might be like, okay, I know the game's incomplete, so now I imagine whatever these like 10 characters I really love. And then you think of features that might exist or movesets. Then the game comes out and it's 40 different Fire Emblem characters. I made myself laugh. I think something like that happens with what happened with Botland to some extent, and also is to some extent happening with Skeleseller too. Like, people see this game and they keep thinking like, oh, you should add in some prestige mechanics or ascensions or something like that, or you should add in, I don't know, like different battle mechanics or more depth or something. And I'm always like, it doesn't really fit the style of game I'm aiming for here. Next autonomous quest. That's probably why I didn't fill it out. I refuse to use anything related to Google. Yeah, that's totally fine. And by the way, I hope you'll still share the feedback either here or on Discord if you have anything that you think is pressing. Oh yeah, the other thing finally, Elghost, that I wanted to talk about is always use a game engine unless you want to make a game engine. There are a lot of game developers out there, or maybe not a lot, but a vocal minority of game devs who are always like, you should make your own game engine. And like, I think there are certain cases where you should. But I think for the average person, it is not good advice. And I think these people always make it sound like it's good advice for everybody. It is not. And I've made my own sorts of game engines before in the past, and I think the default answer is it's not going to help you as much as just using an off-the-shelf thing will help you. So that's part of the reason we're using Godot. Part of the reason we're trying to invest in Godot a little bit. I spend some time reproing bugs that are in the engine and filing detailed issues on them. And it's not my favorite thing to do, but I'm using an engine for free and I want to give back in some way. And if Skeleseller made like a boatload of money, I think I would donate to the Godot Foundation. But if I'm not going to make any money, I probably won't be donating to it. But that's where I can help in other ways. Just that weak developers like Adam can't handle it. That's right. Okay, so we started this and I never actually finished this. We want to put this on top of the bottom of this panel. And the panel is here. So let's move this into here. This is a control for anchoring. This is anchored to the bottom. No, this is the stuff that gets anchored. Whoops. I don't know what this button does. Oh, interesting. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, so thankfully it didn't make a change. So if we put this here and then anchor this to the bottom wide and then set vertical line to bottom. And then one last thing, I need a background on this, but this is just a label. Labels don't have backgrounds, do they? I actually don't remember. Colors, font color. No, there's just that. Drat. Okay, well then we probably got the text to show up in the right spot, but it's probably unreadable. Whoops. Let's go take a look. Will the Botland servers come back online? Botland is being open sourced. It's just been a pretty slow process. Okay, so let's. Oh, uh-oh. I really should have exported a build of this. Okay, fine. Well, I accidentally killed the Skeleseller demo, so we're going to need to revive that again at some point. Yeah, so this is showing up in the right spot. Like I said, it's not readable, and we need to show on top of this other thing. So to make it readable, we can put it inside of a panel container, I guess. Panel container, error label. And that on its own should work. Style box flat. Hang on a second. Okay. Cat so is meowing. Yeah, I accidentally closed the demo version. All right, I want to give this kind of a dark background, maybe. Or no, a light background because there's dark text. And then we want this to not show up until there's actually an error. Oh, and I guess this would be anchored to the bottom. All right, that's much more visible. I like that. But it's always visible, and it should not be. This should be error container. Hey, yeah, Matt. All right, so we make this visible, I'm guessing. Oh, it only shows up when it's visible. I see. A little bit surprised. Yeah, it's due to being on the front page. Okay, let's go make a new one of these things. So fine, this is just going to be a control as far as we're concerned. This is going to be error container. We're going to get this in ready, error label, get this over here, container. This is a control. And then we set whether it's visible based on the contents of this. Wait. Font color override. Oh, because this can be black. Oh, no, that's not going to work then. And it got themed. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a thing that shows in black. I don't remember why, though. Warning text color, error text color. At least one of your adventures is in battle, and you have the maximum number of battle windows open. Okay, so that's how we get this to happen. We click this, and then, yeah, this shows up. Maybe we just don't even show that then. Yeah, I think we just shouldn't show this unless, like it says here, at least one of your adventurers is in battle. Starting a new one will end such battles for you. I think we can just keep that text over here and not show this. It may overlap the other one. Yeah. Yeah. I actually wanted it to overlap the other one, but I could see why you wouldn't want it to, so that you can actually see where you have, which location you have selected. Because right now it's not going to be possible. I think I might hold off on this one. Yeah. I think I might hold off on this. Okay. I'll write this down over here. Kevin suggested, oh yeah. Note, even if you shrink the labels themselves, you can still make the windows small enough where it'll force the labels to have 2 lines. Kevin suggested making the label overlay the map to address this, which I think is a good idea. All right, so save and then just leave it for now. And let's go back to what we were doing. I will check in the one change that I made that was worthwhile here, which is this. This is just shrink an error message. But everything else we don't need. Yeah. Okay. So now I'll revert these things and we'll get the demo back up and running. And I wonder if that'll work. Godot quit? Seriously? Okay. Let's reopen it. Is it reopening? It doesn't seem to be. Oh, I launched from the wrong thing. We'll eventually get this working correctly. All right, let's try again. Edit in recovery mode. I don't want to do that. All right, this should launch. We just need to never close this. Yeah, there we go. And then we launch this one from over here. Your branch is ahead because of what? The one thing I did? Yeah, shrink the error messages text. Sure. Okay, saving that for later. Remove Steam button. I guess we can do this one right now. How much time do we have? We have about 2.5 more hours. I'll spend another hour then on making code changes, and then we'll play the game again to sort of end the front page time. So let's get started on this one. This one should be easy at least. We need this to show while we only have a demo. Once someone has purchased a game, it shouldn't show for them. Could decide to only show for the demo. I don't think that's necessary. Just remove it. Yeah. This is pretty simple. Should take me almost no time, hopefully. So we go to the title screen, which is the only place the thing shows up. It's right there. And then we figure out where the Steam button is. Here it is. All right, so delete this. Save. Now search for wherever we use that through code. So this is going to go away. This goes away. Open Steam page and URL opener goes away. Oh, wait, no, we still need this for opening the wish list thing, right? Steam button on the title screen. No, we don't need that. Oh, that's the in-game menu. This technically is open Steam. This is fine. So it's only the title screen that just changed. And then we need to delete the logo as well. Yeah. So if I search for Steam, we should find, yep, there it is, Steam logo. And do we ever have this written anywhere else? Nope. All right, should be easy. Just go in here, type Steam logo, delete it, and try running. And that's that. So now the title screen has a credits button and a settings button. This should still work. Yeah. Hey, can someone new from chat read what this says? What does that text say? Wishlist on Steam. Wait a second, you can do that? Well, there's a link in chat. Wow. All right, settings still works. Credits still work. Cool. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, again, for those who haven't heard the elevator pitch for this game, the game is pretty much just playing itself over here. But you hire adventurers, send them into battle, then sell the items that they find in your shop, and use the money to upgrade your adventurers, upgrade your shops, upgrade your whole town. Please. Remove Steam logo. This fixes 737. We just don't really need it now that the main source of the game is Steam. Also, there's still the wish list button in the game, which will open the Steam page. Cool. We can even push that so that this gets closed. Watch the satisfying purple color flood this thing. Nice. All right, that's done. Next up, Z-index of contextual tip. This one's just too boring for me to want to do right now. So I think I'm just going to push this down to the bottom of the list. Manifest quests with exact item counts. Idea of randomly generating quests was interesting, but the tiny variations are more annoying than not, especially when it asks for rarish items like boots. We should just directly manifest the number of items it takes for each quest. For each quest. 7 small blue potions and 3 cloaks. The time when this will really matter is when you have disparate item prices. So like a small blue potion is worth 3 gold, and you have some like insane sword of killing stuff is worth 999 gold. So now it's a 1 to 333 ratio. And if we say, hey, we want a quest that accepts 2,000 gold worth of items, you might get, hey, you need 2 swords and you're done. Or you might get, you need 667 potions. And that's a huge difference. So the idea was we'll just manifest exactly how much we expect you to get, like 1 sword and 300 potions or something like that. Because yeah, some of the time it won't matter, but probably it's going to matter more often than not. So let's go figure out how we do this. Go into quest data. We have this generate quest objectives, and it comes with a gold target. We don't need a gold target anymore. We can just say how many of each item it requires. This might break save files though. How do we save this stuff? We don't have a quest going, so we can't tell. Okay. Well, let's start a quest. And then let's save. And now we have quest stuff. Quest. Objectives, progress. I guess this would just be the same. So it shouldn't modify save files. Yeah. I mean, I sure hope it doesn't. But quest data did manifest this. And now instead of a hash set of item IDs, it's got to be a dictionary of item ID to quantity. It's not that hard to do. The thing that should always follow that sentence is, so let's go do it. So let's go do it. All right, this becomes a dictionary that takes in the quantity of items. It's not just called item IDs anymore. It's required items or something like that. We're just going to break everything in the process of doing this. Yeah, so gold target was 40. So this now needs to be required items. How do you define a dictionary in line? I never know how to do this. Can we just have it figured out for us? No. It's some like curly brace nonsense I don't feel like figuring out. Let's just go see how we did it over here. New, and then a curly brace, and then square brackets, and then equals whatever the key is. New curly brace square bracket equals 13 or 12. I don't know. All right, now what's the problem here? That's not how this works at all. Oh, new with parentheses. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, so we just got to do this for everything. Medium yellow potions and boots. Medium yellow potions are worth 10, and boots are worth 10. So we were to split this right down the middle, we'd end up with 6 of one item, 7 of another. But boots are only found in the jungle, which is the harder area. So maybe we require fewer of those. Yeah. Hey, Lupo. All right, so set this one to, let's do 8 and 5. And even that's kind of maybe pushing it. I don't know. Item ID dot boots equals 5. All right, got to keep going through the list. This was 400. And it was... So we're trying to target 400. We had demon helmet and bows. They're both worth basically the same amount. Yeah. So we can just do 400 divided by 13.5. So this would be 29 total items. So let's have it require 14 of each. Is that dumb? I'm just making up things right now. Demon helmet. Yeah, you find the same amounts. Sure, that sounds good. How does one get onto the first page? So Twitch partners have a form they can use to apply for it. There's a time slot. There are, I guess, I think there are like 5 time slots per day that they have. So I'm in the 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. one, and it's currently 1:42. So we got another like 2 hours. But what I've kind of commented on in the past is that a lot of the people who are quote unquote watching are not really trying to watch the stream. They're typically trying to just get somewhere else on Twitch, and I happen to be playing while they're on the front page. But I think it still helps. I think a bunch of people have probably found out about Skeleseller now as a result of this. In fact, you know what I did not check? Let me check something. I normally check this when I wake up, and today I woke up like way too early. All right, so last I had checked, it was at 2,909 like claims of the game and 1,149 unique demo players. So these are people who actually opened the game. And now if I refresh the page, this went to 2,948 and this went to 1,152. Okay, so this is actually these stats kind of suck. Yeah, so I guess just from looking at how many people probably tried the game as a result of this stream is very few. And hopefully the number of wish lists is higher, but I can't check those because they're not in real time. But yeah, currently it says there are 6 people playing right now. Also, the median time to play went up. Median play time went up to 1 hour and 19 minutes. That's kind of nice. To see this go up means that I think the game is headed in the right direction, because we've had enough people playing it. Like, you know, when you've got about 1,000 people, that's not a small amount. If you had 5, then the median playtime doesn't really mean anything. But yeah, when you have 1,000 or so, I think it matters. And to see it go up means that the total player base seems to be enjoying the game, because it's always going to be weighted by the people who had played, unless they play again. I think playtime's pretty good for a demo. In fact, I wonder if the demo is too much value. I don't think so, but I definitely don't think we should add more. I think we're bordering on dangerous territory for whether people want to buy the full game. All right, fire swords come from the final place. Canes come from a not final place. Canes are 18. Cane is 18. Fire sword is 24. And this is what they are right now. This isn't really supposed to be balanced. In fact, I'm probably putting too much effort into this. What's the midpoint? 21. So what's 600 divided by 21? It's 28.57. But this would be weighted more toward fire swords. So yeah, sure. Let's write this down. So we're gonna have this require fire sword. Let's say 12 of those. So now 12 times 24 is 288. 600 minus 288 divided by 18 is 17. So yeah, that's what we want. 17 canes. There. All right. Now we have a bunch of other breakages because we're not using required items anywhere. I don't want to remove the demo when we release, but cutting back on the demo might be worthwhile at some point. I do kind of wonder, what is the ideal amount of time for a demo? Like, assuming you knew nothing about the game that we're talking about. I just said, hey, there's a demo and it's perfect. How long is that perfect demo? Probably at least half an hour, and probably not more than like 2 hours. Hey, Thib, welcome in. So yeah, we're like somewhere in that range, 35 minutes. I know some demos are for sort of infinite games, like maybe a roguelike game, and you can sink a lot of time into it, but most people would probably want to buy the full game for that. To be 20 minutes of content. 42 minutes and 37 seconds. At least half an hour is enough to get a good feel. Yeah. Yeah, the sort of marketing psychology answer is long enough to make you understand the game and want more. If I play a demo of Skyrim, I'd say 2 hours is good. But there's probably some like 30-minute slice of Skyrim that can give you a decent idea of the game, but probably not start you at the very beginning of the game. I guess it's hard with a story-driven RPG. Because I wonder what you'd want to focus on. Any game that has like 14 different systems, you might have a player who just wants to explore, one who just wants to fight, one who just wants to trade. And if you drop them in the middle of a battle, they might be like, I don't really like the battling in this game. Does Skyrim have a demo, out of curiosity? Skyrim. It does not. Also, wow, it's $40. I'm a little surprised by that. It released 9 years ago. Wait, 9 years ago? That doesn't sound right. What does this say? Yeah, 14 years ago. It's the whatever version I was looking at on Steam that released 9 years ago. And I don't know what that was. All right, so no more gold target. So we don't need this anymore. We do need the objectives, but we're not actually generating anything anymore. I guess we just get rid of this completely, right? Yeah. Okay, this should be pretty simple. Just delete the whole function. And then anywhere we would have called that, which is here. The objectives are already just there in the quest data. To the point where now this function probably has no reason to exist either. Next quest data.required items. We don't ever modify this, do we? We better not. It should be a read-only dictionary, in fact. Or there's no time. You propose 3 or 4 missions and then it's over. Yeah, that probably makes more sense for a game like Skyrim. So I guess if it was a duration-based demo, how long would be the ideal demo? I remember, I think it was Smash Bros. Brawl that had an Ocarina of Time demo in it. And it was limited to something like 5 minutes. That seems like such a short time. And Nintendo couldn't have metrics for this because there was no like deep linking from Brawl. But how many people played Ocarina of Time and then are like, I should go buy this game based on 5 minutes of a demo? Especially given that it was old news at that point. All right, so what does generating a quest actually do? Pretty much nothing. Yeah, nothing. So we can just get rid of this, I guess. Well, it did create a quest. But still, we could just get that new quest from here, right? I think it's fine. Maybe we just call it get next quest. Yeah, that might be better. And then we can do this and delete that. Yeah, that's good. All right, let's try running this. Let's see if it works. I mean, if you have a game that's making you money and people want to play that game 10 years later, and I don't know, the system isn't out for it anymore, by all means, I think you should re-release the game. And there are costs associated with that. I don't see why you shouldn't be paid. I don't know if people get upset about remakes and remasters. What did I just do? Quests, right? So let's take a look. The first quest should always be the same every single time we open this. So it says 12 small blue potions. If I were to just return the title and try this again, there's no randomness, so there shouldn't be any problem with this, right? Yeah. So we accept this. We save the game. We go look at our saved game. We should see that we need 12 of these potions. Perfect. And then if we put some of these in, let's put a couple in, and then save, and then look at this. Yeah, now we see that our progress is 2 small blue potions. Where did those go? There. All right, now we complete the quest. And we go to the next one. 8 yellow potions, 5 boots, 14 demon helmets, 14 bows, 12 canes or 12 swords, 17 canes, There are no more skeletons hanging out at your tavern. Everyone who's out adventuring must still be alive. 2 years ago? Wow. Yeah, I played a long time ago. I think some RPGs get kind of closer to being like Dungeons and Dragons than not. So, for example, Baldur's Gate is very Dungeons and Dragons. But like Diablo, I would say is not very Dungeons and Dragons, or at least like not Diablo 2. Didn't play a lot of Diablo 1. What was I saying? So Skyrim, I think, is slightly more toward the Dungeons and Dragons side, in my opinion. RuneScape is a lot like it. I haven't played RuneScape. I don't tend to like something that resembles Dungeons and Dragons too closely. I don't tend to like Dungeons and Dragons. I love the lore and everything, all that's great. But the actual gameplay is just it's stilted to me. Yeah, Neverwinter Nights, that was very Dungeons and Dragons like. That was made by the same company though, right? Who is it? Wizards of the Coast? Developed by BioWare. Oh, never mind. Yeah. But yeah, very D&D. All right, so we're done with this. This is working. Let's go look at how do we lint this? There's some special command now. I wrote it in a README or something somewhere, or maybe in the localization thing. Here it is. All right, I want to run this, but let's stage our changes before we do that, just in case I mess something up. Hey, Versace, how do you feel about using Code Academy to learn, or have you really looked at it at all? When it comes to learning, it's hard for me to comment on this stuff because I learned in a particular way that is now probably not even relevant to anybody anymore because it was so many years ago. So I would have to analyze this stuff from the perspective of a student, which would be hard to get into. Or I'd have to know of another student who tried it and then report on what they found. So basically, I can't really comment on it. Oh, I haven't as you went to talk. Okay, I'll just say I haven't really looked into it, so it would be hard to comment on. Do you like Scrimba? I don't know what that is. Oh, a code learning tool? I haven't even heard of that. Okay, that looks new. That's probably my bad. Yeah, my bad. Using directives are unnecessary in quest data. Those should just now be gone, right? No, they're not. It should auto fix these things, right? Oh, we have it set to verify no changes. Okay, fine. Well, that fixes those two. Then this is easy to fix, but it's not related to this change, which is it's gonna be a cascading change if I do this. We just probably modified like 10 files right there. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, so should I just disable that then? Rename class. There's no linting error. It's just a drat. Don't we have classes that are named like that though? Like UI messages or UI constants? Yeah, why doesn't it complain about this? Because it's a partial? Can I just undo that? Does it undo all of the extra changes? No, of course not. Why would it do that? Well, we can just click this button. Trying to get a better understanding for the field. Can you hear me yet? Because I can say more. I'll just type this. Let me know when you can hear me again. Yeah. So how do we get that to not complain? And then what's this one about? Beat elite tip. Element should be separated by a blank line. I mean, that should be very easy to fix. Okay, there. Problem solved. So just this one I don't know how to do anything about. Oh, wait. It says S101. Oh, we can just turn that off then. I'm trying to get it to have an error so that I can suppress it. There. There we go. All right, let's try running this one more time. I guess it's not gonna auto fix anything, so I can just do this. Yeah, the way we can say this is allowed is just by suppressing the error like we just did. Now we're getting these, which we can never do anything about, I think. I wonder if we should just wrap this in a script and have it just not report on this stuff. But yeah, looks good. Okay, so we're gonna check this stuff in. This is fixing this issue. 871. Manifest quests with exact item amounts. Fixes 871. Yep. Yeah, there's really not much more to say, so let's just leave it at that. And then this is fixing linting errors. Yeah, fix linting errors. All right, now we push and watch this turn purple. So satisfying. I think every time you close an issue, GitHub should throw a party for you. They should send people to your place. They give you some candies, put a party hat on you. I don't think I want to do this stuff. I'll throw you a party. Why does it sound like a threat when this shady guy comes in and says it? Man, it's threatening me right now. All right, I think we're gonna play the game one last time. What time is it? 2 o'clock. Let's also fill out the journal here. Gamification, all the development things you should do without a reward. But I want a reward. Why is it wrong? Twitch front page. I mostly took it easy. I mostly took it easy and worked on semi-basic tasks. Played the game, etc. Revamped the enchanter graphics. Tighten up the graphics on level 3. We have 1 user reviews. Dare I even click it? Incredibly laid back, sip a lemonade and enjoy type of game. I was sucked in quicker than I was expecting to be, which makes me very excited for the full release. Assuming the full game is just more of the demo, I can definitely see myself sinking countless hours in my idle town. Thanks, Loftus. Thanks. Just do the jobs they're being paid to do. But I'm not being paid. If GitHub gave me money, that would be great too. I'm okay with that. I think we should spend a little bit of time maybe reworking the cleric. Maybe we should do like a cleric focused run. Does not sound righteous. You're correct. All right, did we make any changes that are worth pushing? Because I don't think we did. Git log -6. Whoops. Where's, how do you do this? This way. Format equals as. Yeah. Updated a readme. Yeah, not really important. Hey, we added a perk. That's about it. Huh. Wonder how the perk's gonna work out. So I think I'm gonna do another playthrough of the game. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's try to like, I don't know, maybe 100% it. But I kind of want to focus on the cleric a little bit. So I'm gonna close this out. I'm intentionally closing everything. We're gonna go start from scratch here. I don't actually want the tips to show up on the screen. All right, let's turn off the keyboard camera. And I'll write myself a note to start it up again tomorrow. Whoops. Come on, come on. Turn on the keyboard camera. All right, play the game again. Let's go get some sound. Yeah. Is the audio leveling good? Can you hear it? Completed the redesign. Nice. Sounds fine. Hey, about this. Welcome back. Is there a Skeleseller category on Twitch yet? Yeah, there is. Twitch.tv/ I actually don't know where you find it. Hang on a second. / category. Category / Skeleseller. No, never mind. I don't know how to find it. All right. Skeleseller, let's play. Here's our little Skellington here. I've got the land for Skeletown, but I need adventurers to do battle for me. If only I had a guild. And that's the game. You just stand here hoping that you get a guild. Hey, Oberon. Oberon, is this a reference to Octopath? No, it's just a name. Okay, never mind. Am I even thinking of the right person in Octopath? Ah, well, whatever. Welcome to the stream. That's what I should be saying. All right, so here's the guild. We're gonna build this, and since people chose the rogue last time, this time around we're gonna go with the mage. Let's hire the mage and let's send him into battle. Picked from BattleTech. It was a planet with a bunch of pirates lived on. Ah, gotcha. So you were both Oberon, a planet and a pirate. I always want to play Modal Simulator. Imagine that as a game. I mean, that Bananas game took off. Maybe Modal Simulator will. Reference to either a movie or a game or something. It's probably been used as a name for a lot of different things. All right, so we won our first potion, and now we can build our shop to sell the potion. Again, remember, this game is wishlistable on Steam. It is not actually available for purchase yet. So we got our potion in the shop. We got some customers coming over the bridge here. They're going to get those potions. And we're going to battle for more potions. And a skeleton. Yeah, this is Skeleseller. It is the game I've been working on for the last year or so. And we're doing another full playthrough right now. Maybe Shakespeare. In the quick search I did off screen, it looked like it's possibly a German name. So maybe it's just a name for a lot of things at this point. Still not implement my tree growing simulator. People might like it. You never know nowadays with the kind of simulator games that are out. All right, so when this potion disappears, we will get the garbage slime. And now we can build this cute little sucker and feed it items. Bloop. Good job, garbage slime. Good job. Nice. All right, things are moving pretty smoothly. Let's go build our town hall, which lets us get all of these perks. Now, I kind of want to try something that I haven't tried in a while, which is what if we did a customer-centric run? Maybe a dumb idea. Yeah, maybe dumb. Okay, Caleb escalated very quickly. Oh, so it's not that long ago, only about 100 years. Or at least, I mean, if you're mentioning World War I. Yeah. All right. So should I even get the garbage slime perks? I feel like waiting for customers is not fun, and critting with these is fun. Maybe customers should have a way to critically purchase. Enough talk of me, who is Adam. A miserable pile of secrets. I've been a developer for many a year, and I've been streaming on Twitch for about a decade now, although I took a pretty significant break to work in the industry again. The game I was working on way back then is a game that you can't currently play, but I spent 5 years making a game called Botland, and it was a pretty sweet game. You made scripts for bots, and then they battled according to those scripts. And you played against other players, and there was matchmaking and everything. And I made all of them. I made a lot of stuff for that. This game has been in development for about a year. And it is close to launch. It'll probably happen in fall of this year. So I am very excited for that. Or someone would love that. If you're talking about Botland, it's not playable, unfortunately. It's going to get open sourced, and hopefully it'll be ready by the end of the summer. But I have passed that off to Eltman, so I won't be putting any time into that. And I am very happy with how this game is turning out. All right, you ready to do battle over here? Because I am. It's ogre time. Hey, we're not even going to lose one of our adventurers. Wait, maybe I spoke too soon. No, we didn't even lose an adventure. You won. All right, we got the ogre blood. Let's go back here. Let's send them both into battle. I'm going to take this, because this is worth quite a lot of money. And every second I wait, it's worth even more. And that's pretty good. Let's get that. 125, 124. And with that, we can now unlock the farm, which we shall do, and put a point into this, and a point into this, and go get our quest. I'm not reading any of the text. I'm doing my Skeleseller speed run. Yeah. Nice. So we got a tavern. This is how you get more workers, and we have the farm. This is how you level up. And let's put some of these over here for now. Good. Why are you... Okay, good. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, we'll feed you once. The grumpy chef slime. Yeah. Hi, I'm a slime. I love to cook. I'm really bad at it. Bring me food and I'll cook it. Use the resulting wisdom sludge to grow more powerful. So when these carrots are finally ready, which they're getting there, then we can get our first bit of wisdom sludge. Are you ready? Harvest. Cooks it in a sludge. We now have 2. It's this little brain icon up here, which I like quite a lot. But our first adventure costs 10 to level up, so we don't have enough yet. But we're getting there. Yeah, and this is going to unlock another worker for us. So there we go. We have 2 workers now. I thought they were just a trash bin. How much is the difference in price between the slime eating things versus villagers buying things? So the slime has this hunger meter, and as it goes up, it'll offer you more money. So right now it's offering 4 gold. Now it's offering 5. But now for the next item, it's 4. And the next item is 3. So 3 is the normal sell price. If I were to keep giving it to the garbage slime, it's going to offer 1 or 2 gold. But that's where the perks come in. So we can get critical eats. If we put a point in that, and then wait for a potion. I want to level up the mage before I forget. All right, now we put in the potion. Now it crits, and we got 5 gold. Okay, we can get a skill for the mage. This is not a very good first skill to get. Empowered spell casting. Every time you cast a spell, your power increases up to a maximum of 50%. We're casting, what, 1, 2... We're casting like 2 spells in a battle right now. This is not really having an effect. Hey, Linux developer. How's it going? Isn't there limited value in selling things then? Wouldn't it be better to put things in storage and then just slime them? Well, but the slime has a very long recovery time on its hunger. So, like, it just got back to the point where it's willing to offer me the sell price for this. And you get more items than you can just feed to the slime. So it makes sense to utilize everything that you've got in your toolbox. You also... Hang on one second. Excuse me. You also can't stop your workers from handling items for you. Oh, nice. We can level up the rogue now. Okay, we got some pretty bad skills. This is not a good set of first skills. Let's see if we can beat the volcano anyway. But this might not be a good idea. I mean, so far it's not looking good. But they're going to kill at least 1 bat. Unfortunately, they're targeting down the mage. Oh, no. Wait. No, mage is dead. All right. Now it's a 1v1. You can do it, Rogue. Maybe. It's going to be very close. Oh my god. Okay, we barely won that fight, and it took 23 seconds. Yeah. 23 seconds. How do I want to do this? I think, you know what we'll do? We'll hire another adventurer. Yeah, and 30 more gold, we can get another adventurer. In fact, let's turn this off now. Are they going to win this fight? Is it going to be faster than 23 seconds? Yeah, it will be. That was 15 seconds. Probably got some lucky procs of mental swiftness. I want to sell this over here. All right, we need 19 more gold. Will it be on other platforms? Maybe eventually. You have to pay the workers. You are the first worker, and the other workers, you're completing their quests for them. So you don't have to pay them exactly. You have to complete their unfinished business. Give me 1 second. I want to finish this thing. Okay. All right, we have enough to get the archer or the witch doctor. I think I got the witch doctor first last time, so let's get the archer this time. And let's hope we win this battle. Oh god, we might not. It's only the mage. The mage is not very good at killing stuff. Oh, wait, maybe? Okay, cool. They got lucky at the end. All right, we'll put all these characters in the battle. We'll level up the archer. We don't have the armor shops. They can't even sell the things that they're finding right now. I need 2 more gold. All right, let's just get it this way. There. Am I using an M4 Mac? I have an M1 Mac, and I'm not happy with its performance. I'm actually surprised to hear that. I think really all of the Apple Silicon stuff has held up pretty well. But no, I'm not. I'm using an M2, I think, Ultra? Yeah, M2 Ultra on the Mac Studio. And I will be sticking with this for quite some time due to the ludicrous amount of money this cost. Also, it's been performing pretty well. I've been happy with it. Okay, we're winning this battle pretty fast now, every 13 seconds. We don't have a skill we can afford for the archer yet, though. And actually, our farm is pretty paltry. What do I do about this? Let's sell this here. Yeah, I need more customers. I need everything. Everything in the game. Yeah, I'm gonna get new customers first. This costs 50. But then I'm definitely gonna need the farm. Oh nice, we got me in the town now. I will surely buy things. Yeah, we're earning too many items. Alright, new customer time. Watch them come over the bridge. Wait for it. Oh, is this a bug? Uh-oh. I think the rare customer counts as a customer slot. Oh, I just lost all those items. God. I found it to be more productive than offline. So, here's what I always say. Because I'm interacting with chat, it's less productive. I get sidetracked. I have to context switch a lot more. But I am much more likely to sit at my computer for 6 or 7 hours with Skeleseller as my focus. So it probably works out to be a net positive. But that's just in terms of productivity. In terms of keeping me sane, it's a super net positive. I have maybe only once in my life had a job where I was the only developer and I worked from home. And I pretty much went insane. It drove me nuts. I need to have some amount of interaction during the day. Otherwise, it just feels like I'm a cog in a machine. Oh, I have a ton of money. What am I doing? What am I doing? What do I want to get? So first of all, let's write down this thing that I just said here. Let's say this: personal observations from playing. If a rare customer is in town and you upgrade the max number of customers, a new one doesn't immediately enter town. Maybe rare customers should be a town perk. Maybe we can even have them tip more as a perk. Yeah. Already went crazy. Hopefully that was something that you worked on. Because in that case, it's like that job didn't get more developers. It was a one developer job. That wasn't the solution. The solution was to find a new job. You know, base case. The other tiny effect of streaming this is that I can market it a little bit. I get people engaged and involved. I like all of that. I generally like streaming, but I'm a very introverted person and it takes a lot out of me. And there are a lot of streams I've ended and then just like immediately gone and napped. Did I work for Google? Yeah. I worked for Google for about 3 years. All right, we can afford practically everything, and I'm spending my money on nothing. I think the best farm upgrade at first is probably clearing the rocks. So let's do that. And then put this over here. Let's get 1 point into seek food. But I think I want to just keep the adventurers fighting here. What did I work on at Google? I worked on a GCP product that eventually launched, but took a very different form from what we were working on it as. And then I switched from there to work on Android Studio. Oh yeah, they're gonna automatically eat now, huh? I think I want more customers. Maybe we'll do this, and I'll put the yellow potions in here. Oh, we can almost level up another adventure. In fact, we can get a skill for this one. Oh, that's a pretty good skill. We got lucky on one of the skills, at least. We are 2 carrots away from leveling up again. Let's do that. Need this down here. Let's put this here, too. Kesuf, thanks for the resub. Happy 3 months. Welcome back. I can understand the needing an app thing. I can see this being mentally exhausting, but in a good way. It's very satisfying. And we've solved a lot of tough problems on stream over the years. I mean, Skeleseller's only been in development for like a year, but I've streamed for quite a long time. And I like development. I really like game development. And I'm very, very excited by the prospect of how Skeleseller will do this summer. Steam's Next Fest starts on June 9th. And I've already applied and been accepted. It's an automatic process, basically. But that's going to be the true test of how Skeleseller might do. And pretty much no matter what, we're going to launch the game. But I really hope it does well, so that we've got some people who are excited for it. Hey, Fern. Thanks. Welcome to being on the Twitch front page today. How are you doing, Fern? No idea what this game is about. I play shooters, but you make this look fun. Well, thanks. Yeah. Even just wishlisting it, like you... Obviously, the end goal is here, yes, to convince people to want to buy the game. But wishlisting it is a free action, and there's a demo that is also free and will get better over the next month and a half. Eventually, I'm not going to be adding new content to the demo. Like even today, I can't show this yet because I haven't unlocked it. But even today, I added a new perk, which is in the demo, or will be in the demo. But at some point, I'm going to add new adventurers and stuff, and those are only going to be in the final version of the game, not in the demo. So it's an idle game with an adventuring party in a town. Yeah, pretty much. The thing I like to add as a caveat here is that I'm trying to break as many tropes of the idle genre as I can and still have this game be fun. So for example, this is not the kind of game you're going to leave running for like a day at a time. You will probably beat the entire game in about 5 hours. And as such, I don't want it to get to like crazy numbers, scientific notation everywhere. No infinite progression. It's like you will eventually hit the end of this game and hopefully you will have found the experience fun. At that point, you might wonder, well, what do I do? And we don't have anything in the game yet for that because we haven't finished coding it. There is no, well, there's an end, but there's no real end to the game yet. At that point, what I want to do is add some challenge modes. So imagine something like we have this farm. What if we had like a farm-centric mode where instead of being this size, it takes up like half the screen and you're just managing a farm really? Or what if we had a battle-centric mode where, yeah, you're You're just battling. You're getting adventures in a different way, maybe. So we will eventually test those ideas. All right, I have a ton of money. I've been doing nothing over here. I am going to go this route again. It's probably better to sell this in a shop at this point. I'm getting way too many of those things. Let's upgrade this. Yeah, I don't want these cloaks. Wishlisted, demo downloaded. Some of it kind of reminds me of the original Ultima series back in the mid-90s I used to play. Yeah, I think graphics-wise, it's similar. People top-down games with sort of like overworld characters walking around doing something. The battles of the Ultima series are very different. So what's kind of weird about this game is that the battle system is pretty in-depth without ever requiring the player to really know any of that depth. So all of the characters have 3 innate skills. They're all like completely designed, fully unique characters that have different sort of abilities and strengths. But you can kind of just gloss over them completely and just level up every once in a while. And there are skills you can unlock for all of them too. And some of them have pretty powerful synergies with one another. So if you are paying attention, you can definitely optimize these things. But some players just play and ignore whatever's optimal and just have fun in their own way. And I want to allow for that gameplay. All right, we're losing items with this thing. We should probably click this button too. And that while we're at it. I guess we're maxing out the slime again. All right, I want to level up the mage next. We can afford it, and now we get 2 points in Echo Strike. Each bolt of lightning zaps has a chance to strike again for half the damage. So now we will always shoot 10 bolts, and half of them will do half the damage, which you will be able to see. Let me just repeat the battle. So when you see lightning strike, you'll see 10 bolts. Yeah. We're killing stuff pretty fast now. 7.6 seconds. Pretty good. Okay, we should put a point into shiny loot. That'll make items sell for more money. And we can probably... Is there even another place we can go to right now? Yes, 70 gold. Okay, let's work toward that. Critical eat. Yeah. All right, we should probably turn that off for a sec. Oh, never mind. They're already going over here. Don't lose your item. Why are they not buying stuff? Buy, buy, buy. Seriously? Customers just walk past all the items? This one wants to buy something. Come on. Come on, customers. Yeah. Do more of that. All right, whatever. We're getting rid of these cloaks. I have too much stuff. I can't manage this all. All right, that's pretty good. So now we're gonna go to the next place. Let's go to the jungle. Am I not using the storage? I tend not to buy it, but yeah, we probably should invest in it. Yeah, there we go. Our Steam metrics updated at the end of the day, so you can see wishlist or follower response to front page viewership now. Wishlist count is only updated once per day, so at about 7 a.m. tomorrow it should be updated. But some of the other stats are updated, and I showed them a little bit earlier. They have not moved very significantly. I have not looked at Twitch stats. I've probably gotten more followers from the stream. I imagine on Friday we'll probably have slightly elevated viewership. But in general, it was a fun day. Like, more people know about Skeleseller than did at the beginning of the day. Oh, hey, we're getting boots. We can finish our quest. Needs more présentoir. More selections? What do you mean? Add something to the game, doesn't use it. Yeah, it helps. I should use it. Oops, didn't mean to click that. All right, we almost have enough. Do I want to hire another adventurer? It's 150 gold. But it's not really going to help me too much. Oh, wait. Am I dying? I wasn't paying attention to this. Well, I'm dying now. But I'm winning that battle. Okay, but I'm like barely winning. Let's level up. Let's level up the archer once. Actually, let's level up both of these. So it took them 26 seconds before. Now that they've been leveled up, it should be faster. And a little bit more certain. And I want better crops. No, 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 no. Give me that. The table where you put items for sale, only 2. Oh, I can upgrade that. I just haven't upgraded that. Because I'm doing a different route here. We're doing the customers suck, garbage slime all the way route. Look at that. 13 gold. Oh, wow. Dunked a bunch in there. All right, I didn't take a look at how long these are taking to battle. It was 26 seconds when I last logged. Yeah, it's 16 seconds. That's what 2 levels up. 2 levels will do. And we can, whoops, I keep clicking that. We can afford our other worker. Check it out. Click this. Quest completed. Tovin the skeleton has joined your workforce. We now have 3 skeletons. How nice. How much does this thing cost? 350? Why did I do that? I think that's something that should be unlocked after you beat a certain boss. Harvesting efficiency should probably only show up after you've beaten the 3rd boss or something. Click, 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 click. All right, all right. Oh, this thing's at max hunger. Sell it all. In fact, let's get critical eating. And more appetite. Oh, this customer wants boots. Boy, we got the thing for you. It's exactly what you want. Oh, someone bought them. Well, too bad. We're going to get more. Nice. Okay. Now, you do not buy that item. That is for this person. No, stop it. Go away. Stop it. Oh, they bought it anyway. We will eventually get them the boots that they so want. Yeah, my adventurers aren't ever close to dying. That's pretty good. All right, put that up there. Let's give this to you. We have enough money to get the castle, the crypt, but we can't probably win that battle. Actually, maybe we can. Let's go try it. I mean, is this real? What's secret? By the way, game looks cool. I'm on the front page right now. So normally I don't have however many viewers I have right now. My average is probably like 100. Do the 2 other skeletons suffer the same fate? No, they all died in different ways that are explained via the quest. So like you can read this while I am thanking Tobin. Thanks for subbing. Yeah, welcome in. But yeah, as far as viewers go, I think it's hard to grow in the software and game dev category. There just aren't a lot of people watching it. It's inherently esoteric for people who are on Twitch. And also, unless you're doing something visual, then it's hard for viewers to follow along. So like making a game is visual enough, or if I was like, hey, we're gonna, whatever, change how the trees look or something, then people can follow that. Same thing with web dev. But whenever I do backend coding, or I do just like, I don't know, work on some systems and not necessarily something visual, yeah, people don't tend to tune in as much. All right, we are doing great so far. I am going to try fighting the dragon. Let's go. Welcome to the crypt. The dragon dwells here. The dragon shoots a fireball at everyone in your party every so often. We'll level 4, 3, and 3. Let's see if that's enough. I think it should be. But our skills are not great. No, I think they're going to win. Yeah, the mage is doing crazy damage. Yeah, that lightning spell is very powerful. I wonder if I should make the dragon harder. The dragon will be missed at the next Skeleton barbecue. And we got the dragon sword, which we are about to feed to the very hungry slime. Nice. All right, so now we have a boatload of money. Let's go back to here while I figure out what I want to do with the boatload of money. I think I want to fully upgrade the farm, which we can't even afford. But we're close to being able to afford it. I only come to Twitch for this category and Doug Doug. Not familiar with Doug Doug. But thank you, Peter, for coming for this category. Alright, we can almost afford the next one. We need some amount of money here. Oh, we're 2 gold away. Okay, perfect. Now we can afford this. And now any other crops we plant could potentially be tomatoes, which are worth more wisdom sludge. We just got to fill up this farm now. Perfect. Perfect. We can even level up our mage pretty soon. Well, actually, it's better to level this up, I guess. Yeah, because it's 100 each, and it gives us a skill point. I only need 5 more sludge. Let's feed you. Feed you again. 3 more. Got it. Ding. We need 45 gold now. Got it. And we got rapid shot. Nice. Alright, so these things should be just killing machines at this point. If I'm doing something that requires a lot of thought or debugging, then it doesn't do as well as if I know what I'm doing and can execute it easily. I think that's another thing is mastery. I kind of sum up that to be successful in almost any category on Twitch, it's a combination of your competence, your personality, and there's something else I say. Maybe the activity you're doing. Like, you can be competent at speedrunning a really, I don't know, like rarely played game and probably people aren't going to watch necessarily. But be competent at Fortnite and probably tons of people will watch. Dedication and schedule. Yeah, I think those things matter too, but I think that's something that's much easier to have. I think to work on competence in a game is tough because lots of people are doing that whether they're trying to stream or not. As a programmer, it can be tough too sometimes because it's not just your programming, it's also how you present that. And to work on your personality is like, most people, at least in programming, aren't going to be talking out loud the whole time they're doing it. They'll probably lose their train of thought as they talk out loud. Those sorts of things can be tough. And then there's some luck involved. All right, so I think we can almost afford the next adventurer. We have quite the machine running right now. I definitely think upgrading the farm is a good path to go. In fact, let's get the next farm upgrade before we even get the witch doctor. All right, we can afford it. Let's get it. So now we can plant grapes. Let's sell a couple of these because they should offer a lot of money. 24. That's it? You're never getting your blue potion. Sorry. Actually, maybe you will. If I can hire the witch doctor, I would have them go get you a potion. But I need another 52 gold for that. We can almost level up one of these characters. Alright, I want money from this. We're so close. 13 gold away. How much does it sell for? 16. Someone come and buy this. Go and buy stuff. 2 gold or whatever. I'm just selling this. All right, now that we can afford that, let's go over here. Oh wait, we could buy anyone we want. Let's try a paladin. I want to try different adventurers when I play. We're gonna have the paladin go to the forest. I'm gonna level them up before they get there. We can't afford a skill. Let's level them up a couple times so they don't do terribly. They're not great, especially without skills. You can see how little damage they're doing. Yeah. Paladin's mostly supposed to be a tank. A little bit of a healer. Hey, Krabs, thank you. Yeah, it is available as a demo on Steam. And I would greatly appreciate wishlists on the game. That would help out. Oh, no, they're leaving town. But I got you your potion. No. All right, well, let's make the paladin act as a worker. Go pick up some stuff. Yeah. All right. All right, so we're getting some money. What do I want to upgrade next? Upgrading the farm one more time could be interesting, but just making crops grow faster I think would be best. Yeah, it's just time to play the game. That's what we're doing right now. I want to like fully 100% the game, I think. And we just added a new perk that should make it a little easier to do that. But I try slightly different strategies every time. And all of them I kind of seem to ignore customers. Which probably indicates that there's a problem with the balance. Did you make the graphics? No, I did not. Welcome in, Lakusi. Make my own game as well and struggling to keep that aspect from being self-made. Yeah, I have some amount of musical skills, so I figured if I'm going to make anything, let me just make that. So that's where I'm spending all my extra time. But I'm not going to learn how to make artwork anytime soon. What's the new perk? It's spicy cooking. All right, we need a bigger warehouse now. All right, what did I say I wanted to go forward next? The well water? Yeah. We're so close to it. And then I want to upgrade the slime next. We need just a tiny bit more money. We need money for everything, though. Thanks, Neens. Welcome in. I didn't mean to click that. Let's click this to make it go away. Artwork is time consuming too. I mean, so is really any aspect of game development, I think. I don't think any of it is easy. Even the game design itself is not easy. Like I spent the other day making adventurer classes. It probably took, I'm just going to estimate like 2 hours per adventurer. And all I did is come up with text on paper. That's it. I didn't even code anything. Then the music takes me, I don't know, tens of hours. And then the coding takes me hundreds of hours. Can I wish this on Steam? Yeah. Take a look at that. And hey, Becca. Yeah, there is quite a lot of viewers because I'm on the front page today. Meets, I am a Twitch streamer. So I read messages that people type before I say them out loud. Oh, we can get the enchanter now. Wait, when did that? Oh. Well, I'm not going to do that yet. I'm definitely getting this. So now we can get pumpkins. All right, so we've gone all in on Wisdom Sludge. And as a result, let's put all of these characters into the next battle. Oh, the paladin doesn't have skills. Let's get them skills. Okay, that's pretty good. Now we'll level up. We can get one more leveled up. Or we could just wait a tiny bit. Let's send them in anyway. Oh, wait, maybe we can level them up. Yes. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, they should definitely win this. And then I need these things to be sold. All right, how they doing? Paladin taking a lot of damage? Probably. I think the Paladin's healing is really bad. Huh. Hey, JD. Are these somewhere as standalones? Not this one. The Botland OST is, though. I might put it online at some point. Oh, I don't even have the weapon shop. What am I doing? Okay, so what's the next big thing I want to get? This. Okay, I almost have a... Wait, what? Did I not get that earlier? Hold on. Something seems wrong there. Let me take a look at what I just did. Because that didn't seem right. Where is the VOD? Here it is. Oh, no. It was correct. I thought I bought that already, though. Apparently not. All right, how long are they taking to beat this battle? 17.6 seconds. Let's level up the archer. And then let's see how much that is. Oh, we are running out of slots here. Do you have anything you can upgrade? Why is this not darkened? That's a bug. Or is it? No, it's not a bug. Yeah, and I think Windy commented on that earlier. Okay, so let's not touch that for right now. We'll give you some more bows, though. Oh, actually, you know what? You can start this quest. Nice. We should really get the fishing pond. It costs almost nothing. It's like pure upside at this point. Yeah. So here's the new perk, Matt. It's what you might expect. It's critical cooking. It costs 250 though, because it also affects the farm. Try your games, not bad. Be nice to have for your heroes to have experience bars. Well, thanks for trying it. I'm opposed to experience in this game for a couple reasons. And I recognize that most players are not going to be able to talk to me to find out what those reasons are. They'll just feel like, oh, I'd rather have experience in the game. But basically, when you hire a new adventurer, I don't want you to have to level it up by just sitting around doing nothing. Because there's no difficulty in that for this game. Like, it's an automated game. So yeah, just imagine hiring someone, they're level 1, and you're like, oh, I guess I can't really use them for the next 10 minutes. I don't really think that's fun. But even if you weren't talking about the level up experience, it's like, or sorry, the new adventure experience, it's still a matter of you can just walk away from your computer, come back, and then all your characters are leveled up. And I just don't think it really works for this game. I recognize that lots of other games, especially in this general category, have something like experience, but they typically also have something like infinite progression, and that's something I want to avoid for this game. All right, the final farm upgrade is harvesting efficiency. But we now have very fast growing crops. So we're going to get tons and tons of wisdom sludge. Couldn't figure out how to make heroes stronger past, let's say, level 4, map difficulty 4. Wait, you never leveled up your adventurers at all? Because there's a tip that should show in the game. Did you ever see any tips over here on the left side? Would it be possible to add experience potions or make an alchemy station to make those potions and make a cap on experience? It's possible, yeah. There is leveling up in the game right now. It just doesn't, it's not through battling directly. Like, experience points are pretty much just, you do a battle, you get X amount of a resource, experience points, star points, something like that. And then you eventually level up on your own without having to do anything extra. This game, you have the concept of leveling, and it does take a resource. You just get it through the farm and through fishing. No, or I missed it. Either I didn't see it or it was a small icon. Okay, so there are some tips that show up on the left side of the screen, and they try to tell you what you should be doing at some point. And at some point, it should tell you can build the farm. If you didn't see that, you'd have to find the sign in the world or click the buildings menu. And you should see new buildings farm. And at some point, hopefully you would end up clicking that. Beyond that, I don't know what else I can really do to make it clear to players. I guess I could like force you to build the farm at some point, but yeah, I'd be curious if you went back to the game, you got past building a farm. Oh, so did you ever level up? Like, were you growing crops? Because the crops are, you never leveled up. Okay. Did you ever click the farmer by any chance? And like find out how the farm works? Because yeah, I can potentially add more of a nudge in the game. I just never thought about this. I'll write this down. Okay, I'll write this. Here. And I took the icon for a lever. Wait, so you're saying you did read how the farm works, but then you never leveled up. Do you have something for inverting colors? Yeah, I do. Check out that. Wait, no, sorry, that's the wrong thing. It's Dark Reader. My bad. Ignore the first command. All right, hold on. Let's also put a point into this and into this. All right. I need potions to go into here, which means I need more customers, and I want workers to move faster. Not that I'm aware of. Okay. So let me see. So this person built the farm, read what the farmer said, got the lever for the extractor, but never actually leveled up. Can you do me a favor? Can you open up the game and go to the title screen? And at the bottom left, you'll see this text here about the version. Can you click that and send me your save data? You'll see a save.json file. I can write this down if you need me to. But I'm incredibly curious about this because there should have been multiple tips in the game that would have steered you in the right direction. So open game, go to or on the title screen, click the version number in the bottom left. Send, what is this? Save data / save.json over Discord. Can you do those steps? Because that would be really, really helpful. What game is this? This is Skeleseller. Hand rolled an extension for myself. Yeah, Dark Reader is really nice. I really like it. I've been using it for a while now. All right, we were running out of slots over here. Oh, that's a bug that doesn't happen very often, but apparently happened here. Oh man, we need more of like everything. How about we just stop them from doing stuff for now? Just go harvest and do whatever else. We also need someone to go and fish. Let's send a couple of characters there, I guess. Cleaned up my desktop yesterday. Oh, it should still exist, yeah. So whenever you can do it, that would be very helpful. Because the feedback you gave me is good, but I already put some safeguards in the game. So if those safeguards didn't help, I need even more like powerful safeguards to be like, hey, player, you need to do this. And there are already 2 or 3 things that tell you that in the game. So if those things didn't help, then I need to somehow make it even clearer. And yeah, that's potentially going to be a challenge to figure out. Okay, we're finally getting back to where we can do this again. All right, I have a whole bunch of sludge. Let's spend some of this. In fact, let's leave the battle and just start it again. Yeah, let me write this down. The farmer said, got the lever for the extractor, never actually leveled up. I asked for the save file to see how much food they have, but they had uninstalled already. What's the likely location of save file though? It says he doesn't have the game to click the version link. Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I could give you the save location. Yeah, Force Grump, if you could do this, I'm assuming you're on Windows. If you press Windows key plus E, it'll open, or actually Windows key plus R even, it'll open either the Explorer or the Run dialog. Just paste this into the address bar or whatever. This will open up your Skeleseller folder, and then you can share that file on Discord. Do you mind doing that? Because like I said, that would help me out a lot to understand how you got into this situation. All right, I feel like this has been an incredibly successful run to just ignore the fishing pond. We should probably get item stacking pretty soon, which we can now afford. So let's get it. Nice. Did I design the sprites myself? No, I didn't. We got a credits command there. Just passed 2 midterm exams, failed both studying systems engineering, and I haven't taken math in a while. How are you? I'm sorry to hear about that. Do you have an idea of what went wrong or what you can do in the future? Because I find that failing exams, it's definitely not the end of the world. And maybe this sounds cliche, but it is a learning opportunity. Can you make it more 3D? Yeah, sure. Add another dimension or two later. A good thing could be if those messages like got spat in a justified centerline center, make it easier to not miss any safeguards. Well, so those safeguards don't even close themselves. They just stay open for good until you finally act on them or until you click them. So it's possible that you clicked them to not read them, in which case I don't think you'd read any text that shows up on the screen. Because I have seen players who close all that stuff and then they never read anything. Is it in the local settings save or save whatever? All I see is it's all 3 JSON files. You should see something called save.json in there. Like if I show you here on my computer, like that's where this thing is. All right, we are getting a ton of items. We need some more customers. And we should probably just build the enchanter at this point. Oh, that's another thing I gotta look at. Does the enchanter's smoke cover the whole building? Maybe I shouldn't have gotten that upgrade. You know what upgrade I'm gonna get next is the manual harvesting one. So I don't need to do this. It says version 6. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you looking inside save.json? Because you don't need to look inside this. I was just wondering if you could upload it to Discord, which there's the link. Hey, OxyClean. How are you today? I'm doing well. Second, I'm really wanting to get into game dev. Not sure which software I should use. Unity, Unreal, Godot. Any recommendations or tips on how to figure out which one I should decide on? I would say to just download whichever one sounds the best in the next 5 seconds. And this is not a joke, and it's not tongue-in-cheek or anything. It truly doesn't really matter which one you pick, because your game dev career is going to be longer than, let's say, a week or a month or a year if you like it, so that you'll probably end up learning other stuff too. The reason I link this is because a lot of people ask me this when it comes to learning programming languages, and I've got my advice online about this stuff, but it's basically what I just said, which is that if someone would ever ask me, hey, what language should I learn first? I would say the same thing. Just pick any language in the next 5 seconds that isn't a total joke, and download something to go edit in it and start learning it. Because that's going to teach you if you like game dev. It's all of the options that you listed are good enough options. You will find that they're all fun enough to get started with. You will eventually hit quirks. You'll eventually hit some amount of depth that you need to decide, do I want to stick with this game engine? But at least for starting, I wouldn't worry about any of that stuff. And think about this too. Let's say you do spend a week on this thing and you think, wow, that's a really long time, which, like I said, it's generally not when it comes to how long you'd be doing game dev for in general. But that's a week you could then go spend somewhere else and feel like at worst you lost a week. Maybe you found a game engine you didn't like or didn't gel with you. But yeah, I think giving them all a shot at some point is worthwhile. I haven't used Unreal yet, and I was very close to, and then it's not worth explaining the story why I didn't. But I have tried Unity. I've tried Love 2D, a bunch of web dev stuff that sort of falls into game engine territory. Godot, of course, Allegro, that's SDL, I guess is what that's a wrapper around. Yeah, a whole bunch of different things. They're great to learn while also being total jokes. Well, what I meant by total jokes are languages like Whitespace or lolcat or something. Like, yes, obviously don't go learn one of those languages to start with. You're gonna have a terrible time coding. Oh, I said I was gonna upgrade this. Oh my god, I have a million money. So much money. Yeah, we need another adventurer. We need anyone who's able to kill fish. So let's level this thing up a few times. Get a couple of skills. Get this. Go fish. What are they even doing over here? Oh, what? I didn't mean to click that. I just want you in there. Where was I fighting? And was it only 2 party members? Huh, I don't have the money to upgrade this. Now I do. Go, team. Yeah. All right, now we need another worker. We'll never get this worker. Maybe we can just get other adventurers then. Where do you want to post in Discord? Any channel. Pick pretty much any channel. I'll find it, and I can. Yeah. Thanks a lot for the tips and info. Mostly going to give Unity a try because I've used it in the past for a game, and I have decent knowledge of C# and how their scripting works. Yeah. Godot, you can also use C# for if that's the thing pushing you in that direction. But my whole point was don't overanalyze this. So if Unity sounded good, I'd say, yep, go for Unity. And I don't think you'll regret it. The nice thing now is Unity, Unreal, there are lots of AAA games. Or I shouldn't say lots of AAA games. There are lots of games that are made in both of those engines. Godot has just fewer games made in total, just because of how popular it was before the whole Unity monetization fiasco. But it's still a great choice for making games. Oh, right, zombies die. I forgot about that. Oh, so we'll never see the zombie leader show up again. All right, that's fine. Well, let's leave this battle then. All right, we have so much money, so much everything. Upgrading the farm definitely seemed good. In fact, we can even upgrade this now. And then make these battles go even faster. We need 600 sludge. Gimme the sludge. Getting a lot of canes. They're all getting put here. Oh, right. I forgot I could harvest everything at once. That's so cool. All right. And now we're talking. How many spells is the mage casting now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's still not a lot. Yeah, I think I want another skill on this character. Oh my god, that's so good. Okay. Those are gonna be a lot of damage. It's taking 14 seconds to win that battle. I think it should go a little bit faster now. Yeah, lightning is just killing everything. Oh my god. That is crazy. All right, so it was 14 seconds. It is now... Okay, so it went down by 0.5 seconds, which is not bad. But the mage has a little bit of RNG, so it's possible that they could go even faster. Okay, sorry, I'm waiting for... Forrest Grump, where'd you post the save file? I don't see it in any of the channels. Oh my god, I love that perk. It's so good. Harvesting a ton of things at once. Again, for those who have not heard my many times that I've said this, this is a game I've been working on for the last year with a few other people. I did not make the artwork for this, and it is on Steam, available as a demo for free. You can wishlist the game, and it'll hopefully be out later this year. Knock something over my desk. I'm trying to log into my account. Oh, okay. Let's just get my account logged. All right, yeah. It says you joined the server, so you must have been on your account. Oh yeah, I wanted more of this because I want to see how much you can push this. It does not crit very often. In fact, what is that set to? 20%? There we go, spicy. Oh, you know what I never checked is, does that even work? Tomatoes are typically worth 4. 5. No, it's not going to happen, is it? It's not going to show me this. Come on. I need a crit to happen. There we go. +4, but I don't know what I fed it. I don't know if it's even working. I got to look into that. Bug, not sure if critical cooking is working. should probably be clear. Or, yeah, I'm sure it's working in terms of giving you more sludge. I like the art style is. I'm very happy with how the art has turned out, although I can't take credit for any of it. How many games have you done in the past? I've done a bunch of different games, but they're not all playable or on Steam necessarily. So the last gigantic one I worked on was Botland. I've made some like stream games like Jump Royale and Animal Royale. I've made this game, Ophog. I made a bunch of games that never saw the light of day. All right, nice. We are stocking everything. We're running out of space there for that stuff. Yeah, they're completing this battle so fast. We should probably go put a character in the fishing pond. Yeah, let's get you over there. It's really hard to tell, but I don't think this is working. Oh my god, I know what's going on. Oh, it's working. It's working in the wrong direction. Oh god, I forgot to add 1. Okay, my bad. So every time it crit, it was actually giving me less food. Oh man. The problem is that we're multiplying by the bonus, not the total. We need to add 1. All right, so then all I'm really getting is a 20% bonus now. So now we should see the numbers go up. Yeah, it's too hard to read because I'm getting 5 things at a time. But I think it's working. Yeah, it's working now. Oh, that sucks. Want to pop in for a minute and show support? Thanks, JD. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, I want to go to the next area now. It doesn't really help to level up that character anymore. Who should we level up? Let's get the paladin leveled up. Oh, these are pretty interesting. I want another skill here. Not quite what I wanted. Let's not invest more money in that just yet. Let's get another level of item stacking. And probably get auto casting over here. In fact, let's start with that. But we don't have the mana for that. No, let's get it anyway. Alright, we'll cast our spell. Yeah, the Witch Doctor can't keep up with fishing. Oh god. We need to level you up too. Alright, there. I'm going to lose quite a lot of fish if I stop this battle. And they're all about to die too. But the way that zombies work is they target the thing with the most life. So they're basically never going to kill any of these. And as soon as they do, a new one will spawn. And then it's going to get attacked. And the other property of zombies is that they have poisonous skin. But the poisonous skin doesn't matter when they're never being attacked. And fish don't attack. Oh my goodness. Seriously. Alright, yeah, now a new one spawns in and it takes all of the hits. Alright, let's just cancel this battle then. We need 20 more gold before we do that. There's our 20 more gold. Cool. Okay. Let's bail out of that and go right back in. But this time, the zombies won't die as quickly because they will leech life from the enemy. So hopefully we end up with like a full party of zombies. Yeah. And they should do a pretty good job at killing these enemies. Yeah, one-man party over here. The zombies, I think, will eventually die. It does look like they're losing life overall. But I think still that means we should end up with 8 zombies at any given point. So they should machine gun through all these fish. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there might be a small bug with this. Yeah, I think there is a small bug with this. Zombies can all bite the same target, but the damage they deal isn't immediate due to the animation. So when fishing with 2 out of 2 vampiric bite, they aren't the best. ammo not worth doing anything about this. Yeah. All right, I want to level up the paladin and then go to the final location. We need 600 sludge. Should be easy. Let's get this. And let's get that. Oh, I don't have the mana. Yes, we got just enough. All right, we'll hopefully get a lot of items. Kind of, sort of. Yeah, we're getting some more fish. Spicy. It should work that way for fish as well. That we see spicy cooking happening. Yeah, I want to see. That is a lot of potions. Alright, they're about to die. Come on. Let's see it. Yep. Now just show me a crit. 30% chance. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it is working. Good, good, good. Alright, we should have our 600 pretty soon. In fact, turn this off. There it is. Okay, level up and get a point in this. And now let's try to take on the Inferno. Will they win? Probably not. No. Stupid paladin. Yeah, they're not gonna win. No, they're all dead. Okay. Bad party. I think with the right skills, the paladin could probably win. But maybe not. Maybe we need a cleric or something. Hey, test user. Yeah, on the front page for today. So worth it investing in like a 2 to 3 frame idle animation for a lot of the very static elements just to make the screen feel more alive. Which ones do you mean exactly? Because yeah, I think we could add some more to that. I think usually there's enough going on at once, but certainly if you see something small that we could add something to. Someone had suggested making the trees sway. I think it was dark. And Kevin looked into that. I think we could do something like that too. Large trees? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think something like that could work. People suggested a wind shader for the trees. We could look into that. The barrel under the slime. Oh, this? This gets animated when things are put into it. So if I go start a battle over here. I guess I'll just hack in some items for a second. All right, let me show you that. So it's a little thing, but yeah. Some of the flowers having literally 1 pixel of sway every few seconds. Yeah, I agree. I think these things would be good things to do. Sent you it in Twitch. Okay, cool. Thank you. Take a look. Why is this not? Okay, there we go. All right. Level here is. Okay, so level of all your adventurers is indeed 1. Sludge amount is 0. Wait, how is that possible? You said you got extractor training, right? Extractor training is 109. You did get that, but the lever's off? Huh. So wait, okay. Grump, it looks like what you did is you unlocked the extractor training and then toggled this lever off. Is that correct? Like, do you remember doing that? How's your mental focus? I mean, I'm just playing the game right now, so it's not too bad. It hasn't been a very hard day, I'd say. No, you never did. Okay, huh. I wonder... I wonder if there's a bug there. There was the panel that opens it. Yeah, that I know you clicked this. You mentioned doing that. But when you unlock this, it starts with your lever toggled on. And the only way for this to be toggled off should be for you to click it. But if you say you never clicked it, then either there's a bug or maybe an accidental click happened or something like that. Okay, well, anyway, if you toggle this on again, it should answer all of your questions. Yeah, I'll write this down. So thank you for sharing that, by the way. I'll give you a point. Thanks for bearing with me on this. Okay, I asked for their save file to see how much food they have. They have 0 sludge. They did indeed get extractor training, but their lever was toggled off, so they wouldn't get crops. We should probably detect a situation like this and steer the player in the right direction. Yeah, I'll have to put some thought into that. Oh man, we have a ton of stuff. Okay, so this is already maxed out. Okay, fine, let's raise up the other characters then. This should make it so that it's trivially easy now to win the final area. Let's go try it. I think this party sucks though. I'm not too pleased with the paladin. So how are they doing? They're still not even doing that well. I mean, they're gonna win the first wave. Hi, cat. Yes, hello. Okay, they might win, but it's pretty much just pure luck if they do. Kitty. Yeah, this is Abby. All right, yeah, they lost. Oh, hey, hi. She just like fell onto my lap. Wow, that's a bad group of adventurers. And I don't even have the sludge to level them up. Ugh. Bunch of suckers. It's the paladin that's a problem. Let's just take them out of there. Start a battle with the witch doctor instead. I identify with the paladin being bad. Oh, oops, this is the wrong location. They're gonna win this. Any advice on where to start? If you're already a software developer, I would say just start, like, go download a game engine and just tinker around with it. You know enough about reading documentation, finding resources for things, reading APIs, that it shouldn't be too bad. If you're looking for more direction, the thing I would say is don't try making a game from scratch. Try cloning another game that exists, like Tetris or something, right? The goal is not to make a product. It's just to stop you from having to think of the game design and what assets you're going to make. Oh my God, I'm losing no matter what. Why are all my characters terrible? I'm missing just enough. All right, you can all go to the fishing pond and fight there and get me some wisdom sludge. Enough to level up the witch doctor. Nope. Hey, Kaiser. Played the game again last weekend. Loving the updates. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, welcome back. Oh, this cat is so adorable. Do you see her looking up at me? she like wants to get as close as possible. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, what a good cat. Alright. Oh, now she's attacking my arm. Hey, cut it out. This is not for biting. Good kitty. Will you let me change my battle location? She's licking my hand. Learn to code with no programming background. Just started straight with Angular and Aurelia web dev. Yeah, I think you can make a lot of progress nowadays with all the different tools and resources there are out there, and especially AI. But I think at some point augmenting that with some kind of formal learning is good. And I don't necessarily mean going to a college, but I just mean like learn from other people, learn from a job, learn from whatever, YouTube tutorials even. Just something a little bit more than just tinkering around on your own. All right, so all I did is I leveled up the Witch Doctor. They're a tiny bit better. They'll probably still lose. And the Archer is like a machine gun over there. They're not doing a lot of damage. Oh my, they might win. They might win because of the machine gun Archer. Oh, never mind. Everybody died all at once. No. No, my poor party. That sounds good for you, Scrum. I think it's good if you're enjoying doing what you're doing. Wow. She's like very attention starved right now. Yes. Calm down, Katso. All right. Let's turn that off. We don't even need money anymore for stuff, do we? I mean, I guess we can benefit from it, but I guess we need sludge. So yeah, let's get that and that. Anything else? This would help, I guess. And more mana would help. Just go sit and play around. Yeah, and by the way, I don't want to sound reductive with this advice. Like, I think if you're a dev, going and getting started with something is the right way to go. But if you have a more specific question, always feel free to ask. How much do I need to level up? Am I sending? I don't exactly like the skills that I have. That might be slightly better. Let's get another skill here. Let's get another skill. Okay, let's go with those skills. Although one more point would be amazing. Can't afford it. All right, Paladin. You're on Fisher duty. Do they even do enough damage for this to be... No, they suck. You're terrible, Paladin. Terrible. I have no damaging abilities on the Paladin either. This one could work, so I guess let's put a point in that. It's so bad. You stupid Paladin. Alright, let's just try you again. Okay. So now the Paladin's going to automatically get Holy Light. And whenever it gets to maximum, it should use Shield Bash. Yeah, which is very slightly higher DPS. Hey, Johan. Oh, nice. We have a bunch of this we can get. But yeah, my main goal here is to level up the... Oh, I forgot to turn this on. Is to level up the Witch Doctor. All right, nice. We got one more level. And I want one more. That's 600 sludge. We can do it. All right, we have a bunch of fish in the pond. That's good. Getting 24 sludge per time. Need 600. We should probably sell some of these things. Oh yeah, we have way too many items now. That is fine. We will level this up. And this. And pretty much everything. Like I said, I want 100% this. But to do that, we need to get 600 sludge first. And the Paladin is terrible. Alright, you know what? Let's hire another adventurer. Throw him in there in the fishing pond. Yeah, we've already fully upgraded this. Yeah, the cat like fell asleep on my hand. You can't see her. She's just barely like I'm probably 4 inches from her head, and that's the bottom of the screen. So now I'm touching her head. Not touching. Yeah, 20 game challenge. Yep, I link that every once in a while. I already have 2 of them. It feels like it takes me too long to write a simple game. I think it's worth identifying why it's taking you a long time, though. Like, why do you think it's taking you a long time? Is it because you're learning a bunch of different concepts? Is it because those concepts are difficult for you? Do you think you could go back and make those games faster the second time around? I think those are all really good things to ask. Oh man, we're getting like way too many items now. Oh, in fact, you know what we could do? We could level up item stacking. Yeah, the slime's gonna eat all of these things pretty soon. Nah, didn't need to. What are the customers doing? Nothing, basically. They just want armors that I'm not giving them. And my fishing pond is full. Okay, let's get any adventure here. The warrior, sure. Let's level him up like crazy. And let's give him a couple of skills. I don't have the money. Come on, somebody buy something. Yeah, I'll just do this. Okay, now get a skill. Sure, that's great. That's actually not great because that doesn't do anything for me. We're still gonna throw them into a battle, and hopefully they do a little bit better than just having the paladin on their own. Yeah, it's like very, very marginally better. We need another skill, which means we need money. We now have money. None of this is helpful. All right, whatever, get out of there. You're all going fishing. Yeah, nice. They are ripping through the fish. Look at that. Ooh. This is why you don't send a paladin and a warrior to do the job of 4 other characters. He's just like zapping them all. They're dying. Oh, that's so great. All right, level that up. I'm gonna finally have my killer party over here. You ready? One of those and all of those, and now go fight in the inferno and beat them. You can do it. Get rid of the rogue, put in the paladin. Oh, if I'm getting rid of the paladin though, I should probably give them actual decent skills, huh? Yeah, there we go. Oh, whoops. Nope, 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 nope. Paladin, get rid of rogue, yeah. All right. Will they finally beat it? Hey, Turnip. Any good books on game development architecture? There's a site called Game Programming Patterns. Let me link that. It's hard to type with a cat on my wrist. There it is. Okay. So here is the site. And you'll want to go down to this web, read now. That one is, it's free. Oh, nice. I finally won. All right. Now we're going to be raking in the money. And I want to max out everything. Let's start by maxing out this perk. Get our item stack up even higher. I just need anyone to buy anything. Come on. I know there's an item somewhere in town, right? Yeah. I'll just sell it myself. Cool. Got it. Oh, we don't have anyone fishing now. We're missing the cleric as well. Hey, Nopsis. What do you think about blending in the background color of battle maps, adventures, perks closer to the game, like greenish? Yeah, this is a temporary background for this. And I'm not sure what it should eventually look like, but yeah, it's definitely not great right now. Pong took me like 12 hours, my first game in Unity. Second one was Breakout and took me like 5 days. But still, do you know... Oh, wait. Oh, I'm having fun with it and trying to add more and more features. Yeah, I think that's fine then. Too long is in the eye of the beholder. If you're spending 4 years on Pong and you enjoyed every minute of it, then can you say you spent too long on it? I don't know. If all you were trying to do was make Pong, then yes, almost certainly you spent too long on it. But if you were trying to learn other things along the way, you were enjoying it, you were trying to make a different game altogether. Yeah. Okay, I added this in, but it's not working the way I wanted it to, so I'm not really going that much faster than I would have been going. Normally, what this should do is give you a 120% boost, but it's only giving a 20% boost. So, yeah, not nearly the speed it should have been. I want to get the cleric next. I just need one more set of fire swords. Oh, I didn't have that active that whole time. All right, get ready for the warehouse to be full, hopefully. Nope. I got another worker at least. Margot the skeleton has joined your workforce, and that completes the tavern. That's it for the demo of the tavern. We need to upgrade. Oh, we did upgrade that. Well, well, well. These don't really matter. In fact, none of that really matters, except for the max mana one. No one's fishing, are they? No, they aren't. We could send... Actually, let's just send... Oh, I see what happens there. All right, let's just send the rogue into battle against the fish. None of this is really that good. Let's get one more skill. That's pretty good. Let's get that. There. Okay. Go. Start fishing, rogue. How fast do they kill fish? Not very. I mean, it's not bad. We have 21 fish in the pond. Is that number going up or down? I mean, it looks like it's going down, but that's because new potions haven't been put in. So the question is, will it rise higher than 21? So far, no. That's weird. Oh, no, there it goes. Now it's a 22. Yeah, so it's not really dropping. Oh, wow. Yeah, so one of the other observations I have playing this again is the garbage slime is just strictly better than selling stuff in shops. And to some extent, that's okay. Okay, cat. But if you don't have a lot of customers, it does feel like... Actually, I don't know if there's a problem there. I think at some point you just need to find a lot more items. Even with item stacking, though, you eventually probably need to find more than you can hold in your warehouse. I guess you'll eventually get more workers and everything, too. We could definitely improve our party over here. And even leveling these up further would help. Hey, Schrodinger's. Busy chat? Yeah, I'm on the front page today. Although that's going to be ending pretty soon. Another half hour. But thanks for the resub, Schrodinger's. Okay, well, I know I said I wanted like fully 100% this. But we only have a couple more things that's in terms of perks. In fact, we've gotten everything except for... Well, we actually missed out on a lot of these. Although now we're running out of space, huh? The rogue isn't keeping up. Let's just level him up some more. There, now they'll do more damage. Perfect day to not have keyboard cam active, no distractions. Oh, I only don't have it on because I'm playing the game. I hate Devil Dog. What level does it get to? 75%? Interesting. We could sell these swords over here, make a ton of money. Alright, so now we have enough to make everything a little bit more valuable. We can eventually get more customers, get these things. Is the rogue finally taking these things on or no? God, they're just... I think I should have sent in multiple characters, but then they're not helping out the town. Again, for anyone who's been watching me play this and wants to check it out themselves, it's available on Steam. I've been working on this for over a year now. And the next big checkpoint is Steam Next Fest, where we'll hopefully get featured somewhere in Steam and more people will find it and play it. But I think people have generally been enjoying the demo. I've been enjoying it. I think it's fun to play through. I've certainly played through enough times at this point. All right, we can finally afford this. Nice. All right, I want a better skill. That, yes, give me that. All right, now go back into the battle and show them what you're made of, rogue. Yeah, it's faster. It's like a fish every 3 seconds or something. Are they lowering the number of fish in the pond? You can see a cat ear right there. I love to know how you coded the visitor's movement and behavior into the game. They just move, random math, and follow a timer to purchase items. They have a finite state machine that they transition between according to some rules. So, for example, they enter the wander state, and then when they're near a shop, they might decide to purchase from that shop, or they might decide to walk to a different shop. So then they'll only check a new state once they, you know, get to a destination. They might idle at some points. So yeah. It's typical finite state machine stuff that you would expect from a game. All right, let's do this and this and this. We could probably level up that party some more too. Oh, I have another skill point I haven't used. Huh. They're still not even killing this. Oh, you can finally get the cleric though. Cleric on their own is not going to do a whole lot. But let's level them up a bunch of times. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh my god, this is really good, this combo. All right, let's send them in with a rogue. They should do a decent amount of damage. What was that? 183 damage? Is that the cleric doing that much? I think it is. Wow. I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, they're finally actually emptying the pond. Yeah. I mean, not that this matters too much. Cleric OP. Little stout dwarf cleric bonking enemies on the head. All right. Nice, nice, nice. All right, so what haven't we bought yet? This. We can't afford anything else now with our 9 gold. 143. Crazy. And we still can't afford some of these. Has to be the rogue's crits. I don't think so. The cleric has a decent amount of power. It says 53 power. This heals for 32 life and then makes the overhealing damage do 280%. So wait, why would that do 180 damage though? 280% damage. Maybe it's stacking 2 times. What does that mean? Let's take a look. 32 times 2.4 times 2.4. Oh god, that probably is what's happening. Oh yeah, it says an additional 140%, but that's not written how it works, is it? Resonant healing. How did I code this? Damage multiplier equals 1 plus the damage bonus. And then damage is equal to the heal times the damage multiplier plus overheal times damage times damage. Okay, whoops. Maybe that's what I meant to do, but this is 2.4 times 2.4 times 34. I got the number wrong. 32. Yeah, that's all coming from the cleric. All right, well, I still think we need to rework the cleric because I don't think anyone's really using them for damage. Yeah. All right, I'm in the most uncomfortable position right now because this cat fell asleep on me. Cat, do you mind if I move you? Please. Please go. I love you so much. I can't have you here right now. Oh, I got my legs. Oh, man. Cat. Yesterday was like a total cuddle day. She was on my lap for pretty much the whole day, but I was in more comfortable positions. All right, this is pretty cool. I like this. I like how things are going. I don't have like a crazy amount of observations. Then again, maybe I've become sort of habituated to seeing some of the problems in the game. But yeah, let's close this out. So that is Skeleseller, chat. And please, please do consider wishlisting it. I'm just gonna hang out for a little bit. Yeah, it's been it's been quite a day. I probably won't even necessarily wait out the last 20 minutes unless there's a lot to chat about, which I don't think there necessarily is. Thanks, Divine Phoenix. The other thing I wanted to show briefly while there are some people here is the next town track I'm working on. Whoops. So I have started working on this, but I haven't finished it, and it's in a very unpolished state. So it doesn't sound great yet. But anyway, here's what it sounds like so far. I'll mute myself. Okay. Anyway, I gotta polish it. I think there's a lot that sounds very amateurish and it can be cleaned up. What program am I using to make the music? That is FL Studio. Fruity Loops. And I just got a new synth that I want to try out at some point. Hey, Anniversary. I've seen you in someone else's chat. I don't remember where though, but I see first time chat here. Are you in Kavino's stream? A physical synth? Yeah. I got a mini freak. Blam. I'm still learning the ropes on this thing. There's this set of lights up here. This is the modulation matrix, and I just learned about this yesterday. And I was like, whoa, that's a lot of power. But I don't know how to use that power. Getting an electric cello. Cool. Yeah, I really like cellos. Well, I should say I really like the sound of a cello. I've never actually played a cello. And the only string instrument I've tried playing is a violin, and I was not very good at that. Nuka. Gotcha. Yeah, well, welcome in. I'll leave this running over here, I guess. I'll turn on my keyboard camera again. Gonna get back to debugging. All right, take care, Forrest. And thanks for sharing the save file. I do appreciate it. I'll have to think about how to get people to sort of do the right things. By the way, wait, one last quick question. And I don't mean this in a bad way. Do you tend to read things when you play games, or do you tend to skip through text? Did I do all the art for the game? No, I did not. I did only the music and the programming stuff and game design. I'm not an artist. I am so happy about this though. This looks so good. Man. So cool. I read usually when I see prompts. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Gotcha. It depends how long the text is and what game it is. Yeah. I've seen a lot of people play Skeleseller at this point because there have been a bunch of people who've streamed the game or who've made YouTube videos. And I've seen them get into situations I wouldn't expect a player to get into. But if they're not reading, then they get in those situations. And I still need to somehow nudge them in the right direction. So we've added a lot of things for that. I should probably start a battle if I'm going to just stand around here, huh? Let's put all of our level 8 characters in. Oh, we have 5 level 8s. Let's take that out then. Depends on how important or relevant it is to the genre. Also, if it's important or if it's just 2 NPCs yapping. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mentioned this before, but I've seen someone play the game where it was like they had an aversion to text being on the screen. And it was as though they were trying to close every dialogue as fast as humanly possible, such that they never read a single word. I know that's not really what they were trying to do, but they just had this knee-jerk, like, close. And then they played the game in a very weird way as a result of that. They still made progress and everything. I mean, it's an idle game. It's not like it requires a ton of skill or anything, but it just blew my mind. Booyah, Grandma. Reading. Yeah, and I don't mind. I think you could probably sum people up into a few different categories. Like people who are going to read everything, they're probably very, very rare. People who are going to read when they get stuck, they're probably more common. And then people who are going to read like nothing. Or I guess a fourth category is like people who are going to read maybe some of the stuff when they feel like it. But yeah, I find that generally more people fit into they're never going to read anything than I would have thought. Maybe add like arrows guiding. So this is another one of the things that we've gotten feedback on in the past. like at one point in this game's history, we had it so that you were kind of steered in a line. And then people are like, oh, I want to make more choices. So we opened things up to the player. But then people either don't exercise the choices, or they forget about them, or they don't care about them. And we need to account for all of those kinds of players. So for the people who don't care about it, showing a giant arrow saying like, hey, did you know about this thing? And they're like, yeah, I knew about this thing. I just don't want to do it. And then for the people who don't know about it, those arrows might help. And yeah, I'm not still totally sure what to do. We want to achieve maximum wealth and power, disregarding everything else the game offers, basically. I think that's part of it. I think what I'm talking about, though, has more to do with just not wanting to read. Like, we could have probably made the most casual game in the world where there is no like wealth or power accumulation. I don't know, you're just watering plants or something, and people would probably still close all the text dialogues on it. People don't notice the visual cues or indicators. Yeah, that's another thing. UX is hard. It's definitely hard. Tutorial mode in the settings. So that's the thing, right? We've also seen people who they'll never go into the settings to read any of this stuff. Like they won't open the menu if they're stuck. So if there were a giant like, hey, help me get unstuck button here, they'd never find it. We'd have to have the game steer them toward that. And by the way, this is why a lot of games end up in the very hand-holdy, like, you must click this button. Now we're going to highlight this, and you can't click anything else. And people wonder, how did games get to be to that point? The reason why is because without practically forcing someone to do something, they might just never click those things. And then you need to have a bunch of things to guide them. Make the button lime green. The thing is, these buttons are already green. People don't see them, or they don't care necessarily. We'd have to teach them more. There's, yeah. By the way, your game on its own probably had something that was green that wasn't being clicked. And you said you read the farmer's text, but like the farmer does tell you what to do. And yeah, I wasn't internalized. So it's like, yeah, what do we do at that point? We've shown you the text. They haven't read it. They're not going to read it. They're not going to find out what to do. Some of those people will just stop playing the game. And there's only so much of that we can probably stop. It would be cool to do a prompt to allow people to do a summary of prompts for those who skip through text to still get the point of direction needed. Yeah, I think this is why I said I think it's important to like follow what players are thinking or what they're doing at the time. Because let's say we had some sort of like log and a notification log. How many of the players who don't read any text are then going to go read through the notifications to see what they missed? And I think part of it is the day and age that we live in is such that you probably have like 10 games in your backlog. If you play this game and it's frustrating for you, you'll probably just move on to another game. Like you probably won't try to fix your own issues in it. Which engine are you using? If it's a custom one, what are you using for the UI? It's Godot. So yeah, we're just using Godot for the UI. Welcome in, Smash. Hey, Grim. Yeah, I'm doing well. Have to make them rainbow colors with sparkles. Yeah. Do those tutorials that block all other actions except the one you want. Yeah, I don't generally like doing that because I don't think it actually teaches people the right things. Thanks for the resub, Ski. Welcome back. Happy 5 years. Include a shock collar with the game. I read all that I can, but I'm a slow reader. I hate when games have like a tip, but they show for a couple seconds and disappear. Yeah, I'm not saying it's entirely gamers' faults, by the way. I have learned so much by watching people play the game already and what we need to do and ways we can accomplish that. But I feel like we're maybe 90% of the way there, and that last 10% is going to be really tough. Hey, Wendy. Yeah. Man. Yeah, I'm happy with how all this stuff is turning out. I think it'll be cool. The thing I'm looking forward to the most next is coding the new adventurers, but I don't think that's a high priority task right now because new content won't be seen by people until like September. Actually, that's not true. We'll have testers playing the game before then. But yeah, in general, they probably won't see it until late summer or something. Yeah, so again, for people who haven't seen this, it's Skeleseller. I'm going to link this one more time, maybe two more times. And it's just a very laid back, casual game. There aren't any major decisions you have to make. You manage a town, you send adventurers to do battle, you sell the items that they find. Oh, I never upgraded these things. I should upgrade those. And we have basically infinite money at this point anyway, right? Let's get all of these. Let's get all the customers. Let's upgrade absolutely everything. Oh, now we can't afford the upgrades for this. We've upgraded too much. Oh, wait, I have the quick thing here. We can just do this. Nice. All right, take care, Forrest. Hey, Kuyati, was there a raid? No, I'm on the front page today. I mean, there were some raids. And I got to actually message Cakes. I feel bad because I think he probably just bailed out when he saw I was on my break. Message Cakes. Hey, thank you. Yeah, catch my next stream. Yeah, I'm going to be streaming next on Friday. I try to stream, so I'm on Pacific time, so it's about 4 p.m. for me. I try to stream from about 8:30 to about like 3:30, maybe 4 sometimes. But I aim for about 6 hours of streaming per day. Oh, thanks for the resub, Kuyati. Welcome back. About 1 a.m. That's not too bad. Unless you're saying that's when I start for you, in which case that's probably pretty bad. But ending at 1 a.m., I mean, I sometimes stay up till like midnight or 12:30. Had a funny moment diving into some NPC coding yesterday and had a good chuckle when I realized the script for movement was attached to the node instead of the actual 2D character. There's little debugging adventures to keep things interesting. Live and learn. Yeah, and every time you encounter those sorts of things, you find out what you should or shouldn't be doing in the future. Did I upgrade this? I did. Yeah, I upgraded, I think, pretty much everything in the game now, except for all the adventurers. But that's going to take an absurd amount of wisdom sludge, which we could get by just right-clicking this. Done. Now we can level everybody up to the maximum. Look at how many skill points we'll have. Oh, actually, you're not supposed to get this many skill points, right? Yeah, you can have like every skill maxed out. Whoops. Let's see what the mage does in battle now. We'll flee and have them repeat the battle. So the mage should basically be doing like a boatload of damage. Yep. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what just they're doing. But if I take everyone else out of the battle, let's just have it be the mage and the rogue. How about that? And let's get all the abilities we can get over here. All right, so just the two of them being level 20. Can they beat this area? They probably can. Yeah, they probably can. They're taking almost no damage. Crazy. Mage just nuking every enemy. Yeah, I think this is super cool. I think it'll be fun if we have some endgame boss that requires you to be at that level, doing like 600 DPS over 2 characters. The zaps. The zaps. Okay, I'm going to go raid somebody. I'm going to forego the last 10 minutes of my front page time. I really, truly appreciate you all being here. Anyone who dropped in who's new, thank you for watching. I honestly don't even care too much about stream follows or anything. I'm really just trying to make Skeleseller as good as it can be. And growing the stream isn't super important to me. But let's go find someone I can raid. Who all is online? You know, Ezra raided us the other day, and I don't think I've raided Ezra. Actually, have I raided Ezra? I don't know. Let's raid Ezra. All right, raid. Yeah, thanks again. I'll be back on Friday, and we'll just be doing hopefully regular coding stuff. So take care, everybody. Thanks for watching. Have a good rest of your day. Oh wait, I gotta cancel that. He's apparently raiding Cavino. All right, let's just raid Cavino too then. I think Cavino's probably ending. There we go. Okay, yeah, see you next time.